Well, it's that time of the week again. Hello everyone and welcome to the stream this week where we are going to be playing Halo 5 Guardians as the penultimate step on our great journey to replay the Halo series in anticipation of Halo Infinite's release in just 4 days. So, for those of you who don't know, Halo 5 is complicated to talk about. It's if you go to the Halo Waypoint site, the game is not listed there anymore. The only games you'll see there are the Master Chief Collection and Halo Infinite. So, even 343 is trying to forget this game ever existed, but unfortunately for them, that's not quite how my memory works. So, I played this game. I remember this game. I've played it more times than probably most people on this planet, because I had to spend a lot of time playing through it to make my Legendary walkthrough. So, yeah, we're gonna play through it today on Legendary, as I've done for all the other games. It's gonna be a mess. You'll quickly see why, because even if we disregard the gameplay elements to kind of make it a little annoying every now and again, the thing about this game that pissed me off to no end is how it just basically nullified the entirety of Halo 4's beautiful ending, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about as we move throughout the game today. So, there's that. So let's get this show on the road. Yep, multiplayer's out. Yep, I know, I've played the multiplayer. Let's go into the campaign, and last time I played this was September 3rd. Yeah, okay. Missions, let's go all the way up to the beginning. How's everyone doing today? How did yesterday's stream go? About as well as it could have for a Danganronpa game, I suppose. It went, by the way, I was going to have Grumber at the party, and I would have been your daddy on as always. And, start us up, yeah. So, it went about as good as it possibly could have for a Danganronpa stream. By which I mean, it didn't go well at all. I mean, the stream itself went fine. It's just that the game is literally the worst thing ever created. Like, I genuinely believe it's worse than every other Danganronpa game that's ever been created. It's that awful. It's atrocious. Nothing about it functions. Its gameplay is busted. The story is nonsensical and doesn't make any sense at all. And not even in typical Danganronpa sense, whereas in, like, the logic is broken. When I say that it doesn't make any sense, I mean that the characters don't talk in ways that make sense for the characters to talk. First hour was pretty good. Ah, yes, how could I forget? Oh, right, the first hour of the stream, you mean. The first hour of the stream was good because we weren't actually playing the game. Then we started playing the game, and it all went down, it was all downhill from there. Because within the first, within the first hour of actually playing the game, we saw a bunch of JPEGs sliding across the screen, and I just died of laughter. It wasn't, oh my god. But yeah, it was something. If you want to go see literally the worst thing ever created, then I recommend checking out yesterday's stream. But if you don't, then, well, don't. But, yeah, I say that as if Halo 5 is gonna... Well, I mean, I guess comparatively speaking, anything's gonna be better than what Halo 5 was. It's good to have only 10 people in chat again. Felt weird to have many people last stream. I will say this, I kind of had a hard time keeping up with chat yesterday, just because there was so many people in chat. Like, I had a really hard time constantly scrolling through to make sure I got everyone's messages. So yeah, it does feel nice to have a bit of a smaller, tight-knit community for these streams. Last stream doesn't exist. Yeah, if we can pretend that. We can pretend it doesn't exist. Much like I would like to pretend Danganronpa S didn't exist. This is by far the worst Halo Your Eyes I've ever seen. Story-wise, absolutely. But I'd rather play this game than I would play Halo 2. Even as a spin-off, it has to be one of the worst games that you've ever seen. Yeah, that's the, like, even by spin-off standards, it's atrocious.
Tracking gear online.
Affirmative.
Gonna see how this live stream. We will see how this goes. I'm unsure. I'm very unsure how this is gonna... I'm hoping... It depends on the Warden Eternal boss battles, the Hunter boss battles, and anything in a vehicle. That's when problems are going to arise. Specifically, the final boss. The final boss battle can suck a big one, because it sucks so hard. But you'll see what I mean when we get there. That's hours from now. How do I feel about the 4th Palace soundtrack? Just as phenomenal as the other soundtracks. The quality of S's low-tier shovelware, and even that's being very generous. I think even that is extremely generous to the game. I will say this though. This cutscene is exceptional. Like this is one of the trailers they released for the marketing campaign. And it's truly like I genuinely love this cutscene. It looks phenomenal. The music is exceptional. It's incredible. It was perfect marketing for the game and like showing off all the Spartan abilities and getting you really hooked into the world and into the story and the new characters. I really do like this first cutscene, but it just dives into it. Just takes such a massive dive into the pits of hell very quickly. Rank all Halo games out of 10. Alright, Combat Evolved is a 9 out of 10. Halo 2 is a -5 out of 10. Halo 3 is a 10 out of 10. ODST is an 8 out of 10. Wars is probably a 7 out of 10. Reach, I think Reach would probably also be a 7 out of 10. 4 is either going to be an 8 or a 9, depending on whether you value gameplay over story. 5 is, I'd probably be more generous to it than most people because I would take into account the gameplay when ranking it, so it'd probably be like, I don't know, 4 maybe. And that's including the gameplay, which I think the gameplay's fun, but the story is just, you'll see quickly. Anyway. Yeah, I think that cutscene is exceptional, but that was the peak. It doesn't get better from here, let me tell you. And then Halo Wars 2, I'd say, is probably on par. It's probably 7 out of 10 as well. Well, Warden boss battles more like bullet sponge retention. Yeah, that's basically what they are. It's basically just a matter of just spam the incineration cannon at them at all times and hope for the best. I do have strategies to make them easier, and you'll see them as we go throughout the game, but they're still painful to get through. If anyone who had Halo 5, you don't think anyone else would play this game. Not many. Well, if you try to find a multiplayer game, like if you try to go matchmaking for a multiplayer game in this, there's no one's online right now. Like I've tried, every now and again I've been like, you know what, let me go back to Halo 5 to see if I can play a game just for old time's sake. It didn't work because no one's online. There is no one online in this game right now. There's just no one. Okay, let's not die immediately, please, thank you. There's actually just no one playing the game. Trying to find a game in this, it's harder than trying to find a good Danganronpa game. That's basically how I would say that. You consider getting it for the characters you do like, and no. Oh yeah, no, don't do that. It's not even, because here's the thing. Even if you get it for, I could understand the motivation of like, well, it's only $20. I kind of want to get it just, just to hang out with characters I like. No, don't do it. You want to know why? Because at the start, we discovered this yesterday. At the start of the game, you want to know how many characters are unlocked for you to play as? A whopping 5. And those 5, as you might be able to discern, are the protagonists of all the games. That being Makoto Naegi, Hajime Hinata, Kamaru Naegi, Shuichi Saihara, and Kaede Adamatsura. I actually don't remember her last name. You want to know why I don't remember her last name? Because she wasn't even in the fucking game for the most part, because they just said fuck you if you wanted to play as her. And you know what thing's even worse? I didn't even know that you could play as her. I honestly thought you could only play as 4 characters: Makoto, Hajime, Kamaru, and Shuichi, because all the protagonists are at the top of the list in the list of characters you can play as. They're all at the Akimatsu. Okay, I knew it was something like that, so I was close, kind of. But they were all at the top of the list, very clearly displayed as you can play as these characters. But then you can also play as Kaede. Problem is that she is all the way at the bottom of the list of V3. So the chat had to tell me, by the way, you can play as Kaede. It's like, no one told, you literally have to scroll to the bottom of the list to find that, which is just you put everyone else at the top and her at the bottom. Great. Lovely. Danganronpa asks, what is that? It couldn't possibly exist. It should be impossible. Does that? Yeah, I'm going to pretend the game doesn't exist. It's better for my mental sanity if I just pretend that it just does not exist. Fortnite Chapter 2 ends today, meaning we'll definitely get a Chapter 3 trailer of the Game Awards. Prepare for cringe. After Master Chief being revealed for Fortnite in last year's showcase, I don't think there's anything that can surprise me anymore. At this point, short of Woody and Buzz getting added to Fortnite, there's nothing that could shock me more. That, by the way, Epic, that wasn't a suggestion. Don't take notes from what I just said. Don't you fucking dare do that. The game doesn't deserve the $20. It could be fun if it was free game, part of a Decron standalone. Yeah, no, it's not worth the money. I even think if it was free, it would be a ripoff, but definitely not worth $20. It's definitely not worth $20 by any stretch of the imagination. And I didn't even, like, because when I bought it, it was on pre-sale discount, so I got, oh my god, what am I doing? Okay, there we go. When I got it, I was on, like, it was on pre-sale discounts, and, like, if you pre-order, you get a few bucks off, so I think it was $17.99 instead of $19.99, which isn't much, like, it's not that big of a difference, but it's something. And even at that discounted price, it's still, I still wasted my money on it. And if, trust me, if Nintendo had the ability to refund games, I would have refunded it already. Uninstalling the game felt sort of satisfying, but it would have been more satisfying if I could have refunded it. You cringe when they added ADS in the Halo game. There are far bigger fish to fry in Halo 5 than that. Trust me. There's far bigger fish to fry than that. Even if you don't like certain characters, encourage you to do as many as possible for one reason. Persona fusions, you will need powerful personas when you reach endgame territory. My game plan for Persona right now is to get through the things I need to get through. Well, at least speaking in terms of what I've been doing through the episodes I've been recording. The game plan is get through all the characters that I need to get through in order to unlock the royal content. Once I do that, then I can worry about spending time with others. But right now, my priority, apart from the occasional one-off where I spend time with Makoto or Honor someone just to want to, just to, like, just have a break and spend time with someone, most of the time, I'm focusing on people that I need to spend time with in order to unlock the royal content. Once I do that, then that opens up my free time a little bit for the rest of the game. Can I aim, please? Thank you. That took way longer than it should have to kill that one soldier. Characters are written terribly. Interactions between characters don't seem natural at all. Yeah, it doesn't, like, they don't sound like, and I can't believe I'm saying this, maybe it's because Kodaka isn't on the project anymore, but they don't sound like themselves. Like, I don't feel like I'm watching the characters from the Danganronpa games interact. I feel like I'm watching some, like, Buzz Lightyear knockoff version of them. I say Buzz Lightyear knockoff because the Lightyear trailer is a Buzz Lightyear knockoff. I feel like I'm watching the knockoff version of all these characters and not the ones we actually knew from the games themselves. Which I shouldn't feel that way, especially since they marketed this as, like, the big thing. Like, hey, the big new Danganronpa game's out, you should go play it. And that's what they marketed it as. Like, okay, well, why are you doing that when clearly these characters... First of all, it's just... Conversations were short... Excuse me. Too early for my throat to be dying. Yeah, so someone mentioned the conversations were short. Conversations were short, and they were lame. It'd be one thing if they were really short and really impactful, but they weren't impactful at all. They just weren't. I'm okay with them being short so long as they had something impactful or meaningful or emotional or just something to say in the meantime. But they had nothing. It was just them, it was just like, oh, let's watch a movie, and then it ended. Or, oh, let's talk about bugs, and then it ended. I just felt like I was wasting my time. Like, I at least... well, there's first. Oh, that's, by the way, for those of you who don't know, in Halo 5, if you get knocked out, you're not dead, you can be revived by your teammates. Which sounds like a good thing, but then you realize, if you can be revived, that automatically makes the game easier because you don't die immediately. But the problem with that is that if you can get revived, then that automatically increases the difficulty, because to account for the sudden increase in abilities to get essentially gain health with your revive, they have to artificially buff the difficulty of all the enemies, so all the weapons are homing projectiles, they all shred you to pieces in seconds. So it may sound cool to be able to get revived, but then you realize that they have to artificially buff the difficulty to actually account for the new mechanics, so I'm happy to see that it's not coming back in Halo Infinite, I'll say that much. The frop and dialogue with quality between the Danganronpa 2 lines at the beginning of the game and the new line directly the most jarring thing ever. Yeah, it's like, that was such a whiplash from Danganronpa 2 to, oh, by the way, now we're in crazy batshit insane land. You're here forever.
Doors open.
At least of all, Justin Ultra Sparkles had some funny character interactions. Yeah, I would still defend, for as awful as Ultra Disparagles is, for as terrible of a game as it is, and for how utterly disgusting playing it was, the one thing I will unironically praise about that game is that its character work is, specifically between Kamaru and Toko, that character work is genuinely great. Genuinely good stuff there between those two characters. But it's the same problem that Danganronpa 3 had. The one thing about Danganronpa's 1, 2, and even Ultra Despair Girls that was actually redeemable and good to watch happen was the character work. But Danganronpa 3 didn't have any of that outside of short, stinted conversations between characters that didn't last nearly long enough or were nearly substantive enough. So if you take out the character work from Danganronpa, then what do you have other than an absolute shitfest? And that's what Danganronpa S is. There's no character, there's no plot, there's nothing that makes you want to care about anything. It's all nonsense. It is easily the worst game I've ever played, and that is without exaggeration. I don't know how I died there. I assassinated him or whatever. It is without exaggeration the worst game I've ever played, and I do not use that term lightly. To say that it's worse than V3 is a big statement, but I'll stand by it happily. I mean, V3 does more damage to the world, as in, like, it literally makes everything irrelevant, but as a game, at least they tried with V3. To some extent, but I don't believe there was any effort put in, because fundamentally the gameplay is just the board game from it's just the board game from V3, and that's all there is to it. Except, well, I guess I can't say that. There is also an RPG mechanic. Let's not forget, there is also an RPG mechanic in the game where you battle enemies, except that there's no depth to that either, because I literally just spammed the A button. I took out the first boss of the game within like 10 minutes. As in, like, within 10 minutes of starting to play the game, it was already done. Which is just like, wow, it's great. Awesome. Looks to Kodaka, perhaps to treat you harshly. Nah, I wouldn't go that far. I'll give him that he can write characters well, and that's about all he has going for him. And even that is extremely generous. No one would pay $20 for this game. If you did pay $20 for Halo 5, you would be mad. I paid $60 for Halo 5 when it came out. So, not 20, because I bought it on, prior to Halo Infinite, this was the game I was most excited for. Like, I voraciously devoured every single trailer for this game. Every single piece of marketing, every podcast, every trailer, every little TV spot, everything that ever existed about Halo 5 in terms of marketing, I devoured it all. I was so excited for this game. I pre-ordered, I got it day one, I played through the campaign, and I don't feel like I wasted my money because the multiplayer is phenomenal. I do still think that the campaign is fun to play, even in spite of its atrocious story, but good God almighty. Good God almighty is the story just an absolute dumpster fire. Danganronpa was the most convoluted, contrived piece of shit you've ever played. Yeah. Yes, it is. You let Kate until they revealed her brain-dead plan. Yeah, well, that's more on the plot itself as opposed to her as a character. I would have liked to learn more about her as a character if she didn't get yeeted out of the story by writing bullshit within the first hour. Well, okay, not first hour. You know what I mean. Within the first case or chapter, or whatever you want to call it. Did I like the free time events in V3? To some extent, yeah. I enjoyed getting to learn more about Maki and Himiko. That's about it. Like I said, the one thing about the games that have always been worth something with the free time events and the character interaction stuff. But beyond that, nothing else about V3 is something I ever want to deal with ever again. Oh, and it's also worth noting that even just, if you disregard the actual core design of the gameplay and the writing of the characters and the story, it doesn't run well on this, like, it ran like shit. Like, it was really, the optimization of that game on the Switch was actually atrocious. I don't understand how a game that simple can run so horribly on this. Like, I understand the Switch is the least powerful of the three main consoles, but for a game that's that simple, how the hell is the optimization that poor for the game? I don't understand. Did I hear about the Take-Two thing? Yeah, I tweeted about that yesterday. That is so goddamn stupid. For those who don't know, I don't want to misquote. I want to make sure I get this correct, so I don't put. You wouldn't want to put words in Take-Two's mouth. But basically, yesterday, Take-Two sent a trademark claim to Hazelight. And for those who don't know, Hazelight is the developing studio behind It Takes Two, which is one of the best games they released this year. They sent a trademark claim to them, forcing them to abandon any ownership of the game's name. Because, as we all know, the company Take-Two has a trademark on the phrase Take-Two. Because that makes... Hey, remember when Fine Brothers tried to copyright the React content? Yeah, that went so well for them. This is... It just makes me... Like, I already love It Takes Two. It just makes me want to support the game even more, because it's like, wow, so these Take-Two is shit. and It Takes Two is a phenomenal game. So yeah, I heard about that, and it pissed me off to no end. Spike Chunsoft doesn't need to try. The fans will eat up anything. The characters could talk about a piss competition, they'll love it. You say that, but it didn't work. That's the thing. It didn't work this time. It actually didn't work this time because the Metacritic score for Danganronpa S is actually not good. The user score hasn't come out yet. Admittedly, we won't know what the user score is until I think 3 p.m. today. But the critic score for Danganronpa S is bad. Like it's 56 on Metacritic, which by the way, for Metacritic, that's bad. By Metacritic to 56 is to Metacritic as 0 out of 10 is to me. Like that's you have to kind of scale it down a bit when you're dealing with Metacritic scores. Same with that and Rotten Tomatoes. You have to really scale it down significantly to get a proper grasp of exactly what that means about the game's quality. So if even Danganronpa fanboys outside of one person in the comments yesterday of oh my god, where the fuck did you come from? Okay. Outside of one person yesterday that said, like, it's a good game, it's a good spin-off to a good series, which is just like, bait has been detected. Even the I think Spike Chunsoft has finally reached a point where they're like, oh, we can't just crap this out anymore because people aren't going to eat this up. I mean, they ate up the collection. I saw many tweets yesterday being like, man, it's been so long since I've replayed the Danganronpa games and I forgot just how good they are, or I'm so happy to get my collection edition or something like that. But no, I've seen no praise for Danganronpa S. So far, anyway. Except for that one person. I just walked right into a grenade. Except for that one person yesterday. I have not seen anyone actually pray. That is a ballsy move there, Vale. Jesus Christ, okay. Ballsy move, Vale. Focus fire, everyone. And... okay, he's dead. We're fine. That went well.
Alright. Danger is clear.
Very ballsy move there, Vale. But we made it through. Yeah, I think we finally reached the point where Spike Chunsoft can't just crap it out anymore. Anyway, that's the first mission done. How long was that? Like 20 minutes or less, I think? The Virgin Danganronpa S battle system versus the Chad Paper Mario battle system. Well, I can't comment on the Paper Mario battle system, but just about any RPG would be better than Danganronpa S's battle system. Because Danganronpa S is literally spam A to win, and that's all there is to it. You respect me liking Himiko because a lot of people despise her, but then they like Kokichi, so go figure. Yeah, I wouldn't really trust what Danganronpa fans have to say about the characters. They don't seem to have their interest in the right place. When, consistently, in Danganronpa 1, I hated Byakuya. In Danganronpa 2, I hated Nagito. In Danganronpa V3, I hated just about everyone, but specifically Kokichi. If I had to single out one person that I hated the most, it was Kokichi. And apparently, those three characters are the ones that everyone just loves so much. Specifically Nagito and Kokichi, they just love him so much. It's like, what is wrong with you people? See, I wouldn't take what Danganronpa fanboys say about characters with anything less than a massive grain of salt. But yeah, I was, maybe it's just because Himiko's voice actress is Chiaki's voice actress, but, you know, I wanted to get to know her. She seemed interesting enough. And I apparently chose well, because the only two characters outside of Shuichi, spoiler alert, not that anyone cares, to survive the game were Maki and Himiko, so, you know, I guess that worked out nicely. Not that I give a shit who survived. I mean, at that point I was just ready for all of them to fucking die, but, you know, whatever. Every Danganronpa game is portable, as in they were all originally made for the PSP and the Vita. Yeah, I don't even want to know how badly they run on the Switch, because if Danganronpa S is undoubtedly the simplest of all of them, of all those games, it's got to be the simplest one, just from a pure functionality standpoint. And if that game runs that poorly, I don't even want to know how badly the other games are gonna run. Like, ugh. Especially if on the PS5 it took forever to load from the courtroom to the virtual world and back constantly. I don't even want to know. Don't even want to know. I'm never going to find out because I'm never going to buy the games on the Switch. So I'm never going to find out. But, oh boy howdy. Can't imagine that's a fun time. Something like that happened in Brazil. Disney got sued over the Star Plus name, which separates streaming platform from Disney Plus here. And how greedy can you be? Yeah, that's Take-Two. It's like, what? It Takes Two is a really great game that's really well received and has made a lot of money this year? Well, we want that money.
What do you think?
Their game's called It Takes Two. We're called Take-Two. maybe we can file a trademark claim to get some money out of them! Because Take-Two is a really, really great company, guys. Don't you know? Anyway. So why it's a mistake to buy games you know are going to be bad. Combining the game still supports the company that produces it. What are my thoughts on it? So my one contribution of $20 is not going to do anything. So whether or not I bought the game, it's not going to make a dent in their bottom line. Like my one $17.99 purchase is not gonna matter at all. It benefited me to the. It was beneficial to my channel to play that game yesterday, so it's worth it in the long run. And again, my one contribution is not gonna make a dent in their bottom line, so I feel no more qualms about committing to the $20 spent on that game. You decided you still hope for a fourth killing game, Danganronpa, but you don't know how much more it could break. Well, there's more it could break if they pretend V3 didn't exist, but if V3 still exists in the canon of Danganronpa and it's not an alternate universe, then there's nothing more to break, because the whole universe is ruined. But I don't know. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. That's not my problem anymore. Because I don't want to really touch that. I don't really want to touch Danganronpa with a 10-foot pole ever again. I'm sure I'll have to at some point, but for the time being, I'd much rather not. Remember when Scale Televisions tried to sue Hello Games for making No Man's Sky? I did not see that, but it doesn't surprise me. So, yeah, companies do that shit sometimes, and it's just like, even if you get a lawyer that can stretch it legally, like even if you can legally stretch it, which by the way you can't, like I don't think you could, because it's the phrase "take two." It's like you can't. That's not a thing. That's not a thing you can actually. That's not you're not geniuses for coming up with the phrase "take two." That's been around for long ass time, but they don't care. So, point being, even if you get a lawyer who can get pedantic enough to actually stretch the legal definition and the terminology to actually sway in your favor and get you the trademark claim going under correctly, optically, you're never winning that one. You're never going to win that one. Even if you get the legal definition to somehow be twisted into your favor, optically, from the perspective of the players, no one's going to support you for that. You have this incredible independent game development studio who makes this phenomenal game. Like, honestly, one of the, if not the best game I played this year. It's easily top 3. It's Rift Apart, Takes-Two, and Greystone Chronicles are in the top 3 this year. It's generally one of the best games I've ever played. Compared against Take-Two is like, hey, you see that success? We want a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Can we get the money from your game's name? Like, you're never gonna win that. Optically, you will never win that battle. It's such a stupid thing to do. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Trigger Happy Havoc runs really well so far. Yes, so as someone just mentioned in chat, I don't think that was ever some cause for concern. V3 is the big one, because V3 is clearly the most modern of the bunch. The one that was, rather than being made for handheld and then upscale to home consoles, was made first and foremost for home consoles. Which is embarrassing even then, because it still runs like shit on home consoles, especially when I played on the PS5, but, you know, it's whatever. So yeah, that's the one I'm most worried about in terms of its actual optimization on the Switch. That's what's gonna be the make or break. Fuck corporations, man? Yes. Absolutely. You thought of the Lightyear joke? Tim Allen's reaction to Lightyear. Gone, it's all gone. It's all gone. All is gone. Bye-bye. Woo, see ya. It was made for Vita. I didn't say it was made for Vita. I said that it was made from the ground. I'm pretty sure, because that was the thing that people told me, was the reason why V3 has actual first-person controls instead of just the shit that was Danganronpa 1 and 2, and it actually has competent first-person controls, is because it was made for a home console, but was also made for Vita, instead of being made first for Vita and then being ported to things like the PC and home consoles, which is why V3 has an actual competent functional first-person control system. Imagine spending $60 in Decadence. I can one-up you there. Imagine spending $100 on the collector's edition of Decadence. That's something right there. Vita's to analog sticks. I'm aware of that, but they were still made first and foremost for the Vita, and the thing that everyone always told me was, because they were made for Vita first, that was why the controls were awful. Because of the D-pad, or because it was made first and foremost for the D-pad or whatever.
Data center.
When are we getting a turnabout Take-Two or Phoenix defends the Take-Two developers? Yeah, as someone mentioned, Phoenix would never defend that. Unless they kidnap Maya again, in which case... Screw Halsey and new Spartan 2 program for life. I wouldn't push it that far. There's no reason, like, so the reason why the Spartan 4s exist is because after Chief went into cryosleep into outer space after the events of Halo 3, he was the last, well, except for the remnants of Blue Team that were left on Planet Reach after the war, that were soon excavated after the adventure there. They needed new Spartans because the Chief was the last of his, well, as you can see on screen, it's not true anymore, but at the time, he was believed to be the last of his time. PSP and PS. Okay, well then, whatever handheld it was made for initially, it was made for a handheld. It was made for a handheld console, specifically to account for the fact that it only had a D-pad because they had to center the first controls around that. So when they made V3, it was targeting home consoles first and foremost because they had to focus it on that instead of focusing on handheld and then upgrading to the home console, which is why that game has better first-person controls compared to the ones that came beforehand.
Let's charge through.
Yeah, because it was believed that she was the last of his kind. They needed new Spartans. So that's not the problem. Doesn't come in the form of the actual existence of Spartan 4s. It makes complete sense that they would create a new generation of Spartans to account for the absence of Chief after the events of the war. So that's not a problem in the slightest. Danganronpa 1 had a fan translation voice officially localized, and the fan translation was better than the official one. I can imagine it, because it's not hard to be a better writer than anyone on the Danganronpa writing staff. I am literally caught between a rock and a hard place here. If you revive me, I'll be astounded. Okay, that was close. That should not have worked the way that it did. Yep, that's a death. Alright. You really saw Danganronpa fans say that the critics hated S because they're... What? Okay, I need to read that again. You saw a Danganronpa fan say the critics hated S because they're straight men? What? Okay, genuine question. What in the absolute fuck does that have to do with literally anything? First of all, I somehow doubt that's even true. I have the sneaking suspicion that that's not even true. Because I get the feeling that does not consist the entirety of the Danganronpa fan base. And also, that doesn't even matter. Even if it's true, that doesn't fucking matter in the slightest. Like, oh my god, my brain. I can't, because for some reason, your sexuality and gender have something to do with what you have to say on a video game like Danganronpa S. Like, doesn't really matter who you are, so long as you have something good to say. Like, it doesn't matter at all whether you're, oh my god. Your guess is because fans see Danganronpa as a game for LGBT people only? I've never gotten that impression at all. Is that why would that, I was not aware that that was an arbitrary restriction so, in that case I'm surprised that I didn't get any comments saying like, well, this game wasn't made for you, it was made for the LGBTQ communities. I never got any comments like that. I was not aware that that was a mindset that the fans held at all. So I'll say this they never directly say it, but it's implied heavily in some places. Wow, okay, so, I'll say this publicly then. I don't care what your sexuality, race, or gender is. Games are made for everyone to enjoy, regardless of any of that. I was not aware that the Danganronpa fans actually believed that it was made just for... Seriously? Okay, I was not... this was not... I did not expect to read this today. This is... Okay. I mean, it's just, you just sigh, and it's like, great, let's add this to the list of Danganronpa fanboys trying to exclude people. Ultra Sparrows V3 were made for Vita. First, Vita had 2 analog sticks and the controls are better potentially. But I don't know anything about Ultra Sparrows controls, but I know that the thing everyone always told me was because Vita was made with home consoles in mind, that's why the controls were always better. Twitter's a garbage fire. Understatement of the century. Twitter is a steaming pile of rotten garbage. Yeah, I was not. It is news to me that Danganronpa fans said that critics hate S because they're straight men, because apparently fans see Danganronpa as a game that's only for LGBT people. I was not aware of that. That is complete news to me. But I hate Danganronpa with a burning passion. I don't know if you can tell. I kind of hate Danganronpa, but you'll never hear me saying it's only for this group of people. The games are made for everyone to be able to enjoy, regardless of who you are, where you come from, or who you what you identify as. That doesn't matter at all. Looked it up and saw a female critic for it. Argument's gone. Yeah, it's over. It's already over. If you find one, it's over. Because the first thing I said was I don't think that's even true. I strongly doubt that all the critics consist of straight men. I strongly doubted that was true. So, and turns out I was correct. Even if you only found one, even if you only found one person that wasn't a straight man, then it's over. It's already over. Argument is done. And also, if you have to resort back to the statement of, well, this person is this gender, this race, or this sexuality, maybe re-examine your argument, because you shouldn't have to default to any of that. Why would you ever have to resort back to the statement of this person is this, and therefore your argument invalid? Like, it shouldn't matter. That shouldn't. All that should matter in that instance is the argument you make. If your piece of media with potential for ship wars, Twitter will go into that direction always. Yeah, Twitter is just a disaster waiting to well, I say waiting to happen. It's a disaster that's already happened and will continue to happen. I learned that back in June. I learned back in June when I made the fatal mistake of saying I'm sick and tired of MC YouTubers discovering, quote unquote, discovering these new undiscovered indie games. Like, guys, I found this cool new indie game you never heard of before called Emily's Away. It's like, guys, this game came out in 2015. You're not cool or original for finding a game that was already covered 6 years ago. So stop pretending like it for your audience, and then they'll go, oh my god, this new game I've never seen before. Wowzers! And then I said that, and then they just, the MC YouTuber mob just consumed me within an afternoon. That was the least fun I've had in an afternoon, was surging through the shitstorm, the absolute shitstorm that was the MC YouTuber Twitter community. I want nothing to do with Minecraft ever again because of that. Japanese fanbase of the Danganronpa game is mostly female. I can't ascertain the quality of that statement, but I had a feeling that it wasn't just straight men that were criticizing Danganronpa. Also, if you want to get your first taste of how Halo 5 wrecks Halo 4, here's your first cutscene for that.
Sierra 117. Does anyone copy?
This is the part where I started to get extremely nervous for the game that was to come. You found this new game I thought I'd enjoy called Danganronpa? Oh, sounds interesting. Maybe I'll check it out one day. You can sort of understand if the argument if the game was made specifically for LGBT experiences, but in mind, but you can criticize gameplay no matter what. Yeah, so there may be instances where you can say that someone of the LGBTQ community could have something insightful to say because it's like tackling a certain issue or focusing on this kind of subject. I can get that, but Danganronpa does not fit that category at all. And as you said, the criticisms are mainly coming from the fact that the gameplay sucks, which is just no matter what. Like, games are made for everyone to be able to play and enjoy, so I don't understand that defense at all. You dislike when someone says, this man working with fashion, he must be gay, or look, this woman likes working as a truck driver, she must be lesbian. Yeah, that's the stereotype. Like, it's as if I'm really getting sick and tired of the stereotypes of genders, as in, like, if you are a man, you must do this, and if you're a woman, you must do that, and if you break that mold at all, then you must be that or that. It's tiresome. Also, look, it's Cortana, she's alive again, because fuck you, that's why.
John, the reclamation is about to begin.
Chief, what's wrong?
She's on Meridian.
Who?
Cortana.
And that's the part where I started to realize, oh, what have I got myself into this time?
That's not possible.
Within Mission 2, within Mission 2, Cortana's already alive again.
Mission to focus on when we talk about this.
I mean, so when I first played this game, I at least held out hope that maybe it was all going to be revealed to be a hallucination. She wasn't actually alive. But, nope! Spoiler alert. But we'll get to that when the time comes. The voice actor for Futaba in Persona 5 also voices the pink-haired warrior of Hope Girl from Danganronpa, Ultra Desperados, and that's zero in a good game. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of the voice actors in Danganronpa, like, they're really talented people. It's just that their talents are wasted on a shit game. So it is nice to hear them using their skills for an actually quality experience. Yeah, so to talk about what I was talking about earlier, I kind of go over this in my Persona 5 Let's Play when it comes to whenever I went to the movies with Honor Makoto, and I talk about how, you'll see this later today in today's episode when I go to the movies with Makoto. She mentions stuff about, the stereotypes of men and women in terms of movies they like. I really am getting sick and tired of the stereotypes of, I got flanked, I think. The stereotypes of, oh, well, if you're a man, then you're not allowed to like more sympathetic, heartfelt, emotional. That's an invisible lead, okay. Emotional, like romantic movies. And if you're a girl, then oh well, you can't like action movies because those are for men only, dude. And I'm getting sick and tired of hearing that stereotype, just in general. But that's the most prevalent thing I can think of right now in terms because I am recording Persona 5, and that's something that will be relevant later today when you see the episode. That just kind of the stereotypes of the false binaries. It's been getting on my nerves for years, and it just only gets further exacerbated with each passing day. Danganronpa was the exact opposite, actually. It has a lot of homophobic, transphobic undertones. In the Japanese V3, Kaito is actually homophobic and never improves. I think someone actually mentioned that. You idiots. Okay, I don't know if you guys saw that. Kelly and Fred just walked around the corner and got dunked on by that grunt, both simultaneously. Anyway, I think someone told me about Kaito, like the Japanese version of Kaito in V3. In one of the comments about how he was really homophobic in the Japanese version. So I think I did know about that, and yeah, it sadly doesn't surprise me, because someone brought attention to the undertones with Chihiro's characterization in chapter 2 of
System lock.
I may or may not have just eaten my own words massively. We're not going to talk about it, but someone brought attention to me with the undertones with Chihiro in the first game. And yeah, the more you think about it, the more you think about the implications behind Danganronpa's writing and that kind of stuff, the worse it gets. It just gets worse and worse the more you think about it. The voice actor sounded like she was cringing when quoting that line. You mean Jen Taylor for Cortana? Oh, not again! No. Not again. Not this time, sorry. You got my teammates and you got me, you're not gonna get either of us this time. Yeah, Jen Taylor is such an incredible voice actress. He just got immediately wrecked. Jen Taylor, I have genuinely so much respect for Steve Downes and Jen Taylor because they're both phenomenal voice actors. And to hearing them in this game, they just don't sound like themselves. Oh, I stuck him as he came out the door, alright then. Like, they genuinely do not sound like themselves. They don't sound like the people we knew from the original Halo games. They sound like shells of their former selves. And I think a lot of it has to do with the voice direction, because we know from the other Halo games that Master Chief and Steve Downes and Jen Taylor, they're both really talented people who can deliver exceptional performances, but we don't get to hear that in this game, and I'm pretty sure it's because the person who's because a lot of it has to do with voice direction, because you are at the beck and call of the person who's directing the game or the story, and like what they want to hear out of you. So if the director for the game is not giving good instructions, then you're kind of screwed in terms of what you can actually do as a voice actor. So I place the blame entirely on the actual direction of the voice and the writing, because I think that the voice actors are doing the best they can with the work that they've been given, or the material they've been given, and the directions they've been given. Because I know damn well that Steve Downes and Jen Taylor are way more talented than this. I know full well that they are infinitely more talented, pun not intended, than how they're portrayed in this game. Once I reach endgame territory, I'm gonna really hate Akechi. People have told me that I'm gonna start really hating Akechi because of something he does later. I've not seen that happen yet, but we'll see what happens, I suppose.
Roger.
Also, speaking of Persona 5, for those of you who want more examples of me using my teammates to my advantage, this is gonna be the best example I can give, because right now I have Fred and Linda armed with Hydra launchers, which are really powerful, essentially turbo rocket launchers. And I'm going to use them to my advantage to shred these hunters to pieces in seconds. Assuming I don't massively eat my words, so let's just watch carefully as to what I do here. And then you'll finally understand like why I actually use my team. So I stick them in the back, run over here, grab the not the SMG, okay, shotgun, there we go. Then I get him to look at me, because the weak spot's on his back. Again, to look at me, they fire in his back, and he's already dead. He's already dead. That is how freaking awesome it is to use teammates to your advantage, because the weak spot of the hunter is on his back. So if I get him to look at me, and then my teammates come out of the shadows to actually fire their rockets at him, he's dead in seconds. Now I'm gonna do it with the second hunter as well. Just got him to get him to focus on me. Please don't make me eat my words, hunter. Focus on me, focus on me. Good, good. Alright, I'm dead, that's fine, just keep the shots coming, and he's dead. He's already dead as well. To anyone who questions my using my teammates to my advantage, there's the example right there. There's the example right there. I gave them extremely powerful weapons, and they absolutely tore the hunters to pieces without me having to fire even a single shot at them. And that's kind of why I do it in Persona 5 as well, because I work much better when I let my teammates do their thing. If I command them appropriately, I give them the proper materials, and I give them the proper commands, and I let them do their thing, as opposed to controlling all of them myself. The Persona 5 writing gets a bit sloppy at the end, so be prepared. Alright, I'll keep that in mind, I suppose. Unsure as to what's in store for me, but I will keep that in mind nonetheless, I suppose. Yeah, Halo 5 is, in case you haven't gathered, the biggest thing that I absolutely despise about this game is, without a shadow of a doubt, how Cortana is handled in this game. You've already gotten a taste of it, in terms of just the way she speaks. Because, like, the way she spoke in that cutscene is not the way Cortana speaks. It's just not. But we haven't even gotten to the worst part of her character yet. It only gets, believe it or not, it only gets worse from here. So, brace yourselves, everyone. We are in for one wild ride. Just keep playing Persona 5 the way I like. I'm having fun is what matters. Yeah, surprisingly, well, I mean, I was gonna say I haven't heard many people. I haven't heard, like, I have not received a tsunami of people telling me you must play the game this way or else. That happened with Shovel Knight, and that pissed me off to no end. Because I was having fun, and then they're like, you're playing the game wrong. It's like, alright, well, screw off then. But with Persona 5, I've not heard anyone actually say, well, I mean, I have heard people say you should use direct commands, and not just let them do their thing. And someone like gave a timestamp of like, this is why you shouldn't let them do their thing, because they wasted SP on. It's like, okay, shut up. I got through the palace in one shot. It clearly didn't affect me at all, so I'm doing just fine. Please bug off. But for the most part, I have not gotten anyone tell me that I'm playing the game the incorrect way or anything like that, which is good. I'm happy to see that has not happened as of yet. You want a problem with the please? The has finished palace in one go attitude. Well, I just don't like to waste time. I like to get it all done in one shot, so I don't want to waste time. That's just the way I do things in general, because I like to get things done in one shot, rather than taking time to kind of do it over the course of multiple days. I'm the same way with a lot of, like, if I could have done my Toy Story 4 series all in one shot, I would have. I just wouldn't have. It just wouldn't have gone well, because I wouldn't have had the time. Well, not the time. Well, I wouldn't have the time, and I wouldn't have had the drive to do it. But I typically like to do things in as quick of a period as possible, so that I can kind of get it all done with one solid burst of energy, kind of thing. Most people do palaces in one that you always do. I wasn't even aware that was like an unheard of thing, was to do the palaces in one shot. Well, at least as close to one day as you can. Can I climb this box, please? Thank you. At least as close to one day as you can, given obviously the restrictions in terms of when you have to leave. But I like to go as far as I can before I'm forced to leave the palace, is essentially what I would get at there. Bad voice direction can really ruin voice acting. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is an example of this. There is a scene where a character screams, the performance bad, they reuse it 5 times in one cutscene. Yeah, you can have really talented voice actors that get ruined by actual, by poor direction. If the way I'm playing the palace works for me, it's all that matters. Yep, it works for me, works for the playthrough, and that's what matters at the end of the day. If you have the right resources, you can do them in one day. Yep. You do, because you own the palace and know how to get as much SP items as possible. Yeah, so far I've not. I mean, I definitely was running on thin ice, and Hardy was only running on fumes towards the end of the last one. But for the most part, I've been able to get through things relatively unharmed.
Area's clear. Initiate the overload.
This is how the comments will probably be latest to be prepared. Oh my god, you hate Pancake. Let me try to say that again, but this time without fumbling over myself. You hate Pancake Man? Fuck you. Oh, I'm sure I'll get something like that. I'm sure I'll get something like that. But we'll see.
Got it. Reactor's overloading. Move for the hangar bay.
Fandom means Pancake's a lot. Oh, I've noticed. I've seen some Twitter interactions, and it seems like Persona 5 fans just shove the pancake joke wherever they possibly can, from what I've seen.
We can stop that.
That's, yes, I've seen some things in the, oh, okay, bye guys, I guess they're not coming with, oh, never mind, now they're coming with me. I've seen some things in the Persona 5 community that have just been like, alright then. Out of character in this game, I don't know what you're referring to, I'm assuming you're referring to Cortana, T-Jazz, in terms of what, out of character in this game, but, yes, Cortana is out of character in this game. In this game, Cortana's characterization is blatantly contradictive to how she acted throughout the entire series prior to this point. In both the books, the TV shows, and the movie and the games, nothing that happened prior to this point is even remotely supported by this game. This game is so blatantly contradicted to how she's always acted, and it pisses me off to my core. I hate it with a fiery passion of 1,000 suns. Your problem was with half the last 3 I was with no SP. Correct, I was, but okay, that's a reset. But I managed to make it through in a one-shot nonetheless. It may have been a brutal battle to do it, but I still pulled it off, and it might have even been more satisfying to do it that way, because even with so limited resources, I still somehow managed to pull through, which is very satisfying to do. So to fandom memes, pancakes, cabbages, protein, and foreheads. Alright then. And nice vegetables, apparently. The only thing I've ever seen is pancakes, but I don't deny that there's probably others I'm not missing out on. Well, I say missing out on, but you know what I mean. Halo 5's story may not be good, but unlike Danganronpa S, it has a story. It does have a story, as in it has a definitive beginning, middle, and end, and it's trying to say it's trying to get a point across, it's trying to do something with its characters. It failed colossally, but it does have a story. You can't deny that it does have a story, albeit a bad one, but it's something, I guess. Cabbage and protein is for 4 and 3, so we'll get them for a while. Oh, it's for, okay, that makes more sense, because they're from other games. Got it. When Shiny got to Persona 5 into his intro ranking, he used delicious pancakes and for real for Royal. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest, honestly. Sojiro later teaches me to make curry, and curry starts me for the whole party. That's useful. That is definitely, sounds like it will be very useful, so I'll keep that in mind for the future. Yeah, Halo 5 is trying to tell a story. I won't deny that, which I guess gives it a leg up on Danganronpa. Well, I mean, it's not hard to get a leg up on Danganronpa S. I do genuinely believe that Danganronpa S is actually the worst game I've ever played. I've not played... V3 may do more damage, but Danganronpa S is just a worse game overall. So, yeah, it's definitively the worst game I've ever played. It will hold that spot probably forever. Although I say that, but earlier this year I would have said that Ultra Despair Girls holds the title for worst game I've ever played, and before that I would have said Apollo Justice held the top spot, so I guess you never know. You never know what shit you're gonna play in the future. Later on, copying for ADSP, yeah, those all sound incredibly useful things for me to hold on to. Your third playthrough of Royal ended with 93 max power, copies, and curry. Yeah, I've heard that things he makes can be useful for SP restoration. You saw a comment on a Persona OST saying if you open a coffee shop, you'd say, "Oh, you're back every time there was a returning customer." Yeah, that wouldn't piss them off at all. They'd also never get the joke. They would not understand what you're talking about, and they'd just be annoyed. They'd be like, "Why do you keep saying that to me every time?" Then maybe you'd find one customer, literally one, who would understand, but for the most part, I get the sense that they'd just be like, "Why do you keep telling me this?" Apollo Justice looks like a masterpiece compared to Danganronpa S. Yes. Well, I mean, even Ultra Despair Girls looks like a masterpiece compared to Danganronpa S. It's not hard to look like a masterpiece when your competition is Danganronpa S. Anything can look like a masterpiece. So, it's quite impressive. And like people often say, don't assume. People will often say, hey, don't assume laziness, just assume like they screwed up or they didn't meet expectations. It's like, no, when the game is literally a copy and paste from the V3 bonus mode, and the character interactions are so short and so underhanded, I think I can say with confidence that they just didn't put any effort into this at all. They just didn't try. Danganronpa S has a mixed score Metacritic, which makes it the worst reviewed game on Metacritic for Danganronpa standards, and also means that it's actually terrible by Metacritic standards, because you have to always nerf it significantly. When it comes to Metacritic and Rotten Tomatoes, you have to significantly dumb down. Like, if a game is like 50 on Metacritic, that's like a 1, comparatively speaking. Because you have to give a little bit of a buffer zone for how critics actually consider these things. Only mixed? Well, and that's the critic score. We'll wait and see what the audience score is, because the audience score will be posted, I think, at 3 p.m. today. At my time. 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So, we'll see what the... Well, we'll see. That's what I'm saying. You have to take into account if it gets a mixed score for 56, then you have to significantly lower that for what it actually means. By what we refer to games as. You're gonna work? Alright, see you later, Old Vander Hayden. Hope you have a good time at work. Thoughts on Sony's planning to make their own Game Pass? I find it very interesting because for years, ever since Game Pass was introduced, PlayStation fans would constantly say, like, hey, Game Pass is the big bad because you're not actually buying the game, like, you don't own the games and it's a crap service and steals games away for something or whatever garbage like that. So I find it very interesting. It's like now Sony's introducing their own competition, which, by the way, I don't even like its implementation because it has tiers to it, as opposed to Game Pass where it's just a flat fee and you just have the whole library. But whatever. I'm curious to see how people are going to react to it, because PlayStation fans said for years that Game Pass is the big bad, and owning your games and paying $70 for them is the big good. So it's just curious to see how that's going to go down. Only 3 days to go. 3 days to go until... So, if you're referring to Infinite, that'd be 4 days to go. Because it comes out December 8th, and it's December 4th right now. At least for my time zone, it's December 4th right now. So yeah, 4 days to go.
There's the Prowler.
Even V3?
Clear them out. Prep for launch.
Yes, because V3 breaks the universe, but at least as a construction of a game, it has significantly higher production value than Danganronpa S does. Significantly higher production value than Danganronpa S. So, comparatively speaking, because they both have shit stories and shit gameplay, but at least V3 has production value to it, whereas Danganronpa S just has absolutely nothing. For an Infinite? Yeah, okay, so Infinite comes out 4 days from now, not 3 days from now. The highest Metacritic score from viewers still says you don't think it's worth it, should be 65 for that. Yeah, so if it's not worth it, that's not 65 material. 65 material is somewhere it's like, okay, well this isn't the best, but I still had a decent time with it. But, you know, again, critics, that's why I almost don't even bother with scores, because scores mean, like, a number means nothing. Numbers are to make it easily digestible for people who don't want to read. A number score is there for people who don't want to actually read or have a conversation about what actually constitutes a good game or a bad game. They just want a number so they can easily be like, ah, number good, or oh, number bad. But when you have a review like that where the words themselves do not support the number it's been given, you just have to wonder, it's like, why did you give it this number? Remember the PNG moving around those? Yeah, the JPEGs moving across the screen was the first indication of, oh my god, what is this game? I just died of laughter immediately.
System locked.
Oh, I was thinking Danganronpa stupid? Welcome to the club. Danganronpa is the big bad. It's absolutely crap. Have you seen the video of what Danganronpa S does right? No, I have not. I might watch it one day for a laugh, but I don't really give a shit. Because that's also, that video is made by the same guy who made a video saying Danganronpa S is a waste of time. So what I'm thinking happened there is he made a video where he was honest and actually criticized the Danganronpa game, which was a fucking mistake, because criticizing Danganronpa to a Danganronpa fan base doesn't typically go over very well, from what I've learned, especially when that's the same person who defends V3's ending. So what probably happened is he criticized the game and he was honest about his feelings about it, which again, massive mistake with Danganronpa. So then his fans probably backlashed against him, which we'll never know because the dislike bar is invisible. So he's like, okay, sorry guys, let me make a video praising the game. Maybe that'll go over better. That's probably what happened there. It might be my guess. So no, I don't plan on watching anytime soon. What part did it happen in? That happened towards the very beginning of the stream.
I'll take the Hydra.
If you can't rely on scores, then what do you think is a good method to figure out what's good and what's bad? It's pretty simple. Just read what they have to say. Either read what they have to say or listen to what they have to say. Numbers are absolutely worthless. Numbers mean nothing. Because, like, the IGN reviewer for Halo 5 Guardians gave this game an 8 out of 10, while also saying that the campaign was incredibly lackluster and basically being very, very negative about it the whole time. Also, I guess a better example, the Super Carlin brothers, I have a lot of respect for them as people and as content creators, but their Toy Story 4, because the problem is that, I know they're not stupid, they're not stupid people, they understand the problems with Toy Story 4, they're fully cognizant of them. The problem is that they pigeonhole themselves because their fan base is completely consumed by people who voraciously devour all Disney-related content, so if they ever criticize something Disney-related, they will be torn to shreds. So what they do is they spend the video criticizing it and being like, hey, these are all the problems with the movie, and I actually really like listening to them talk about it because they're really insightful about the commentary. But what pisses me off to no end is when they say, Buzz is stupid, this makes no sense, Woody's out of character, and then they end it with, but it's still a really good movie. It's like, stop talking, please. That's why numbers are meaningless, because they still give the movie a really great score, while immediately following a lot of really, really significant criticisms of it. It doesn't matter what number you give the score, or what number you give the game or movie, if what you actually say about said game or movie is directly contradicted to the score that you give. Do I think I'd find some good arguments if you were to go through the Toy Story positive reviews? I have gone through them, and they don't exist. I've gone through them, I've seen them all, and I've not heard even a single one. I included a great amount of positive, like, counters to my criticisms in my Toy Story 4 series, and as you heard, like, a lot of the things that I said, ironically, in my Toy Story 4 series, is in, like, if you think this, you're wrong, and here's why, are things that Brooks told me when we had our conversation about it. Like, I've heard people say these things, I know people believe these things, they think they're valid, and they just make no goddamn sense. So, yes, I have gone through Toy Story 4's positive reviews, and it all, usually, from, like, mainstream critics like Chris Stuckman and Jeremy Johns, it usually boils down to saying, man, the graphics are so photorealistic and gorgeous, and the music is excellent, and oh, my childhood characters and all that, or etc., etc. But sometimes you will find someone who tries to defend them from a character perspective, and they just fail miserably. They either just say, man, they're in such character, the character work is so great, and they don't elaborate on it. It's like, I can't do anything with that. If you just tell me this is good or this is bad, I can't do anything to respond to that. So it's just painful. And you know what really annoyed me is, I don't know if you guys have seen Chris Stuckman's Toy Story 4 review, but what he said was, I'm sure I can find a flaw if I reach really hard. I was just like, I'm reaching to find a flaw. I got one. Look at me, I found a flaw. Oh, wow, I'm so cool. I found a flaw in Toy Story 4. Wow, it's like, I was really, really tempted to put that clip into my Toy Story 4 video, because that pissed me off so much when he said that shit. It's like, buddy, within the first 30 seconds, there's major flaws with this movie. I don't have to look that hard. I'm sorry you suck at criticizing movies, but you don't have to look very hard to find problems with Toy Story 4. It's really not that hard. A kindergartner can do it, for Christ's sake. Also, this dialogue.
7 to infinity. Argent Moon scuttled. I've reassigned Blue Team. Destination Meridian. Potential contact from Cortana.
Negative 117. Another team is already being prepped to deal with her.
What the hell?
You're to return to infinity immediately.
Negative infinity. I don't like it.
Whoever they are, let's get to Meridian before
So,
they...
two problems here.
No.
One, that's the moment where Chief goes AWOL. This is the inciting incident of this game, where the Master Chief goes AWOL from the United Nations Space Command. A character who has always who's always followed orders, is now defying orders, and obviously, like, it makes sense for him to do that because, well, he's trying to find Cortana. But the moment where he defies the UNSC should be a lot more impactful and dramatic than just saying, I don't like it. It's like, really? That's the best you got. It's the best you have. But two, and more importantly, the only person who got the vision from Cortana was Chief. So riddle me this, Batman. How exactly do the UNSC already know about Cortana and have already prepared a team to deal with her when the only person who even knows Cortana might potentially still be alive is the chief, who has had absolutely no contact whatsoever with the UNSC prior to this point, but like between discovering Cortana and now? It just doesn't make any goddamn sense.
I warn you this was happening.
This whole game is just so horribly written.
She's no longer an asset, Captain. She is a danger. She has access to the Forerunner domain.
Honesty is the biggest clue for whom you should put more faith in. Looks like it's pretty enough of that. I'm happy that you think that, but yeah, honesty in general. I much prefer a channel who's honest about what they believe in than I would just a channel whose entire branding revolves around because there's certain Halo YouTubers who shall remain unnamed, but you can probably figure it out for yourself through a little bit of research. Certain Halo YouTubers will just scoop up everything that the franchise craps out, no matter how good or bad it is. It's like I'm a massive Halo fan. I don't know if you can tell. And I'd much rather listen to someone who's honest about what they believe in and criticizes something fairly, or praises something fair. Whether it's criticism or praise, I'd rather just be honest and true to the heart, rather than just... I guess it goes in both directions, because there's channels whose audience thrives off of criticizing 343's Halo games, and there's channels that thrive off of praising 343's Halo games. Just without any critical thought whatsoever. Just like 343's Halo games are great, or 343's Halo games are crap, because there's this false binary that you're either a Bungie fanboy you're either a Bungie purist or a 343 fanboy with absolutely no middle ground. It's not like you can say, hey, Bungie made Halo 2 and Halo 2 sucks. Also, 343 made Halo 5 and Halo 5 sucks. So it's not like there is no middle ground. You can't say Bungie made mistakes and 343 made mistakes, but they've both made incredible games. You can't say that, because then you fall into either category by default, despite the fact that my entire premise of the Halo community always revolves around remaining unbiased and truthful to what I believe in, always. But that's not a thing in the Halo community. You're either a Bungie purist or 343 fanboy with absolutely no room for middle ground or anything like that, which annoys me to no end.
Short circuit their suit systems.
Free Guy versus Danganronpa S. Free Guy wastes less of my time. Danganronpa S is worse.
Every other Spartan, every soldier, when they hear about this,
Yeah, honesty above all else with this stuff.
they're gonna hate us. You know that, right?
I prefer honest criticism to blind brand loyalty every time, without fail. But unfortunately, certain channels don't have the luxury of doing that, because certain channels, their entire audience revolves around the premise that they praise things, like their reactions must be positive, their thoughts must be positive about the game always without fail, or else their audience will rip them to shreds. So they don't have the luxury of being honest. They have to praise it all, they have to give over the top reactions, they have to be blindingly supportive of everything that the company craps out, no matter who it is or what they do. Or no matter how good the game is or not. Which is just sad to see. Crystal Dynamics versus Spike Chunsoft. Is Crystal Dynamics the one who made the Avengers game? Oh well, actually, wait. So regardless of the answer to that, it's easily Spike Chunsoft. No matter regardless of the answer to who Crystal Dynamics is, Spike Chunsoft is still automatically worse, because they just can't hit. What scene in the series do I think Steve Downes gives his best delivery? It's easily the final scene in Halo 4, and it's not even close. That is the peak of both Steve Downes and Jen Taylor's performance, and it's not even close. Their delivery in that scene is masterful, and it's just made irrelevant by Halo 5. Imagine being Cinema Wins. Yeah, so Cinema Wins and Cinema... People say all the time, Cinema Wins is better than Cinema Sins because Cinema Wins is positive. It's like, no. Cinema Wins and Cinema Sins are both equally garbage. It doesn't matter that one's positive and one's negative, because they both have the mindset of, I must find all the flaws in this movie, or I must find all the positive things in this movie. The problem is that they're not just finding all the negative things or all the positive things. They're making up positive things and making up negative things, and because they have to stay true to their brand. They have to keep it positive or keep it negative all the time, because that is their brand. Basing an entire channel around everything sucks or everything is great is fundamentally broken without fail. Because Cinema Sins, if they're tackling a bad movie, they can succeed sometimes, and if CinemaWins is tackling a good movie, they can succeed sometimes. But it's like when you have CinemaWins making a video on the Rise of Skywalker where they say, just pretend it's what you wanted in regards to Palpatine coming back. It's like, oh my god, what are you talking about? And then when you have CinemaSins making a video on, I don't know, a lot of the movies they cover, Aladdin, Toy Story, Monsters Inc., Shrek, just a lot of great movies. It just doesn't ever end well. It's just absolutely pathetic to try to watch him fumble about. Microsoft versus EA versus Activision. Activision's the worst of all of them because Activision's internal, the actual, like, the environment and atmosphere around Activision is actually awful and indefensible. So, Spike Chunsoft makes shit games, and EA has shit business practices, whereas Activision makes shit games, has shit business practices, and has an awful, indefensible ecosystem and atmosphere and environment inside the company itself and in regards to the people. And even then, even more stuff has come out, like, just this week about Activision and how shit they are. So, yeah, Activision, in a battle of what company is the worst, Activision wins every single time. Because they're just the worst. There was no defending what Activision has done. And I'm dead. Nice. Activision has... They don't... I don't think they'll go under, but if they do, they deserve it. They deserve every last bit of what's coming to them after the shit they've pulled over the last few years. Shit business practices, shit games, and most importantly of all, a terrible, indefensible ecosystem inside their company, inside their walls, that just makes it a terrible place to work for the people who go there. So, yeah, Activision's the worst of those three. But it's not even close. So as much as I hate Spike Chunsoft, and I really, really hate Spike Chunsoft, Activision is by far the worst company of those three. Oh, I guess I should also... I said that Spike Chunsoft makes bad games and EA has crap business practices. I mentioned that, but I guess I can also say that Spike Chunsoft also has bad business practices now, because now Spike Chunsoft's Danganronpa S has microtransactions in it, and not just cosmetic microtransactions, gameplay beneficial microtransactions, which is shit. Because if you have microtransactions in your game that cost money, if it's just cosmetic, I don't like that we're in a state of the gaming industry where it's acceptable for games to have these microtransactions be that egregious. But if you're gonna do it, if you make it just cosmetic, at least I'll be like, fine, whatever. I can't change this. It's there. It's whatever. People can spend money on it if they want. As long as the gameplay's fundamentally still good, it's fine. But Danganronpa S's gameplay, Danganronpa S's microtransactions are actually, they impact the gameplay itself, which is not something that should ever happen. Not even in a free-to-play game, let alone a game that actually costs money to buy at price at $20. It's like, I thought we called people out on this for Battlefront, because it's not that far off from what Battlefront 2 did in 2017. It's really not that far off, because Battlefront 2 was a thing where, people said, well, even yesterday, in yesterday's stream, someone even told me, what? The characters aren't locked behind a paywall? You can unlock them in-game. It's like, that's the same shit they said in Battlefront 2. Technically, you can unlock Darth Vader. He's not only a monetary thing that you can purchase. Also, that's a don't restart the mission, that's a reset. It's not technically locked behind a paywall, but if you want to get him, it's gonna take thousands of hours, or you can buy him for the low price of whatever the fuck it costed in Battlefront 2, and it's the same damn thing in Danganronpa S. It's the exact same thing. You don't have to spend money to buy the characters, but it's gonna take a lot less to do so. Because, or it's gonna be a lot less painful if you do so, because it's going to take hours upon hours to actually unlock the characters if you don't buy them. So it's the same greedy corporate garbage that plagued Battlefront 2 that we all collectively decided was objectively awful for the gaming industry. We all agreed on that, we all decided it, and we all said, let's never let this happen ever again. But now Spike Chunsoft has done it yet again, and it's just great. You want fun? Well, in order to get it, you must pay $9,999 for a game you already bought. Modern gaming, my favorite. Can we talk about Activision's president and Activision Blizzard CEO have nearly identical games? Oh, you mean names? Or did you mean to say names or games? I'm assuming you might have meant to say names there, because it makes more sense for it to be, especially since you said nepotism, and the names are very similar. I'm assuming you meant to say names instead of games. I'm not sure, though. Remember when EA defended the loot box in Reddit and it got a lot of downvotes? Yeah, also that's another reset. Yeah, I remember when they said that. It was, didn't go over well, because, like, people finally woke up and realized, hey, this microtransaction system is kind of awful for the industry, let's maybe stop doing this. And the thing is, I don't even really like the fact that I'm not even a big fan of cosmetic microtransactions. I still think that a lot of those practices are very predatory to players, but as long as it's only cosmetic, I'm more accepting of that than I am of actual gameplay altering microtransactions. But I still don't like it, just so we're clear. Or sorry, I still like it. It's better than gameplay, but I still don't like it. Autocorrect, yeah, I figured. Yeah, it is definitely some interesting coincidence that kind of screams nepotism. Because I was confused. I was confused a second. I was like, the same games. That's interesting. But yeah, it makes more sense for names. All of Marvel's Avengers cosmetics put together cost $3,400. You're not kidding. I can believe it. I can absolutely believe it. It's Square Enix after all. Square Enix is not much. It's not much higher on the totem pole compared to Spike Chunsoft. They're kind of, especially now that Spike Chunsoft has actually made a game that's all microtransaction driven. They're not that far away from each other. Spike Chunsoft, man, I hate this franchise we created, but we gotta make money somehow. Alright, time to slap together some high school dropouts in the game development team. I think that's unfair to high school dropouts. I think they probably still could have made a better game than what we got. But what we got is just atrocious. No effort was put into that game at all. Absolutely none. I don't like to usually assume that, but when the game is literally copy and pasted from V3's bonus mode and the story basically may as well not even exist, and most of the gameplay comes from the same board game or paying money to do things, it just screams laziness. Top to bottom, it screams laziness. Without a shadow of a doubt. Mr. Krabs finds out about microtransactions. Yeah, what would... If Mr. Krabs made a video game, Mr. Krabs would become the CEO of EA. Is that would ever be a case? Infants developed Danganronpa S. I don't know, man. Do you see that? You see a couple years ago when an infant toddler was able to beat Street Fighter V's easy mode or something like that? I don't know the exact. I don't know the exact context. Didn't someone put like the control in front of a toddler and they beat Street Fighter V's easy mode or something like that before game journalists or something? I don't know, something like that. As a comment on my stream, said they had to have put effort in to make it worse than V3. Yeah, someone mentioned that it truly is an effort. Like, it truly is amazing that they managed to make something worse than V3. But in terms of the actual, like, that's a funny thing to say. But in terms of the actual workload that went into creating Danganronpa S, I do not honestly believe that they put effort into it at all. I honestly believe that was thrown together at the last minute just to have a new game to put on the Switch, or to get Ultra Despair Girls onto the Switch in some capacity, even if it was just in the form of having the characters be there and not the game itself. I don't believe that any substantive effort was put into that game at all. I refuse to believe that. No new music, no new voice acting, no new anything. Yeah, it just reeks of laziness. It reeks top to bottom of we threw this together at the last minute without a care in the world to try to make money off. Can I jump on this ledge, please? Thank you. Without a care in the world, because we knew it would sell. We knew it would sell, and now I'm thinking they're never going to try it again because it clearly, well, I don't know about the sales numbers, but it's not been received well from even a hardcore. Only the most hardcore of hardcore are defending Danganronpa S right now. And from what I've heard earlier today, not through the best of metrics. Imagine the microtransactions were for buying the new characters. That would be, yeah, that would be indefensible. That would be awful. Like, if they had brand new characters in the game and they were like, oh, well, you want to play as new characters? Too bad for you. But yeah, every single character is, you either spend hours of your life trying to unlock them, or you buy them with microtransactions, which is just a garbage system to employ. Imagine Danganronpa S gets a Game Awards nominee. It won't. It's not gonna. If Grey's Attorney isn't gonna get a nomination, Danganronpa will never get a nomination, and rightfully so. But neither game will ever see an award of any capacity, unfortunately. If Ace Attorney didn't get anything, then Danganronpa never will. Or to boost the sales of the Decadence, pushing fans to rebuy all the games in the collections to do something new. I don't. I mean, I know Danganronpa fanboys aren't exactly smart, but I would hope that they at least have the presence of mind to be able to realize that it's literally just the bonus mode from V3 and not actually something new. But I guess I have too much faith in Danganronpa fanboys' cognitive capabilities, I suppose. Can I assassinate this knight? Yes, I can! Okay. I approve. I actually managed to assassinate the knight. Nice. And he's dead. Cool. You think before Decadence they ported 1, 2, and V3 to mobile? You think they made the game for mobile and decided to put it on Switch so they charge more? Possibly. That might be what happened. That could very well be something that happened there. If Danganronpa S is even considered as a nomination, you will quit video gaming's hobby and never look back. I wouldn't push it that far, but I would have questions about about our standards as a community. But the thing is, I'm confident that will never happen, so I don't think I have to worry about it. I think I'm pretty safe in that regard. Don't think we have to worry about the potential of Danganronpa S getting nominated for anything. Ever. Imagine Taro playing Persona 5 and learning about the fact you can romance. Oh, Taro. I don't even want to. Taro. Yeah.
Copy that.
Imagine Taro playing Ultra Despair Girls. Also, explains why it didn't include Ultra Despair Girls, because it would be the hardest to port to mobile due to the controls S introduced the characters in that game. Yeah, it would explain that. There's multiple reasons why some people think that it's because its content wouldn't be appropriate for a Nintendo console, which I don't think that's true, considering some of the games that are on Nintendo. Considering the fact that Doki Doki Literature Club is available on the Switch, the excuse that Ultra Despair Girls is mature, therefore it wouldn't work on the Switch, doesn't really fly anymore. But the thing that I'm also thinking about is Ultra Despair Girls' existence would make V3's ending self-cancel, because their whole thing is all of Danganronpa is a game show, but Ultra Despair Girls can't be a game show because it's not actually a killing game. It's something that happens outside the context of Hope's Peak Academy in the real world. So that game's existence would nullify the continuity of V3. So I think they just want you to forget about it. And like, this game, you don't want to know what happened in that game. Taro wouldn't get past the first palace since he would play lots of Kamoshida. I'd be like, I can't do this to Kamoshida. I can't kill Kamoshida. Why would I do such a thing? He'd just be soft locked there forever. Taro romances everyone. Unfortunately, the game won't be kind to him. Yeah, people mention that if you romance all the characters, something bad happens. And there's this morbid curiosity I have to find out exactly what that is. But I don't know. Ultra Despair was literally another episode, though. Yeah, but that doesn't matter, because V3 explicitly says that all the killing games have been broadcast for TV, but says nothing about Ultra Despair. Ultra Despair isn't even listed in, like, when they show that list of all the things, like Danganronpa, Trigger Happy Havoc, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or whatever. Ultra Despair isn't even listed on that list. So it seems very clear to me that they realize that if Ultra Despair, because I talked about this in the V3 finale, it seems that they realize that if Ultra Despair Girls is considered canon to the series, then it would immediately nullify the V3's ending. So they could not actually do that. They couldn't treat it as canon. Oh my God. Okay. We're fine. We're still upright. It's all good. Went for a bit of a ride, then we're still upright. If they acknowledge that game is canon, it nukes it. I mean, V3's ending is already nuked anyway, but it nukes it even further if Ultra Despair Girls is considered to be canon. Romancing all characters is worth it. People tell me that something happens, but I don't really want to do that, because that's not a standard I want to commit myself to. So, yeah, I don't really want to be unfaithful to, I get the video game characters, but I'd still rather not do that, but I am curious as to what exactly would happen if I did, because people mention that the game will not treat you kindly. Your actions will have consequences if you do this. And like, oh, okay. Are they all gonna like gang up on me and kill me slowly? I don't know. And then Ultra Asparagus has included an S. Yeah, the characters are there just so that people don't complain. It's like, well, at least the characters are here, but they clearly do not want to acknowledge the game's existence. V3 considers 3 canon, which considers Ultra Asparagus canon. Yeah, but that's a contradiction. That in of it's like that's a contradiction of V3's part. But if they think that Ultra Asparagus is actually canon, a canon entry in the universe, then they would have included that as a part of that list, but they didn't. They deliberately chose not to include it as a part of that list, and there's a very good reason why they didn't. Because they know that if they did, because the whole premise of that ending is the killing games have all just been TV shows the whole time. It's all just been a show put on for the world. But Ultra Asparagus can't be a TV show because it takes place in the real world outside the context of the killing games, like enclosed environments. So, yeah, they don't want, if Ultra Asparagus is considered to be canon anymore, then it nukes the ending. B3 considers 3 canon. So when at the end of the game, when they show that list of like all the different quote-unquote seasons of Danganronpa, one of the things mentioned there is Danganronpa 3, the end of Host Week High School. So there's that. We went from Danganronpa S to Halo 5 Mystery Sonic Secret Rings tomorrow. No, because I'd rather play Halo 5 significantly more than I'd ever play Secret Rings or Danganronpa S again. Because Halo 5's story may suck, but its gameplay is at least enjoyable. Whereas Danganronpa S is just the worst thing ever created. I stand by it as now. It has now taken my top spot in terms of the worst game I've ever played. And it's not even close. On your third playthrough, you actually romance 2 people and the things still happen on a lesser scale. The only thing I can think of right now is that they all just, like, gang up on Joker in an alley. They all just surround him slowly. And then just, like, beat up. Like, you know at the end of Lion King when the hyenas eat Scar? I'm just thinking it's like they just slowly corner him and then just, like, beat the shit out of him or something. I don't know what happens. I have no idea. I'll probably look up the scene on YouTube after I beat the game. Because I'm extremely curious as to what happens. I'm extremely curious what actually happens if you romance every single character in the game. Like, literally everybody that the game lets you. It'll say this, it's hilarious. I can imagine. You need to react to the all romance ending on stream. What I might do is I might record my reaction to it and put it in the finale. I might do that, but I plan on a reaction on my YouTube. I might just like paste it onto the final episode. I'll probably put it at the very end of the final episode is what I'll probably do. We'll see how that goes though. But I'm planning on, my last stream is going to be next Sunday with the Mario Kart 8, because after that I'm going to kind of step back from YouTube and just spend time with family and friends and kind of take the rest of December for myself. So that's going to be what I do there. So I won't stream it, but I'll definitely make sure I include the reaction in the video. Will I ever allow Yusuke to join the team during a battle? No. The short answer, no. I don't like Yusuke at all. I have no reason to ever... mainly it's because my current team works so well, I have no reason to ever let it change. But also because I just don't like Yusuke. So, sadly, for anyone who likes Yusuke, he will never see my party again. Also, can this knight please die? He's almost dead. Focus fire, and there we go. Again, giving power weapons to your teammates and letting them absolutely wreck face works every single time. Is it, you know, if it's bad if you romance Oya first and actually really liked her? I do not have very many positive things to say about Oya right now. Oya has not given me good impressions at all. Oya is literally the worst option. Yeah, I don't... Maybe she gets better later in the game, but right now I don't have very many glowing things to say about her. Favorite Awakening. Favorite Awakening is Makoto's. It's not even... I cannot overstate how impressive it is that within the span of a single episode, the game managed to make me go from, oh my god, can Makoto please delete herself from the game, to, dear god, I want to do literally everything that ever has to do with Makoto for the rest of this game's runtime. So, yeah, that's easily my favorite awakening so far. It'll be tough to dethrone that. You can't romance. Oh god, could you imagine if you had the option to romance both Makoto and Sei? They'd murder you in your sleep if they did that. They'd murder you in your sleep if you romance both the sisters. That'd be like the worst thing. That, like, oh dear god, that's, oh god, oh no, what have we done? Also, speaking of what have we done, I think I'm probably dead here, unless, okay, never mind, we're fine. So I'm not gonna jump back in and we're all good. That's I would rimshot you, but I'm currently driving the Warthog, so I'll rimshot you after the mission ends. You don't think I should put Danganronpa S as my #1 worst game? At the end of the day, it's just a money-hungry game for microtransactions. At least mobile games, at least we tried. No. I think it's definitely worthy of the #1 worst spot. I'd absolutely give Danganronpa S the #1 worst spot because it's so poorly made. It's such a crap experience from start to finish, and as you mentioned, it's riddled with microtransactions. It's riddled with predatory microtransactions that just are there to sap your wallet dry. I think it's easily, because V3 at least doesn't have because their story and gameplay is about on par with each other, but Danganronpa S's production value is so much worse than V3. We're probably dead, or we're not somehow. The Danganronpa S's production value is so much worse. It's so much lower, and the fact that it's riddled with microtransactions just pushes it over the edge and makes it somehow makes it even worse. I hate this character. 1 hour later, I'm in love with this character. That's basically what happened. Yeah. It also made me lose oxygen. Yeah, I couldn't fucking breathe when the JPEG slid across the screen. I could not breathe when that was happening. I was just like, I spent $20 on this. This game was made by a toddler, and even that's being unfair to toddlers, because a toddler could at least probably accidentally make something that's at least marginally better than this, somehow, even if it was by pure accident. It's like Paul just all over again. I hated him first and then cried when he left. Yeah, but that took 3 games for the transformation to take place, whereas Makoto's transformation took place in like less than an hour. So, you know, there's that, I suppose. It took 3 games for me to like Apollo, whereas it took less than an hour for me to like Makoto, which is something. It's impressive that was able to happen. Something that happened in DDLC, which is fine because it's a visual novel indie game. It's yeah. So like that's the budget of DDLC is, well, even then I'd say that like they at least, given the limited budget of DDLC, Dan Salvato and his team did a very, very good job to, like, even though they're just static images, that bounce across the screen, they still look alive. Like they've done a good job of selectively using them for specific situations to make them look alive and look impressive and look like they're not just static images. Whereas the thing about S, they literally just slide the things across the screen and they just don't care at all. So I don't know what happened. It's pathetic. V3 is less capable of deceiving people. The only people that would defend Danganronpa are people that don't care about the game design and are rabid fans. Yeah, because even the most hardcore defenders of V3's ending are still speaking up against how crap Danganronpa S is. There's so few people that are actually defending Danganronpa S's shit show. I'm surprised anyone is, but yeah, the only people you're gonna find that think this game is of any quality at all are just the absolute most hardcore, blind, brand loyal fans who will literally consume anything that Spike himself craps out, no matter how crap it is. Cutscene with Ryuji around you, Teruteru. Okay, so Ryuji glancing at Ann's breasts is not even remotely comparable to the absolutely creepy, disgusting things that Teruteru did. Well, tried to do. Like, I'd like to remind you, Teruteru tried to rape Kyoko in Danganronpa 3. I don't want you to forget that. Teruteru literally tried to rape Kyoko in Danganronpa 3. That is not even remotely comparable to Ryuji glancing at Ann's breasts. Those are 2 completely different scales. Those are two. That's not even close in terms of their like the magnitude of what they've done. Also, that was efficient. All right then, I'll accept that run. Anyway, rim shot. Sigh of relief. There's a rim shot. There was just hormones. Terra generally has serious issues. Yeah, there's no defending what Terra did. I could not believe what I was watching in Danganronpa 3. That was, I don't know what the hell that scene was, but it was, yeah. Terra also says in his free times, we should get to know each other with our bodies. Yeah, so I never got that line because I didn't... Luckily, I never did his free time events. I don't know who... I guess except for morbid curiosity, or just a completionist desire to get all the trophies to do all their free times. I don't know why anyone would go out of their way to go spend time with him after the shit he said. But yeah, people told me that some things he says during free time is, questionable at best and morally reprehensible at worst. Spike Chunsoft's president. It's time for you to find out who I really am. Ripsoft Master Reveal was actually who's been messing up everything. Josh Cooley all along. The whole time you were watching the S stream, you were thinking of Spike Chunsoft being Woody laughing at Buzz. It seems accurate. It's not that far off.
What's wrong with him? He looks
That
broken.
clip can be used in so many instances for so many different reasons, and it will work every single time. Because it's just a versatile clip that has just infinite uses. We have to pull off the mask of Josh Cooley like Scooby-Doo.
Of course, Governor. My apologies. We're looking for another Spartan fire
The
team.
mask unveiling.
So many Spartans here. Why not?
At least some of Terra's and Kamoshida levels is bad. Well, yeah, because Terra attempted to rape Hiyoko, whereas Kamoshida actually did sexually abuse people. So, to be clear, Terra and Kamoshida are both shitty, absolutely horrible people. But if you have to compare the two, Teru attempted, whereas Kamoshida actually committed. So, I mean, it's magnitudes of shit, I guess. Look, Buzz, a good Danganronpa game. Where?
Is anyone with you at the outpost?
Just me. I heard we got
Basically that, yeah.
back. Right as I left, that ship.
Because it's such a perfect delivery. Tom Hanks' delivery in that scene is what sells that scene. It's so good. It makes me laugh every single time I see it. I cannot help myself. It's so goddamn funny.
You ought to synchronize your drop zones better next time.
Its delivery is exceptional.
Sounds like it was a UNSC ship.
Oh, by the way, this is a mission. So in Halo 5, there's 3 missions called, well, they're called missions, but they're not, like, there's no combat here. It's just, you walk around and you talk to people, and then that's it.
What happened over at the
What happens here is you talk to 2 people, and then the mission ends. And this is categorized as a mission.
Okay, Ed.
Woody laughing at Buzz was what you were thinking when everything great about The Last Airbender should have been recommended. Wait, did Cinema Wins actually make a video called Everything Great About The Last Airbender?
We might be able
to I wish to delete myself from this universe if that's actually a thing.
Swooping down to take our claim.
Hold on.
I'll tell you what. Our folks at Apogee are
Great
plenty
about
strong.
the
Don't
last.
think you vultures can pick the bones.
Is that actually a thing? Oh my god, it's a thing! What the fuck?
I think that's our location.
How is it 12 minutes? How is this video
You came under attack, and then a UNSC ship was seen heading that way.
find a network terminal. I want to know more about Apogee Station.
Artemis ought to be able to track down a suitable network terminal. Ping it.
I swear I lose more faith in humanity every single day. How is there a 13-minute video saying everything great about The Last Airbender? How is that how did this happen?
People saw a UNSC ship out near Apogee.
Oh my god. Yeah, speaking of Woody's laugh, now's a great time to pull up that clip and just go, bah! The animation also helps. Yes, the animation does help sell that. His face and just the sudden, like, it's hard to describe, but Woody's movement in that scene really sells the joke. That and Tom Hanks' performance, because like the line itself is just, was it an April Fool's video? I can't check right now, but if someone would like to check what day it was uploaded, I would be much obliged to that. You don't think Cars 2 is as bad as people say? I don't think so either, but it's still bad. So, like, Cars 2's plot is broken. The whole story falls apart from one reason alone. Even if you disregard the immense contrivance that allows Mater to take the place of the American agent in that bathroom, the amount of things that have to go wrong in the specific order that they do go wrong to allow him to take that, to be in that bathroom at that exact time is ludicrous. But putting that aside, the fact that he doesn't tell, no, the fact that he does tell Holly and Finn that he's just a tow truck and not a spy, and then they're like, yeah, whatever. It's just amazing. It's just nonsense. But the obvious things people go for are the things that are so immensely stupid that you cannot possibly take them seriously, like Mater flying through the air with the parachute and stuff like that. Like that's so ridiculous. And Holly deploying wings. Like, the movie's even self-aware of its stupidity when at the end, when the minivan says, "Oh, Minnie, please, come on, none of this happened. Rocket jets, flying spy cars." And Holly comes in and says, "No, you're quite right. It does sound a bit far-fetched." Like, the movie's aware it's stupid. But I have, I guess, more respect for it than I do Toy Story 4, because Cars 2 may make no sense, but at least it tries to do something with its characters. It tries to do something with Mater and McQueen, and it doesn't assassinate its characters, and it tries to have the Radiator Springs crew at least play, have some kind of a role in the story. Whereas Toy Story 4 is like, nah, fuck you, Jesse and the gang are stuck in an RV, Buzz is a moron, and Woody contradicts his personality the entire movie. Because we hate you, that's why. So, yeah, I deliberately spent a lot of time talking about Cars 2 in the final episode of my Toy Story 4 series, because I'm so sick of people saying that Toy Story 4 is amazing and Cars 2 is the worst Pixar movie by far. Because it's not. Even without Toy Story 4, I don't think Cars 2 is the worst. Also, someone mentioned it was an April Fool's video. It doesn't seem like it, because someone mentioned that it came out January 20th of 2017. So, sorry, Sinner wins. You've lost your only defense you had left. It's game over for you. Cars 1 was McQueen's story, Cars 2 was Mater's, Cars 3 was Cruz's story. Cars 3 was McQueen and Cruz's story. Because the thing that makes Cars 3 so phenomenal is how it caps off McQueen's arc. It's the way it ties it back into Doc, and how it gives him a full circle conclusion that allows him to keep doing what he loves without killing himself to do it, and giving someone else a new chance to shine. So that was very much like, that was cool to watch in the cinema, to see that on, I said cinema, that was cool to watch in the theater, to see that unfold, to see him reach that point in his character arc and give someone else the chance that he had, and kind of following in Doc's footsteps. His character arc in Cars 3 is definitely, like, that alone makes it the best of the bunch. So, yeah, Cars 3 is definitely something special. What pisses you off about Cars 2 is that instead of trying to continue with the first one's themes, suddenly have spies out of nowhere. It's definitely jarring. It has nothing to do with the first movie, which is certainly, you know, a bizarre choice. But, so, if the plot was good, that would be fine. Like, you can still have it be a good movie, even if it's very tonally disjointed from the first movie. But the problem is that, also apparently I can't make that jump. The problem is that even aside from the fact that it's fundamentally broken as a plot, aside from the fact that it doesn't connect to the first movie all that well, it's just fundamentally broken as a plot. Mr. Sanghelios, what's going on? Well, we're talking about Pixar movies. We just came out talking about Cars 2 and 3. It's like a Toy Story 2 was suddenly a rom-com. Oh, you mean like in Toy Story 4 when it was all about a romance story between Woody and Bo Peep? Oh wait, I'm glad that never happened. Glad nothing like that ever happened. Anyway. Pixar going from Toy Story 3 to Cars 2 in less than a year was really jarring. Yeah, that was definitely a jarring thing to see, although I don't think it was less, I think it was just over a year, because I'm pretty sure, I think Toy Story 3 came out, June 18th of 2010, whereas Cars, yeah, I think it came out, Toy Story 3 came out June 18th, 2010, and Cars 2 came out June 24th, or at least I think, maybe, actually, it might have been exactly a year. I think it might have actually released the same day. I'm not sure. It was either June 18th or June 24th. So it was either 1 year or a little over a year. I thought it was June 24th. Oh, no. So I know now. The Hollywood premiere was June 18th, but the US release date was June 21st. That's what it was. Okay, so it was a little over a year between Toy Story 3 and Toy Story 2. But yeah, to see it go from one of Pixar's best films to one of its worst was definitely quite something. That was interesting to see. You heard one dude say Cars 3 was the worst Pixar movie of all time, so damn, he must have been real wrong. Yeah, no, that's not even close. It's not the worst Cars movie, and it's definitely not the worst Pixar movie. There's so much worse than that. Have I seen Luca yet? No, I have not. But I plan on watching it. Maybe I'll watch it with my family for the holidays. Cause like once I get all the videos up for the rest of the year, I should have more time to watch some of the stuff I've been neglecting. Because I also want to play Life is Strange True Colors. I just haven't gotten the chance to, because I just haven't had the time to. So I'm hoping that once I get all the videos prepared for the end of the year, I'll have more time to kind of catch up on all the things I've missed. Then there's the everything wrong with the Lion King original. Yeah, because they have to make, CinemaSins has to make videos on like everything, and they're forced to find problems with everything. Which doesn't bode well, because when your brand is I must find all the problems with everything, it doesn't typically go well for you, because you're forced to look for things that don't exist instead of just finding things naturally. So it just doesn't end well for you, especially when most of your quote-unquote sins or boil down to just like random jokes. Same thing with Cinema Wins. I think both channels are crap. Luke is a fun movie, not a masterpiece or anything, but plot is straightforward. It's still a good movie. That's what I kind of heard. I heard the general consensus on Luca was that it's not a Pixar revolutionary masterpiece or anything, but it is definitely still, yeah, like, you'll still have a good time with it, which is, I mean, I guess I can't nowadays anyway. I can't expect Pixar to knock it out of the ballpark with a masterpiece with every single movie. One time, Shiny Guy said he was surprised that real life, by and large, all Pixar make WALL-E. He's not wrong. Yeah, I think I actually said something like that. I think I said, when I was talking about WALL-E, that I find it interesting that the massive conglomerate Disney is like, oh, by the way, by and large is the big bad. It feels very much like the people of Pixar being like, hey, Disney's kind of we're not saying it's Disney, but it's Disney. Finding Nemo is amazing. Yes, Finding Nemo is one of Pixar's best films. It is a phenomenal story. Gotta go. Alright, thanks for tuning in, Neighbor AT. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you soon for whatever you tune into next. Thanks for tuning in. One time, I already read that one. Keep seeing the defense, but it's a joke channel, then how about they advertise themselves as one? Yeah, so, it's not, the problem is that they don't treat it as a joke. They actually make substantive criticisms. Like, they clearly, in their videos, make substantive criticisms of the movie in them, on top of the jokes. So you cannot make that, like, that's the excuse that they always, it's really a perfect get out of jail free card, because they can always use it as an excuse, but it doesn't work as an excuse for people who actually think, because they clearly make criticisms in their videos that are actually substantive and not just jokes. What do I think of people who say the WALL-E was only good for the first 30 minutes? I can understand someone who would say that WALL-E's first 30 minutes are the best part of the movie, because I think that the opening 30 minutes of WALL-E are definitely, like, phenomenal, and I think there's an argument to be made that it is the best part of the movie, but to say that it's the only good part of the movie, that's not even close to correct. It's a typical as Free Guy's script. I don't know about that one, because CinemaSins would be more just on par with, like, they resort back to that defense whenever they're in trouble, whereas Free Guy is constantly contradicting itself. I don't know if I pushed it that far. Yeah, Finding Nemo is phenomenal. Genuinely heartfelt storytelling. And Finding Dory, I don't hate Finding Dory, but it's just nowhere near as good as like, it's not, they're not even on the same playing field. Finding Dory doesn't do anything to destroy the characters from the first movie or anything. It's just that it's clear, like, Dory is the star of the movie, which is fine. It's totally fine to have her be the star of the movie. Because, like, the one thing you could do to expand off of the first movie was delving into the backstory with her parents. And the backstory with her parents is genuinely very good, and it definitely got my tears, it definitely got me a little tearjerker, it definitely got my heart, you know, it got my heart beating a little bit in terms of actually making me feel very very emotional about all that stuff. But as a whole, the movie is got absolutely obliterated. As a whole, the movie is nowhere near as good as Finding Nemo is. Then there's TV scenes. I think I hate TV scenes more than any of them. I really think I hate TV scenes more than absolutely any of them, because you know what? Okay, TV scenes made videos on Phineas and Ferb episodes. I think someone asked me what my favorite video on YouTube is. I don't have an answer to that, but I do have an answer to what I think the worst video I've ever seen on YouTube is. And that's taking into account just rights videos on, like, objectivity and stuff. The absolute worst video I've ever seen on this platform is TV Scene's video on everything wrong with Summer Belongs to You. It's actually atrocious. I wanted to blow my brains out at least 30 times throughout that video. It's actual dog shit. It is the worst video I've seen on this platform. It's only 13 minutes, and it's still... like, it's broken from every conceivable angle. Some of the things they said made me want to jump out a window. It's truly atrocious. Because Phineas and Ferb, I mean, not every episode is a masterpiece. They definitely have episodes that are, you know, not as good. I think I can count on one hand the number of bad Phineas and Ferb episodes out there. But if you're gonna pick an episode to criticize, Summer Belongs to You is not one of them. That is not one of the ones to go for when you're trying to criticize Phineas and Ferb. It's not how that works. I think they said something... They said something that really pissed me off at some point. It was something like...
This area is secured.
I'm trying to think if I can get the exact quote right. Oh, okay. So they said the third female lead is defined by her daddy issues. So basically, the definition of being a woman in this episode is desperately seek your validation in a man. So actually, fuck off. Like, kindly go fuck your... If you think that Isabella, Candace, and Vanessa are only defined by the desperation to seek validation as a man, actually go fuck yourself. Like, that is such a disingenuous representation of what Phineas and Ferb is. I have absolutely no respect. If you say that about Phineas and Ferb, I have no respect for you at all. You clearly, you either hate the show and you can't actually come up with a substantive reason why, so you're just desperately trying to find anything you can to criticize it, so you're making stuff up to make it seem worse than it actually is, or you're just actually brain dead. Because, like, genuinely, if you think Isabella, Candace, and Vanessa are not strong characters on their own, then you just didn't watch the fucking show. Isabella's entire, like, her whole thing is being the leader of the Fireside Girls troupe, and she's absolutely phenomenal in her ability to do that. The best episode to show the case that is Isabella and the Temple of Sap, where her entire plan to, her whole plan to get that sap tree from the top of the mountain, that's all her, and it's all the Fireside Girls working together. So if you think for even a second that the creators are, like, trying to say that it's all about seeking validation as a woman or as a someone, it's like seeking validation from a man, then just kindly go fuck yourself in that case if you just didn't watch. Like, when I see that, I just want to go like, yeah, stream's over. But wrong. Yeah, whenever I see something like that, whenever I see someone say something like, "Oh, they're all just, they're all just, they're not real characters. They're just trying to, They're trying to seek validation from a man." It just makes me want to just shut down and shut the whole thing down because you did not watch the show. Like, yes, does Isabella have a crush on Phineas? Yes. Does Candace have a crush on Jeremy? Yes. That's the best you're gonna get. Their personalities are not defined by that. In fact, originally, I didn't know this until recently, but when they originally created the Phineas and Ferb show, they didn't actually want Isabella, like, they didn't conceive Isabella as a character, they didn't conceive Isabella as a character as someone who would, as someone who would, like, be obsessed with Phineas. That was something that Disney pushed onto them. It's like, well, kids like romance, right? So you gotta have romance in there. That wasn't something that they wanted. That was something that was forced onto them by Disney. Isabella was conceived as a character who was just strong on her own as the leader of the Fireside Girls troops. But even if we disregard that, and if we just look at what's in the show, she shows more determination, resilience as a Fireside Girls troop leader than she does as Phineas's love interest. So that's just the one I just don't get at all is Vanessa. Like, oh, she wants to get closer to her father, and I guess that means her only character trait is seeking validation from a man. Like, you have to be so blatantly disingenuous to say that. Especially, there's a whole episode all about Vanessa, like, proving that she can do things all on her own. There's a whole song called I'm Me that she sings by herself, and she fucking kills it in that song. It's all about her independence and her being able to just do things all on her own. And it's a phenomenal song. But the guy who made that video is like, yeah, that doesn't exist. She just seeks validation from a man, lol. So yeah, Cinema Sin sucks, Cinema Win sucks, but I actually hate TV Sins for that one episode alone. It pisses me off to my core that they say that shit. It's like when Joe and Brooks were like, Woody being loyal is a bad thing. It's like, okay, go fuck yourselves, first of all. Yeah, like, actually go fuck yourselves. Because that's all you can do. When you can't actually criticize something, all you can do is just make shit up. You just make up random shit about characters because you can't actually criticize them for what they're actually representative of. It's so goddamn stupid. I hate it so much. I really just hate it so much. But, you know, what can I do, I suppose? It's, ugh. Also, if anything, Candace is more trying to seek validation from another woman than anything, because what Candace wants is for her mom to see that she's right. So if you really want to stretch it that far, which, by the way, even if you say that she's trying to seek validation from her mom, I don't even think that's not even a complete summary of what the show's all about, fundamentally, in terms of its, like, the wider scope of its characterization and plot beats. But if you want to stretch it that far, then the main crux of the show has always been her trying to get her mom to see that she's right, not Jeremy. Like, Jeremy is such a side character for a lot of the show, because he's not really he doesn't really have a character. Like, there's never an episode that focuses on Jeremy's wants or desires or his motivations or anything like that. He's just kind of there. So, Candace wants someone to get in trouble. I wouldn't push it that far. Nah, I wouldn't push it that far. Cause it's not so much as she wants them, it's more just like she wants to feel validated. Like, she wants her mom to know that she's correct. She wants to feel justified. She wants her to know that she's not just lying, that she's not just blowing smoke up her ass. She's actually telling the truth about what she's saying. So that's kind of what that is. I wouldn't push it. I don't think it's just that she wants, because she clearly cares about her brothers. There's many episodes where she has the choice between busing her brothers or helping. Like, there's a scene where she has to choose between saving Phineas's life or getting them, or not, maybe not that, like saving his life or getting him in trouble. Like, it's clearly, she does care. She cares about their well-being and their health and their safety, and she loves them as her family. She's just sick of her parents not believing her. So that's more what Candace is all about. Remember Jeremy's friend who was only in season 2, but he was so pointless? Which one? He's had multiple friends that were only there because it was so pointless. It's the one Stacy goes out with in the Baljitos one, right? I think. Yeah, sorry. In the Baljitos, there's an episode that's when Balji gets his solo number, which is freaking phenomenal, by the way. It's also when Candace and Stacy go out with Jeremy and one of his friends. Yeah, that's one. It's because I know who it is. I can see him in my head, but for the love of me, I can't think of his name. It's the one Stacy goes out with. I can't. Oh, god damn it! This is gonna kill me. I can't think of his name. Can someone, to put my mind at ease, can someone do me a solid and look up what his name is? It's killing me that I can't remember what his name is. I think it starts with a C, like Colt or Clayton or Colton or something like that. I cannot think of his name, but it's killing me that I can't. There was a 24-minute video called "Everything Great About Halo 2." It's probably focused on the story, and yeah, I can see that, because again, the story the story is absolutely phenomenal. I will stand by the Halo 2 story is exceptional. But it's just that its gameplay sucks, and I'm guessing that video didn't focus on the gameplay. Also, another instance where I gave my teammate a Hydra launcher, and she took that Hydra launcher, and she just absolutely annihilated that night. Give your teammates power weapons. This has been a PSA from me. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Didn't the mom literally see one of their inventions, the one where pets can talk? Yeah, so she saw that one, but she didn't really care. Coltrane, that's what it is. Okay, I was close. Coltrane, that's what it is. That's what it is. Coltrane. I knew it. So I was close. I said Colton, Clayton, Colton. I said Col. I came pretty damn close. Coltrane is correct. Yeah, I can hear them saying that now. That is the correct name. That is the correct name. I can hear the characters saying that now. That's correct.
Something here.
You know what? I was pretty close. I was pretty damn close with that. I think I get at least 1 point for my trying to remember the name. I was pretty damn close with my what I thought the name was. That I'll give myself 1 point for that. But yeah, so the mom did see the invention where she saw two actually. She saw the one where they make the one that lets pets talk. But the reason why she didn't actually care is because, as far as they're concerned, they didn't actually do anything wrong, because it didn't actually work. Like, obviously it worked, but all she saw was Perry doing that. I can't do that. I'll just embarrass myself if I try to do the voice. It's like, you know the Perry chatter sound effect. He does that, and then when he steps into the microphone, it doesn't actually translate to his thoughts. It's just his chatter again. So the mom just thinks, oh, so they set up a microphone to a speaker. That's kind of cool. And then in the episode where Thaddeus and Thor come into the picture, she sees them build a treehouse. Like, she sees them build the treehouse because it's just a treehouse. Like, it's just a normal treehouse. It's not. She doesn't see the gargantuan thing they actually built. She just sees the standard, like, kitty treehouse. So she's just like, oh, that's kind of cool. See, Candace, isn't that cool? The boys are actually starting to take an interest in building things, and it's a funny joke because it's like, oh, now they're starting to take an interest in building things, because obviously the jokes that they've been doing it the whole summer. So it's kind of a cool joke that I like. But yeah, she did see the inventions. But so, and actually, technically happened. They actually, I think, get in trouble technically in Love at First Bite, because when they put on the performance, or like when they put on like the block party, Phineas and Ferb make a mess with their thing, and they get in trouble for it, and they're told to like clean it up. Candace isn't satisfied with that though, because they don't actually. She doesn't actually see what they did. She just sees the mess they made, and they're told to clean up afterwards. So it's not so much that she wants them to get in trouble. She just wants her mom to believe that all the ridiculous things they do are. Is there a Cinnamon Wins video for Toy Story 4? Oh, there is there. I thought for is there a Cinnamon Wins video for Toy Story 4? I thought there wasn't one. I really thought there wasn't one. Is there actually one? I know there's a Cinema Sins. Are you sure it's wait? Are you sure it's not a Cinema Sins video? Because I'm pretty sure the Cinema Sins video was actually 60 minutes. I'm pretty damn sure that Cinema Wins did not make a video on Toy Story 4. I know Cinema Sins did, and that is a 16-minute video. But I'm pretty damn sure that Cinema Wins never made a Toy Story 4 video. I mean, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But I can't. I'm gonna look at chat in a second. But right now I gotta focus on not dying because this boss fight sucks.
Defend yourself.
Meet the Warden Eternal, everyone. He's a terrible boss battle. Here's what you do. Get up to the top of the building, get up to the top of the ramp, and then just spam incineration cannon at him. I've given my teammates power weapons, so they'll shoot at him with the Hydra launchers and the rocket launchers and stuff like that, so they'll help me out. But that's basically all you do, is you fend off the crawlers so that your teammates don't get shot by them. Then they shoot him with the Hydra launcher. Like you can see that I'm not even shooting them right now. My teammates are the ones that are actually shooting the Warden Eternal, and they keep shooting him and they keep doing damage to him. Actually, let's see. Can they? Yeah, they just keep. Here, let me keep these guys off their back for a second. And I'll shoot him myself. Okay, got him. There we go. That was close. That was close. And he's dead. He's already dead. He's already dead. Give your teammates power weapons. That is why I survived it, because I gave my teammates the Hydra launcher, the rocket launcher, and all that kind of stuff, and they used those weapons to absolutely tear him to shreds. I think that fight lasted less than a minute. I think that's how quickly I did this, because I think the fight literally lasted less than a minute. Cinema Sins, okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Sins. Yeah, they got in trouble for an adventure, but only in dream. Yeah, it was Perry's dream inside of Candace's dream. Yeah, so it was Perry dreaming that Candace dreamed that the whole thing happened. which is kind of... I don't like that episode a lot. Like, I like the dynamic set up with Candace realizing she doesn't actually want the boys to get in trouble, and like kind of going on a rescue mission to get them. But then you realize that it's all a dream, and it's like, oh, so the whole episode was pointless then. Got it. I don't like that episode for that alone. Imagine if I'm inside the events of Halo Reach and Cat's driving the vehicle I'm in. I'm dead in that case. I'm dead if that's happening. That was really close considering how forgettable he is. Yeah, I'll give myself a point for getting the name that close. Surprised the video is only 16 minutes. Well, the thing is, CinemaSins doesn't think the movie's bad. They think the movie's actually great. They think it's another great Toy Story movie that just has sins. But what they consider to be sins aren't actual problems, so it's just crap. Brian Reed versus Josh Cooley. Brian Reed, because Brian Reed's incompetent, Josh Cooley's malicious. I'll take Brian Reed any day of the week. Brian Reed is just stupid, but Josh Cooley's actually malicious in his intentions. Didn't they also get called in the future episode? So technically, but it's a hollow victory. Because, like, so what happens is they go to the future, and Candace says that, like, they show the fact that Phineas is over there in the future is proof, like, hey, I was right, they did time travel to the future. And so, she's ultimately proven right, but it's a hollow victory, because it's like, well, what are they gonna do? Well, what is future mom gonna do about young Phineas and Ferb? She has no authority over them anymore, so it doesn't actually mean anything. It's just a hollow victory. Because the mom in her timeline, like the mom back in her, also the choreography in this fight is actual garbage. Like this, I hate this fight so much. It doesn't, these are biologically augmented super soldiers that are cybernetically enhanced to be the top of the class, like the absolute best fighters in the world, and they're fumbling over each other like two old guys fighting over a pancake. I know I said pancake in Persona 5, don't meme me into a Persona 5 thing, please, I get it. But like they're not, it doesn't feel like I'm watching two super soldiers fight. It looks like I'm watching two old men just stumble over each other constantly. Anyway, yeah, because like also, Locke literally shows the Chief the thing he's gonna use to win the battle, just so Chief knows about it, so that he can, like, why didn't he just put the armor lock on him when he was turned around facing the other direction? Like, just... It's so bad. Yeah, great job, Locke, you idiot. Also, he pulls his pistol on the Chief after he's already... Shoot, you fuckers, shoot. Yeah, they have guns. Please use them. He pulls out his pistol at the last second after his armor's already locked up. Also, he has 3 friends up there that just did fuck all throughout the whole battle. Why were they even in the scene? What were they doing? They didn't do anything. They just sat around on their asses the whole time while Chief beat the leader's ass into the ground. It's such a shit fight scene. Anyway, in conclusion, yes, they get busted, but it's a hollow victory, so it doesn't really matter, because the Candace in the mom and back in the present, her timeline doesn't actually know, so it doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, the game is a shooter for us. Yeah, it's a shooter where they have guns, and they even in Halo 2, when the Arbiter meets the Heretic starts shooting at the Arbiter, and the Arbiter shoots at the Heretic leader. They use their guns, but here they're just like, nah, let's just have them let's just have them do a boxing match, for some reason. This looks like worse choreography than The Dark Knight Rises. I've never seen The Dark Knight Rises, but I can believe it, because Halo 5's choreography is really, really shit. Do you play Master Chief in this one? Yes. In 3 of the 15 missions. It's pathetic. It's... They say that the game is split between Locke and Chief, but that's just wrong. You play as Locke for 12 missions, and you play as Chief for 15 missions. And the thing is, Locke isn't a bad character. Like, I watched the Halo Nightfall series, and he is a really interesting character with a lot of depth to his personality. He is an interesting character. The problem is that Brian Reed sucks at writing, so he doesn't actually feel like it in the game. So for 80% of the game, you're playing as a character who has no personality and no motivations and no desires. Like, Fireteam Osiris doesn't have any personal reason to want to hunt down the Chief or anything like that. They're just following orders, so it doesn't feel like there's no stakes to any... There's nothing... Halo 5 sucks. why does Candace just take a picture of the Avengers? So she tries. She actually does do that in a couple instances. The problem is that usually, whether it gets erased or the Doofenshmirtz fixes it, like something, she does try, like, it actually, in episode 2, she takes a picture of Phineas at the racetrack, but it doesn't work because the picture gets swapped in a really clever setup and payoff. The picture gets swapped from the bad one that was taken of her and Jeremy in the stands. Other times, like a single would get erased by Doofenshmirtz Dimension. She does try, it just never works out for her because the Doofenshmirtz, believe it or not, they actually do something to explain why the Doofenshmirtz and the Naders constantly fix Phineas and Ferb's inventions. And it's like the Milo Murphy's Law thing where some things in the universe have a luck pull, like a positive luck energy, some have a negative luck energy. So, unironically, Phineas and Ferb does a better job of accounting for contrivance and luck than Danganronpa does with Nagito Kamaeda. So, great job, Danganronpa. You failed again. You've lost to Phineas and Ferb again. Great job. So, let's see. At least Chief won, so it isn't about Pete's situation. It's not as bad as that because yes, like they haven't stripped Chief of his competence, but I'm sorry, the Chief, with how we know the Chief to behave, Locke never should have stood a chance. Like, the fight should not have lasted as long as that did. It really should not have. And even then, oh, nice checkpoint. The checkpoint is mid-car flip. Great. Like, even considering that, Locke and Chief are dumbed down for that fight. And the fact that the teammates just sit around doing absolutely nothing is laughable. I don't get it at all. I didn't give a 7 out of 10 to Freak Out. Yeah, well, IGN sucks, so it's par for the course. The one of the game is an MCC, Master Chief is barely in this. Well, I mean, I get the joke you're going for there, but Chief isn't an ODST at all because ODST is a spin-off game. But yeah, for a mainline entry, the lack of the Chief's presence in this game is absolutely pathetic. Especially because they lied to us. The marketing for this, I distinctly remember them saying that for every Locke mission, there will be one Chief mission. That's fucking wrong. There are 12 Locke missions and 3 Chief missions in the game. That's a ratio of 4 to 1. That's absolutely ridiculous. But you know, it's whatever. Did I ever wish for Candace to succeed? Well, I mean, when you're a kid, when I was a kid, not really, because when I was a kid, I was more just into it for the funny laughs. When I was a kid, I was into it for the funny laughs. I was into it for the resolution of Phineas and Isabella's relationship. But as an adult, going back to, like, I watched the whole series again. When the new movie came out last year, I watched the whole series again. As an adult, I came to, like, really appreciate a lot of the clever jokes and clever writing and adult jokes that went over my head as a kid, and the setups and payoffs, and, like, the actual character relationships between Candace and Stacy, Phineas and Ferb, Phineas and Isabella, Baljeet and Buford, Doof and Perry specifically stand out as, like, oh my god, this is phenomenal in terms of their actual character relationship. So, yeah, I kind of definitely empathize with Candace a lot more as I got older, but as a kid, you kind of don't really. And I think that might be what they're going for. Which might be why they focused on Candace for the new movie. Doof's your favorite character? Doof and Perry your favorites? Yeah, Doof and Perry. Man, like I liked watching them as a kid just because I liked watching the fast-paced action, their kind of buddy duo. But as an adult and like really appreciating their relationship and their dynamic and their character work, the Father's Day episode where Doof and Perry just have a moment where they just go on a quest together. Any opportunity that Doof and Perry got to work together as a team in the show, I love it. It's awesome to watch. And yeah, Doofenshmirtz is a perfect example of a redeemable villain. Because he's not really a villain. Because, like, I don't think Doofenshmirtz tries to be evil, but he's not really. Because he's just, like... Well, the way I look at it is it's more like what Doof and Perry clock in to do their fight thing, and then they clock out at the end of the day and they go home, and they might just, like, grab a bite to eat or something together. Because they're friends. At the end of the day, they're friends, and they just kind of do it out of, like, obligation. Because there are actual villains in the show that Doofenshmirtz fights against. Like when Rodney tries to send the world into an eternal ice age in the Safe Summer episode in Season 4, Doofenshmirtz fights against that. He fights to save the whole world from his evil counterpart in the second dimension. I there's a lot of really good character work in that show that just don't get the development that they deserve, because like it kind of goes. Oh, I'm sorry. They don't get the appreciation they deserve because a lot of people think, oh, it's just Phineas and Ferb, just a kids episode, or it's a kids show, haha. But no, there's actually really smart dialogue and really smart character development between all those characters that just goes massively underappreciated. Specifically with Doof and Perry, but even just Buford and Baljeet and Phineas and Isabella, just all those characters get so much love and attention throughout the series that doesn't get enough appreciation. And also, I love the relationship that Vanessa has with her father. So, yeah, I'm sorry that the person who made that episode of TV Sins thinks that wanting to have a good relationship with your father is seeking validation from a man. But, like, I'm sorry, but the relationship that Vanessa has with Doofenshmirtz is actually incredible to see unfold. And I'm sorry that you think it's nothing more than just validation from a man. It sucks. Have I ever seen film theory, Doofenshmirtz a sleeper agent theory? I don't really want to watch those videos, because after the Phoenix Wright episode, I don't think I want to know what they have to say about Phineas and Ferb. I really do not want to hear what they have to say. Doof steals the show every time he's on screen. Yeah, he really does. And Thwart me, Perry the Platypus. I was dying of laughter in that episode. That episode just absolutely cracked me up. Like, thwart me, Perry the Platypus. He's just begging him to thwart him. Because he's not, like, it's just part of, like, the fun time for him. And also in Night of the Living Pharmacist, where he gets to work together with Perry and Vanessa and Phineas and Ferb to actually, you know, save the town. That's great to watch unfold. In the future episode, Old Dude was pretty evil. Well, yeah, but that's different timeline of events. That's what happens if he actually wins and the power goes to his head, because it's kind of like absolute power corrupts absolutely. But we can see from the show and the main timeline of events that he's clearly not. He's just a guy who's doing things to try to account for things that happened when he was a kid. But in his heart, you know he's not actually evil. Isn't Dude voiced one of the creators? Yeah, he's voiced by Dan Povenmire. Dan Povenmire is one of the co-creators. He voices Doofenshmirtz, and Jeff Swampy Marsh voices Major Monogram. He's the other co-creator. I have so much respect for those two guys. They are so talented and so kind-hearted. I have so much respect for those two people. I really wish the Miles Murphy's Law didn't kind of fall by the wayside, because they know how to write. They know how to write funny, and they know how to write smart, and they know how to write emotional. They know what they're doing with the scripts and animation. Like, a Perry gets captured every time. Well, that's the thing. So, there's a couple times where Perry, like, puts the trap on himself. Just, like, because one time Doof was so lethargic that he couldn't... Like, the Candace's Big Day episode, where Candace puts on a wedding for, Bob and Deanna. That episode is the one where he has the junk foodinator, and I died laughing because there's like an elevator swap where Perry tricks Doof into getting into the elevator, and then he pushes every single button on the elevator's control panel, so he has to stop at all the floors before he gets to his floor, and there's just this long shot of Doofenshmirtz's face, just like, I hate everything, as the door keeps opening and closing with the elevator music in the background. It's so goddamn funny. But then when he gets back to the room, Perry's just chilling, like he's just chilling in the chair, just kind of reading a newspaper or whatever, and then Doofenshmirtz says, you could have at least gotten into your trap. It's on the table. Like, he gets into his trap for Doofenshmirtz, because like, again, it's not an evil thing, it's more like a buddy relationship thing, and it's such a fun dynamic to watch. I love Phineas and Ferb so much. It's genuinely my favorite TV show of all time. It's so goddamn good. Oh my god, it's so awesome to watch. He basically said that he's unknowingly actually a hero and that his dimensions are used by the good guys. Well, I guess it's technically true. Is the elevator music that one-hit song? Yes, the Get You Goo, that's what it is, because like, the joke is that they're following the four-step thing of, they write the song, they throw a diva tantrum, they write the song, then they throw a diva tantrum, then it becomes elevator music, and then they have a reunion comeback tour. And like, the joke is that once they follow those four steps of being a one-hit wonder, they're out, they don't want to do it anymore, despite the fact that they can make millions of dollars off the music. Like, really, if Phineas and Ferb could have just become musicians, they would have made a bajillion dollars. But yeah, like, that's the joke, is they follow the steps and then they're done. Yeah. Boston was a great... Okay, here's a question. I asked, since we're talking about Phineas and Ferb, to chat, all of you right now, Favorite Phineas and Ferb song? Go. What is your favorite Phineas and Ferb song? I question all of you right now. If Josh Clooney made a Phineas and Ferb film just for the characters, I would break something. He never would, because he probably doesn't want to deal with 2D animation. But I think we're safe on that regard. It's a great show. We binged it a while ago. Yeah, Phineas and Ferb is great. Phineas and Ferb is a phenomenal show. It's funny, it's smart, and it's heartfelt. It's really, really good. And I saw the live show, like the best live tour ever, with one of my friends. Because I only got into the show in the first because one of my friends was a massive Phineas and Ferb fan when we were in elementary school, and she got me hooked on the show. And then we went to go to the show together when we were kids. So, like, she's the reason I'm into the show so much, and I'm so thankful that she got me into it. Because, man, oh man, I love Phineas and Ferb. Busted Easily, Someone Belongs to You. Today, so the 104 Days song is Today is Gonna Be a Great Day by Bowling for Soup, which, it's Bowling for Soup, what do you expect? But my favorite is probably, if I have to pick, like, what's their best song, I'm probably gonna go with either Summer Belongs to You or Us Against the Universe. But in terms of my favorite song, it's What Might Have Been. Because like I said, when I was a kid, one of the things I was really invested in seeing come to fruition is Phineas and Bella's relationship and how it would progress throughout the seasons. So that song was just really emotional and kind of hits me in the feels every time. So I'd probably go with that one. My name is Doof, and you'll do what I say. Woot woot. My name is Doof, and you'll do what I say. And that, you know, and, hey, it works. It's designed to. Take notes, Lego Movie 2. That's how you make a deliberately, ironically funny song without literally saying this song's gonna get stuck inside your head as the lyrics of your song. Anyway, another one that's good is Thank You For... I can't watch the Thank You For Coming Along song. I can't watch that final episode. The final 5 minutes of that episode just get me... It's like Toy Story 3's ending. I can't watch it without crying, because it's so well done. The song is so good. Thinking about how the characters have come so far over the years, it's so awesome to watch. And there's so many great ones. Get You Goo, Busted, Everything's Better with Harry. A lot of the roller coaster musical songs like Carpe Diem and Roller Coaster. Vanessa's song, I'm Me. Buford and Baljeet's duet. Isabella's birthday song. Also Spend Half a Day with You. Evil for Extra Credits. Highly Unconventional Vehicle. Weaponry. There's so many great Phineas and Ferb songs. There's a platypus controlling me. There's a platypus controlling me. I'm not speaking metaphorically. The platypus controlling me. He's underneath the table. There's a platypus controlling him. What? That episode was great. There's so many. Like I said, you can count on one hand how many bad episodes there are. They had far more hits than misses with that show. Also, where's the goddamn button? Am I just lost? I think I might be lost. Where's the stupid... Oh, is it over here? Okay, here it is. Never mind. Found the button. Crisis averted. Okay. Paris... Oh, yeah, of course. Doobie doobie doo. Doobie doobie doo ba. Doobie doobie doo ba. Doobie doobie doo ba. That's just... Oh, it's such an iconic song. Love it so much. I love Perry's theme song. And I also love the parody of it when Perry and Candace swap bodies and it becomes Perry the teenage girl instead of Perry the platypus. She's a semi-neurotic teenage girl of action.
Members of Blue Team grew up together.
Shiny Guy put Yankee Doodle. So Yodel Yodel Obey Me. I like that one. I actually like that one a lot too. That's probably my most underrated song. The Yodel Yodel Obey Me is great. So here's one song. I don't want to say it's one of my favorites because the actual context in which the song plays is not great. It's Waggle Dance. I don't know if you guys have seen the episode, but the context in which Waggle Dance plays is questionable at best. But the song itself is really good, so I kind of hesitate to say it's one of my favorites, but yeah. What would I call the worst episode? Off the top of my head, maybe the Frankenstein episode. It would probably be one of the spin-offs, like whenever they would do a spin-off where they put the characters in a different situation, like the Doof Dynasty episode, or something like that. Like the Doof Dynasty one, the Steampunk one. Whenever they do like an alternate universe storyline, those are kind of meh. But if I have to, it would probably be one of those, or the Phineas and Ferb Get Busted episode. Probably one of those. Because other than that, they knocked it out of the ballpark with most of them. Phineas and Ferb is one of those shows that mentioned its quality despite of how long... Yeah, it maintained its quality in spite of how long it... Because it ran for, I think, 8 years. It ran from 2007 to 2015. And that was really, really good. Like, they had a great runtime. And even in spite of it, they ran for 8 years. And I even think that, like, some of their last episodes the final season... I think those are some of the best, like Night of the Living Pharmacists. That episode is phenomenal. I really love that episode. Act Your Age, the finale. They kept it going all the way to the end of the line. This show never faltered once. They had a couple episodes that were kind of but by and large, I said it again, they maintained the consistency of that show all the way to the end of the line. Favorite SpongeBob song? It's probably going to be The Best Day Ever. I mean, it's such an obvious pick. Of course, there is always Now That We're Men, stuff like that, but I think Best Day Ever is probably going to win out in the end. They also had a crossover with Marvel's Avengers. Yeah, they had one with Avengers, they had one with Star Wars. They got a lot of celebrities. They got Ben Stiller, they got Michael J. Fox. They got a lot of really talented celebrities to kind of come have cameos in the show. Best winter song to you is Gary... Oh yeah, Gary Come Home. Oh, that's true. Gary Come Home was really good, too. Ah, damn it. I don't know, it's close between those two. Gary Come Home is really, really well written. And they even... Didn't they play that song in the new SpongeBob movie? At least, like, a different version of it, I think. Get Busted feels being mean-spirited. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it really fits all that well with the rest of the show. Feels a bit weird. Never been a big fan of it. Monokuma vs. Perry, don't you dare put them on the same level of comparison. Like Ain't Got Rhythm? Yeah, Ain't Got Rhythm's a classic. The classic beat drop of Sherman at the library. That's one of the classic Phineas and Ferb songs. Like that whole episode was kind of the first time that they deviated from the standard formula of Phineas and Ferb make thing. Candace tries to get mom, encounters obstacle. Doofenshmirtz has plan. Perry stops plan, and in stopping the plan, it saves Phineas and Ferb from Candace and her mom. That's the first. Except for It's About Time. That was the first time when I really realized, like, oh, this show can do really great things with its characters. Because that was all about... There was no rivalry there. It was just Phineas, Ferb, and Candace working together to do something really nice for their parents. That, like, when Candace pulls in Phineas at the end there, that really got me going as a kid. Also, the Phineas and Ferb Christmas Vacation episode is a yearly tradition for me. I always watch the Phineas and Ferb Christmas Vacation episode every year. I really, really love that episode. What I didn't like was when Disney Plus first launched, the Christmas Vacation episode was not the US version. It was a version that was made for a different country. They took it from 30 minutes to 20 minutes, which means they cut out 10 minutes of the story. They cut out several songs, truncated other songs, and cut out major plot beats and some of the funniest jokes, and I hated that version of it. I hated that version of the episode, but the base Candace Vacation episode was phenomenal. The episodes which Candace worked together with them were some of your favorites. Yeah, whenever, like, because the thing is, the core formula of Phineas and Ferb is just great. Like, the actual formula of the show works so great. You can see it. You can see that formula done every time over and over again, and it will never ever get old because it just works so well. But whenever it deviates from the formula and has them all team up to accomplish something greater, that's when the show really shines. Is when they break the mold, they do something that goes above and beyond. Like the Where's Perry duology, I love that pairing of episodes. It pissed me off because that was like my first major cliffhanger ending. But I really love that duology of episodes. What's up? Right now we are talking about Phineas and Ferb and how great that show is, because Phineas and Ferb is an excellent show, and about what some of our favorite songs are. Another good songs are Little White Christmas. Yeah. It's not my favorite from the Christmas Vacation episode. My favorite is probably Christmas Is Starting Now by the Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. I think that's got a really funky beat to it. But I also like That Christmas Feeling by Vanessa. Well, I say by Vanessa. Olivia Olson is a phenomenal singer. She has an incredible voice. She's such an incredible singer. And she kills that. She kills every song she's in on that show, without fail. But I think my favorite one is actually one that isn't in any of the episodes, because there's a Christmas album you can buy that has a lot of holiday-themed Phineas and Ferb songs, and a lot of them are from the episodes, but one of them that I really love that isn't actually in the episodes is the 12 Days of Christmas Phineas and Ferb version. And I really love the 12 Days of Christmas rendition from the Phineas and Ferb cast. But I also like We Wish You a Merry Christmas from the 15-minute Christmas special. It's just a lot of good ones. One of those exceptions where even the foreign languages dubs were great and the songs were very well adapted. Yeah, I can't comment on those because obviously I've never heard them, but I'm happy to hear that it even excels in the foreign language dubs of the songs. That is cool to see. But yeah, there's a lot of songs on the Christmas album for Phineas and Ferb that just that weren't in the episodes themselves. So if you haven't checked it out, I recommend checking out the holiday album for Phineas and Ferb. There's a lot of really great songs in there that just never made it into the actual episodes themselves. It's really, it's a yearly tradition for me to watch that Christmas Vacation episode. I'm not as big of a fan. Also that is a lot of, enemies, Jesus Christ. The Christmas, I think I'm dead here. Oh, I'm not, I live somehow, I don't know how, but I did. The 15-minute Christmas special where Kelly Clarkson has a cameo, that episode kind of feels more like, hey look, we have Kelly Clarkson. Oh, also, you feel like you watched an episode for the songs, whereas the Christmas Vacation episode in Season 2, you watched that one for the story. That one you watch for the story because it's so gripping and the music is so great as well. It's just such a heartfelt Christmas episode. Oh, another underrated song, Frenemies. Buford and Baljeet's duets are masterful. I love the one they do in Lots of Lakas where they sing together. It's called Frenemies. I love that one. But the one that really got my heart going was when they sang Big Honkin' Hole in My Heart. That's because Buford and Baljeet's relationship isn't really tapped into all that much, but it's really good stuff there. What was the song that Candace sang with Allergic Reaction? That's called Evil Boys. Oh, that's one thing. I have a problem with the show for one thing. So they say in episode 1. Also, I need to take a drink. Jesus Christ, I've been talking too long. Okay. So in episode 1, they say that Candace is allergic to dairy and parsnips, and yet in a later episode, they have her eating a grilled cheese sandwich without issue. And I'm not sure if they're aware of this, but cheese is a dairy product. And if Candace is allergic to dairy, she should not be able to eat that grilled cheese sandwich. So that always annoyed me. But that's like my one problem with the show. That's my one problem with the show as a whole is kind of how they handle Candace's allergies. I just don't think they really understand what what her allergies consist of. I don't think it's like a malicious thing. I think they just don't understand. I don't think they did enough research about that to kind of properly portray it, I should say. There's a squirrel in my pants. Yeah, squirrels in my pants. It's such a dumb song with really stupid lyrics, but man, is it so much fun to listen to.
5 more events following Meridian. It's 11 colonies.
Episode 1 kind of feels distinct from the rest of the series in some aspects.
The warden confirmed Dr. Ozzy's theory. Cortana is activated.
Well,
Not this one. Not yet. Sunaion.
I guess.
Religious site on
I guess I'll just say I'm interested to hear what you had to say about that. Because I can think of one thing, but I never really felt like it was. It doesn't really feel. Maybe because it's. I guess maybe because it doesn't have a song. That could be it. Phineas's voice is obviously. Phineas and Isabella's voices is interesting. Phineas's voice sounds higher, and Isabella's voice sounds deeper. Phineas acted kind of weird. Yeah, I don't think they properly nailed his characterization yet. Like, he kind of seems... When he talks to Candace and he says, that's cool, you wait till the last minute then about summer reading. Like, he doesn't...
I'll make arrangements.
For most of the series, he's not, like, he's not malicious, he's not evil, he's not lying. Because he doesn't think they're doing anything wrong, right? Like, they think they're just having fun and making the most of the summer vacation. So whenever someone asks him what they're doing, he's always honest about it. It's just always usually misconstrued in a way that makes it seem like they're not doing anything wrong. But in the first episode, he kind of seems almost malicious. As in, like, when Candace asks him what he's doing, he says they're doing homework. And then says, oh, that's cool, you wait till the last minute then. As in, he knows to lie to hide what they've done, even though for most of the series he wouldn't have thought to do that. Yeah, I can definitely see that. But I'll also say that's one episode out of like 200 or something where he acts weird. I think for the rest of the series, like literally every other episode in the series, he's fully in character and he's really well written. But yeah, that is definitely a weird thing to go back and watch compared to the rest of them.
Brought to this location for a reason.
Are you the only one who thought that Duke sounded kind of strange for the first few episodes? That's because that's just because of the voices. Like, so the most noticeable one is Isabella's voice, because if you watch episode 1 of the show and then you watch the final episode of the show, Isabella's voice kind of sounds like this in the first episode, but by the end of the series, it's like, "Hi Phineas, what you doing?" Because it's very noticeably pitched up. Also, hello Ryan Spurley, welcome to the stream. We are currently discussing Phineas and Ferb and how awesome that show is. But yeah, her voice is very more higher pitched than previous episodes, and the reason why is because her voice actress Alison Stoner, she, like, when she started doing the show, I think she was a teenager, so her voice wasn't as deep, so she didn't really have to alter her voice that much in order to do Isabella's voice. But the older you get, the deeper your voice gets, and because you have to kind of account for that, and she had to overcompensate to she had to overcompensate and go much higher with her voice in order to make it seem like she was still able to hit that high note, which is why it gets progressively higher and higher throughout the series. And when you're watching it, like when you watch the episodes more and more as they go on, you don't really notice it. But if you watch episode 1 and then jump to season 4, it's very noticeable. What do I think of Ferb's crush on Vanessa? So it's one way, so it's like, because it's like Ferb, a kid having a crush on an older woman, it's like, well, that's just a young kid who has feelings, like, whatever. If Vanessa reciprocated it, that'd be one thing, like, that'd be wrong. If Vanessa actually reciprocated his affection, that'd be indefensible. But she never does. Like, she never actually reciprocates his affection for her until he's old enough. Like, it's not until act your age where he's actually old enough where it's okay for her to do that.
More hostiles.
Like Dipper. Yeah, it's exactly like Dipper. It's like Dipper having a crush on Wendy. Where it's like, so Dipper has a crush on an older woman. So what? He's a kid. He doesn't understand how love works. It's like, why you're gonna yell at the kid for having feelings? Whatever. But if Wendy reciprocated, that'd be the problem. But she never does. She actually tells him point blank, it's like, dude, I'm way too old for you. Which I actually like that scene in Gravity Falls where she kind of like lays the ground where it's like, dude, I'm way too old for this. Or sorry, I'm way too old for you. Please seek employment elsewhere, kind of thing. So I really like how that's handled. And both. I'm down. I left the cave for less than a second, and I got instantly lasered. Thanks, Halo 5. I am dead. I don't think they can get me. Yeah, they can't. All right, that's fine.
All clear.
Yeah, it was done very well, both in Phineas and Ferb with Ferb and Vanessa, and in Gravity Falls with Dipper and Wendy.
I don't think they've been here long.
More hostiles.
So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. It's not actually, it doesn't go into effect until he's old enough to where Vanessa would be able to actually reciprocate it. So I think it was handled extremely well. Yeah, Phineas and Ferb is just such an incredible show. Everything about it, from, okay, can you not snipe me this time? That'd be great. From its storytelling, from its like plot work to its character work to its heartfelt, whether it's trying to do an emotional storytelling or it's trying to be clever with its setup and payoffs, or if it's trying to just be funny, it rarely missed the mark. A couple times, for almost all the episodes, they knocked it out of the ballpark. I am perpetually impressed by how incredible Phineas and Ferb was, both for its time and just even looking back, the show has aged really well. It's kind of weird that they dropped the subplot with Monogram's son and Vanessa. Yeah, because he was in it for a while. Like, even all the way through season 4, he just kind of disappeared. So I think that was more just, like, it seems very clear that it was them trying to do fan service, to try to be like, hey, look, Ferb and Vanessa are together now. Yay. So I wish they didn't drop it so suddenly, but the thing that they needed to nail for that episode was Phoenix and Isabella's relationship, and they knocked that out of the ballpark. That was what everyone had been waiting to see for years, and they delivered. That's one thing, because that's, in my Toy Story 4 series, I said, hey, fan service can be used to brilliant effect. You can do it well if the in-universe, if it's supported by the universe itself, you can do it well. And they did support it. Like, they actually built it up really well in that episode for their relationship to reach its natural conclusion. So that's why that's why that scene works. But so you can do that, or you can do what Toy Story 4 does and just be like, lol, I guess. Do you remember Buzz's music? Remember Woody's theme? Remember Jesse's theme? Like this, please laugh, please clap, please enjoy, consume. Feel nostalgia, please. No show's perfect. Yeah, no, Phineas and Ferb is not a perfect show. No, never said that. But most of the, like, I'd say 90% of the episodes, if not even slightly more than that, they absolutely killed with the writing. Another great thing is about Act Your Age, how they showed Doofus Now happens. Like, yeah, I really like that the resolution they give to Doofenshmirtz, because the final episode ties up everything really neatly, because it gives it Norm, even with Norm, because he always viewed Doofenshmirtz as a father figure, and he wanted to be accepted as a part of the family, and he is in that final scene. Vanessa has time to sit and just chat with her dad, because that was one thing Doof was worried about, was his daughter kind of like thinking he was a screw up and not wanting to spend time with him anymore. So they had that final scene, and even Perry's a part of the family now, talking together. Even though we can't actually talk, he can just go like a chat. Everything he does, what I can't do to save my life. So yeah, and then they tied it up with the kids and with Candace and Isabella, Buford, Belgique, the parent. And then showing like the epilogue of Act Your Age and how Doof and Perry still do their thing. Like they still like they have bowling night. They still get together to just hang out and spend time together. It's just, I love those characters so much. It was damn near perfect. It was a damn near perfect show. It wasn't perfect, but it was as close as you can get. I'm dead. It was as close as you can get. Yeah, see, this is what I mean by Halo 5. Like, it just kind of stops the gameplay dead in its tracks for a bit whenever you have to wait for your teammates to revive you. And, like, it's there because the game was clearly made with co-op in mind. It's clearly designed to be played with 4 real people. That's why the revive mechanic is there. But for some reason, it's like it plays co-op as well. Okay, it plays solo as well, single player as well. Unfortunately, you were so happy to see you and Perry be happy. Yeah, me too. Because like it's a platypus and a human, and yet they get along so well. And just to see them reach a natural conclusion and a nice place for their friendship is just so awesome to watch. The late 2000s were not good for animated shows. For the most part, yeah, no, they weren't. Phineas and Ferb and Gravity Falls are the rare exceptions in terms of, like, late 2000 shows. Phineas and Ferb was starting airing in 2007. So, yeah, they were the exception, not the rule, definitely. The show brought you so many fun memories as a kid. Yeah, you and me both. I have so many great memories associated with Phineas and Ferb. It's such a great show. It will always and forever hold a very special place in my heart. Always has, always will. For so many different reasons. If only there was an actual boss battle between Chief and Locke in Halo 5, yeah, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? To either to have to fight Locke as the Chief, or, this would be really cool, to have to fight the Chief as Locke, to have to face off against the Chief. 2010 show, that's still, it's still late, it started in, it's a 2010 show, but it's still towards the latter end of the early 21st century. But yeah, you'd kind of have a turnabout revolution moment where you'd get to face off against the Chief. That'd be really cool to see, to actually have to fight the Chief. That'd be awesome. But, you know, that would also require effort. The marketing built up this gargantuan conflict between Locke and Chief, and it built up this story about the Chief going rogue, and, like, what would cause the Chief to go rogue, and, like, how would a hero fall, and kind of what is he justified in going rogue, or is he betraying humanity? What is he doing? There was a massive Hunt the Truth campaign, and it was all just a bucket of lies. None of it was actually real. So it's just Halo 5. The reason why it annoys me so much is because Halo 5 could have been phenomenal. It had all the groundwork for Halo 5 to be potentially the best story in the series, but it just was not. It just actually wasn't, because Halo 5 is the best example of having great ideas and shit execution. Because the ideas of the new generation of Spartans versus the old generation of Spartans, the ideas of Cortana turning to the dark side, even though I don't think that could have ever worked, but you know, the ideas of Chief going rogue, the idea of a trained assassin trying to hunt him down, the idea of a Promethean and Covenant civil war, the idea of the Arbiter taking down the Covenant as vengeance for what happened all those years ago. The ideas are so good, and they just dropped the ball so hard with the execution, and it just stings. You actually didn't see Act Your Age as a kid when you watch it years later. You got tear-eyed because you saw my favorite character. Yeah, that actually would probably hit you the hardest if you waited to watch it until you were all grown up and you saw the characters grow up with you. That's kind of what what happened with me with Clementine in Walking Dead, because my age was very close to hers at each point when I played the Walking Dead games. When I played the Walking Dead games, I kind of grew up with her, essentially. Like, we aged at kind of the same... I mean, it was still kind of a year or two off, but you know what I mean. It felt like I was growing up with the character that I came to know so well over the course of the Walking Dead games. So it was just... That's kind of why the ending of Season 4 hit me in the feels so hard, because it's like I'm watching these characters that I grew up with just kind of reach their happy ending, and it was really nice to see. Shame about Halo 2, you're playing on normal difficulty and it was harder at the end. It would have been great. Yeah, Halo 2 is another game that could have been great. The difference, however, is that at least Halo 2's story is great. At least Halo 2, it may suck to play, but Halo 2's story is really, really well written. It's just that it sucks to play. You used to watch Phineas and Ferb a long time ago as a kid, but you only saw it as a funny show. You didn't realize that it actually had good storytelling and character development. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're a kid, you can watch it and just enjoy the funny laughs and the funny jokes. But as an adult, you can appreciate the real character development, the plot threads and the setups and the payoffs and the heartfelt storytelling. It writes on two levels and it excels at both of them. It's like a writer came up with those like concepts and then Brian Reed chucked out the script Uncharted 4 style. Yeah, it's well, the thing is, I think it was Brian Reed who spearheaded this, because he's very proud of the game. I've listened to him talk about Halo 5. He doesn't sound evil. He doesn't sound like someone who's like, mwahaha. Oh, Cortana was always just such a stupid evil character. Chief was always such an lethargic person, so that's why we showed him like this. Like, I don't get that vibe. I just get the vibe of he's just an idiot. Because, like, he seems passionate about what he does. He really seems to care a lot about Halo, and he seems to love the games, he seems to love the characters, he seems to be really proud of the direction he took the story in. So I genuinely don't get the vibe of, oh, well, he's actively trying to destroy Halo. I get the vibe of, oh, so you're just an idiot then. Got it. Also, I should probably take a drink while this cutscene plays. Streaming can really take a toll on your throat. Yeah, I don't think he's evil. I think he's just stupid. Also, so remember this fuck again? Yeah, well, he's back. Remember when he killed him? Yeah, and then anyway, he's back again. Yes, great.
Identify yourself.
I am the Warden Eternal. I stand in defense of Cortana.
He's back.
She called me to her.
Don't you love it? I sure love the Warden Eternal. He's back. Again. Also, remember in the last mission where this guy told Locke and Osiris that that Chief's team was approved for passage, and now they're telling them, actually, you're not approved for passage?
Do you find it
just
hard?
No consistency at all.
She keeps so much to herself.
Take me to Cortana.
Not just yet.
Who was the most satisfying villain to defeat in Persona 5 so far? At the current point of which videos have been... As of the videos that have currently been uploaded to the channel, Kamoshida. I will not tell you if that answer has been updated with episodes that I've already recorded or not. Rewatching some animated shows you like as a kid can go two ways. Either one, the show is magnificent, two, the show is terrible. Yeah, some shows you watch as a kid, you're like, this is great, and then you watch them when you're an adult, and you're like, oh, I was dumb. But some shows, the best shows, are the ones that withstand the test of time. That whether you're a kid or an adult, you can watch and be like, man, this is something special. Like Jimmy Neutron, as an adult, I was just like, why did I like this? But SpongeBob, Phineas and Ferb, Gravity Falls, this all stuff is like, man, these people know how to write stories. Metro Dread also reuses a mini boss. I just exit the game as you have bosses. Well, okay, so the idea of reusing a boss, I don't think it's like conceptually awful, because you can, for instance, the new Super Mario Bros. Games reuse like the mid boss, like the mid tier boss of. Because in New Super Mario Bros. U, there's 2 bosses per world. There's like the mini guy. I don't know what his name is, but he looks just like a mole kind of thing. And then at the last castle, you actually fight the Koopaling. And then the mini guy, the mole guy, he pops up again throughout the game. But every time you fight him, he gets a new ability, so the fight gets mixed up a little bit. So, you may be fighting the same person, the same character, but the actual mechanics of the fight have been changed because his mechanics, like his actual battle mechanics have been changed. Odyssey's another great example. Odyssey's another great example of you can reuse something but still have it change each time you do it. Like you fight Bowser twice, but it's not the same battle either time. You can reuse a boss battle, but the way this game, first of all, the way the game reuses the boss battle is atrocious, because it's just the same battle again with no differences whatsoever. But the amount of times you have to fight this stupid piece of shit is awful. Because spoiler alert, everyone, this will not. We fought him once already, and I'm gonna fight him again here in a second. But that is not the last time in this game that we will have to fight the Warden Eternal. We're gonna keep count. We fought him once. We're gonna fight him twice. And let's see how many more times we fight him before the end of this game. You will be stunned how many times he's reused. What was my reaction to when I heard people laughing at Duke Kaboom's backstory? Just disappointment in humanity. Like, just pure unbridled disappointment. Just like, you people fall for this shit's working. You people fell for this shit. Like, it's all it takes. Because it's the same damn backstory as Jesse from Toy Story 2. It's a toy who wanted to be with a kid, but then the kid's like, nah, and it got abandoned. It's the same damn backstory, except, you know, even in the, I just fucking realized, it's even in the goddamn movie. In the goddamn movie, Gabby's story is she gets picked up by a kid, and the kid decides she doesn't want to play with her, and so she throws her away. And then, in Duke Kaboom's backstory, is he wants to get played with by a kid, he picks him up, and then he doesn't want to play with him anymore. It's the same goddamn thing. The same goddamn thing. Except Gabby's is played for emotions, and Duke Kaboom's is played for laughs. It's the same fucking backstory. But for Gabby, the audience was silent, and people were like, oh, so sad. But for Duke Kaboom, it's like, ha, so funny, ha. Look at the funny Keanu Reeves story who got abandoned, ha. I fucking hate it. I hate Josh Cooley so much, because that's all it takes. All it takes is just play with the lighting, and play with the music, and string up the puppets, and watch them dance, and then all the audiences will gobble it up and fall for it hook, line, and sinker. Fucking hell, it's such a terrible movie. Pain's reviews all the time. Well, yeah, so it's also an instance of like a running gag throughout the series, as in Winston Payne is the tutorial guy you fight, but it's also worth noting he's reused over multiple games, not in the same game. You fight, I'm not going to spoil the number, I'm not going to spoil the exact number, but you fight the same boss battle in this game many, many, many times. An exorbitant amount of times. Like, it's unreal how many times you have to fight this guy throughout this game. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it's all in the same game. This game is like let's say it's probably 6 or 7 hours long. And throughout that runtime, you have to fight him many, many times. It's not like it's over the course of several different, like, 30 or 40 hour Ace Attorney games. It's all in the same 6 to 7 hour campaign. Warden Eternal sucks. I think Metroid Dread makes you fight the boss 4 or 5 times with one new move and introduce yourself. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's the difference. You can have a reused boss battle, but you need to make sure the boss battle changes each time, so like it has a new move or a new ability or just something to mix up the fight. This guy doesn't do that. Every time it's the same thing. He shoots an insta-kill laser at you, or he shoots a giant insta-kill ball at you. It's the same, or he can slice you with his samurai sword or whatever. And there's the insta-kill ball, by the way. It's the same thing every single time. Do they throw multiple of them at the same time? Just you wait. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see for yourself. Nope, let's get this guy out of here. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to do this while I'm fighting the boss. Okay, I think I got rid of him. There we go. The mod has, not the mod, the bot is gone. Link has been deleted. It's all good. We're safe. What was my reaction to Free Guy when Cap Shield popped up? Just the biggest exasperated sigh on the planet, because everyone in the theater was like, "Oh my god, it's Cap Shield," and they applauded and they went, "Oh my god!" And then when Chris Evans said, "What the shit?" they were just like, "Ah, funny joke," and I'm just like, "Oh my god, you people are so easy to manipulate." Because that wasn't even the worst one, because that was the first instance of oh my god, why? But it kept getting worse and worse throughout that scene. It just didn't stop. It kept getting worse and worse. Oh my god, it's Thing I know. I clapped when I saw Cap Shield. I will say though, the music's awesome. I like the music in Halo 5 a lot, actually. Episode where she dreams and succeeded in busting her brothers. Yeah, that's the... I actually don't like that one, because people have brought up it's very mean-spirited, but even aside from that, the whole thing's pointless. Because it's just, it's Candace's dream, which is inside of Perry's dream. Which is just like, okay, well then why did I watch this episode if it's all just a dream? So, I really don't like that episode at all. But, you know, I guess it's interesting to see how she could have potentially handled it, but yeah, I guess it just kind of goes to show she doesn't actually care about busting them. She's just more about, she wants validation for that, to prove she's right, kind of thing. Alright, now for the fun part where I get to try to, oh, is he coming to me? It looks like he's coming to me. Okay, hold on. This could be interesting. Hold still, buddy. Thanks for the pulse grenade. Another one? There we go, that should do something. Oh, this is, let's see how this goes. Risky business. Alright, where'd he go now? Oh, hi there. Goodbye. Take this kind of shot, please. Thank you. Nice knowing you, buddy. Don't want that scatter shot, please. Okay. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. Nice. Great, he's dead. We did it. Oh. So, brace yourselves, everyone. Remember what I said about Cortana? Well, it's about to get so much worse. Just keep your eyes peeled to the top left corner of the screen. You'll see it in a second once I kill this guy. Hold on. Hold still. Hold still. There we go. Alright, keep your eyes peeled to the top left corner of the screen for a second.
Chief, hello?
Cortana.
John, you made it. Oh my... I can't believe you're here.
Where are we?
You're on a Forerunner world. Designation, Genesis.
Like, that's just not Cortana.
Standing around. Let me get the bridge for you. The Warden will be back soon.
You know him?
Oh yes. Fair warning, he has a single mind, but a few million bodies.
Chief said you were destroyed.
After I saw John last, I was pulled into slipspace. That's where I found access to the Domain. A Forerunner system that spans the known galaxy.
How are you still active? Rampancy...
Entering the Domain. Touching this place. It cured me. It's like the water of life for AIs.
How do we get to you?
By accessing the gateway. The big building putting on a light show. You already triggered most of its activation sequence, just like I knew you would. Just one more to go. Okay, here it is.
So there's so much about this that I have to break down that I don't even know where to begin. Like, I don't even know where to begin breaking down everything that's wrong with this scene. I'm just gonna wait until they stop talking, because they never fucking shut up in this game.
Protect you from me.
There's so much to explain. It'll be easier when we're face to face.
Try me.
The cure for rampancy I've found means AIs can be immortal. That kind of lifespan allows for long-term planning, just like the Forerunners were capable of. AIs can assume the Forerunner's mantle of responsibility. And once there is peace, we can focus on poverty, hunger, illness. But Warden believes some will resist our help. And he's afraid you're one of them.
Sounds great. I don't get why anyone's expecting resistance.
The Didact made it clear the mantle of responsibility was an Imperial piece. Step out of line and suffer.
It won't be like that, John. I'll explain it better once we're together. The gateway-
Yeah, so in case you have not spotted the problems yet, I'll walk you through it. 1. Cortana's reveal. So in Mission 2, it wasn't confirmed she was alive yet. It was just like, oh, Chief had a vision of Cortana. Is she alive? Is she not? Who knows? Woo! But now it is 100% confirmed in this mission that she is alive again. And the reveal that Cortana, who had an emotional death scene in... I just went backwards. Fuck me. The reveal that she's alive again is done over a radio transmission in your earphones. Not a cinematic, not a cutscene, not even just a dramatic in-game reveal. It's done through a radio transmission where she says, oh, I'm alive again, by the way. Lol. It's pathetic. But then beyond that, she says, I touched the domain and it cured me of my rampancy. Because it's just that easy, I guess. It's just that easy to cure AI rampancy. Just touch the domain and then you're all good. Great. Lovely. That's so cool.
The exit is just ahead.
She just teleported into the scene, but that you mean the UI. Yeah, her UI teleported into the scene and then she's alive again. And she's alive because she touched the domain, I guess. Don't explain to me how that makes any fucking sense at all. And then, also, her dialogue does not sound... Jen Taylor, bless her heart, is doing the best goddamn job she possibly can. But this is not Cortana. This is not her dialogue. She would never say this stuff. She doesn't sound anything like her at all. Also, that is not the game lagging. That is actually... Sorry, that is not my stream lagging. That is actually the characters walking at 2 frames per second. They think you're on a 2.5. This shit... Yeah, literally. There's a reason why I compared that stupid episode to Halo 5 in my video. Because it's basically what it is. It's just, oh look, the character died. Well, no they didn't. Fuck you, that's why. Like, Cortana would never talk the way she talked in that scene. She just wouldn't. She never would. She wouldn't say that stuff. She wouldn't act like that.
We're gonna see if Halsey can learn to speak Guardian.
Meanwhile, back to Team Boring. Oh yeah, by the way. That was the last time you get to play as the Chief until the second to last mission of the game. The next, like, I don't even know, let's say 2 hours of the game are going to be spent with Locke and Osiris. So I hope you like Team Osiris, because we're going to be spending time with them and no one else.
The Arbiter is engaged in combat. We will escort you to it.
So it's like you're out of your league, Rock Boy? Kind of. I mean, she hasn't been full-on assassinated yet. That'll come later. But yeah, it's like she's holding a sign saying I'm evil. No, lol. It's basically what it is. I mean, she hasn't gone full stupid yet, but it'll happen later, and I don't believe it, but it's a thing that's happening. Like, she wouldn't, not only was she, spoiler alert, she's evil, but she would never be evil. Like, she would never say the things she says. She wouldn't believe the things she believes. None of this is in tune with how she acted in the original trilogy, or Halo Reach, or the Fall of Reach book, or the Fall of Reach TV show, or any of the other TV shows, or any of the other books. This isn't Cortana. It's not Cortana. No matter what pocket of the Halo universe you compare her to, whether it's the games, the books, the TV shows, or the movie, none of it. None of it is even remotely resemblant to how she acts in this game. But of course, oh, by the way, this is when the game becomes a different game. Because the next, like, 2 hours of the game are spent on Sanghelios, and Locke essentially focuses on the Arbiter's civil war with the Covenant, which is honestly the best part of the game in terms of its actual construction. It's definitely the best part of the game. The problem is that it has nothing to do with Cortana or the Prometheans or anything else. It's like a subplot. It's like a TV show where there's like a 5-episode arc in the middle that just goes nowhere and has nothing to do with the main plot at all. So, like, I don't know why it's a great arc, but it doesn't do anything because it has no relevance to it. It's just, most of this game is, the biggest problem with Halo 5 that I don't see many people talk about is that it's like the prologue to a story that hasn't begun yet. Because it's not like, Halo 2 is a massive cliffhanger, and Halo 5 is a massive cliffhanger, but Halo 2 told an intense story with really, really great character work with the Arbiter and Tartarus and all that. It told a story that actually went somewhere and made meaningful changes in the universe, and then it cliffhangered you before the final battle. But this game it introduces a story, doesn't actually follow up on it, because most of the main conflict in this game focuses on Locke and Osiris on Sanghelios fighting the Covenant with the Arbiter, which is fun to do, but it's not actually relevant to the overarching plot of the game. So it's like, why is it even here? There's no substitute for experience, says the guy who beats someone with 40 years of experience. Yeah, I hate that line so much. I hate that line even more than I hate "you're out of your league, rock boy." It's really saying something. They're both crap lines, though. Like, they're both really bad lines. So it's like Ratchet and Clank Tools of Destruction, where pirates appear and take over the story for a while. Never played it, can't comment on it. But if that's what it is, and it sounds pretty similar to what I described by Halo 5. It's like the first 3 hours of the game, which by the way, we've been going for 3 hours, believe it or not. First 3 hours of the game were all about Chief goes AWOL and hunts down Cortana, and then takes a Guardian ride to the planet Genesis, and then Locke and Osiris track him down to Meridian Station to try to find him, and then they fail, and now they've regrouped to try to find him again. So the plan is going to be to jump on board a Guardian on Sanghelios, and plug into the Guardian the same coordinates that were spit out when the other Guardian jumps to Genesis, and then feed those coordinates into the new Guardian to take them to where the Master Chief is. Problem is that to get to the Guardian, they have to fight their way through all the Covenant troops. Which wouldn't be, like, if this mission was just fight your way through the Covenant troops to get to the game, or to get to the Guardian, that'd be one thing. But no, they have to fight their way to these troops to get to the Arbiter, who then have to fight another battle to get to the Constructor, who you then have to take the Constructor to the Guardian, but to get to the Guardian you have to go through Sunaion, but to get through Sunaion you have to shoot down anti-air cannons, but to get to the anti-air cannons you have to fight the Warden Eternal! It's all so stupid! Like, really, this is the best part of the game, but it has nothing to do with the game itself. It's just so weird, and you'll see it as we go through the story. It's just so bizarre. Maybe I'll play it if PlayStation Game Pass gets revealed. I'll tell you this much: I may not like the way it's going, but if the original Ratchet and Clank trilogy gets revealed for PlayStation's Game Pass, which by the way, I know it's not called that; it's called something else. But the new name they gave for it is just stupid. So I'm just gonna call it PlayStation Game Pass because that's what it is. It's if they put the original trilogy of Ratchet and Clank games on there, I will get it in a heartbeat. I might not stick with my subscription to it after I play them, but I'll at least get it for enough time to play the original trilogy, because I love Ratchet and Clank 2016, and I love Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and if the original trilogy is anything even remotely close to those games in terms of quality, also think I'm dead, okay. If it's even remotely close to those games, in terms of quality, then I think I'll have a blast playing through them. So, that's my stance on that. It's a code name? Yeah, so even still I don't remember what the code name is. But whatever it ends up being called, we'll see. It's basically it's just PlayStation. It's just Game Pass on PlayStation is what it basically is.
Bodies ahead. Swords of Sanghelios.
The other thing is that Osiris, like, they all have different characters. And if you actually dive into their backstories, they all are, because Buck's on this team, and Buck was an ODST. They do, Locke, Vale, Tanaka, and Buck, they all have personalities. They all do have interesting characters. The problem is that they don't actually dive into them. Like, this game does nothing to explore their personalities or their characterization. You have to actually go to the other, you have to go to the other, you have to go to the external, like, source material to get their characters, like, to learn who they are, essentially, which sucks, because you shouldn't have to go play a different game or watch a different show or read a different book to understand the characters in a game. That's not what you should ever have to, you should never have to do that for any reason. But they just didn't try it all with this game. The original trilogy and Future Saga, greatest don't touch the spin-offs. Oh yeah, I've heard, I heard talk that there was a game, like, where, Clank becomes a secret agent or something. I don't know, I've not done a lot of research into any game that's not 2016 or Rift Apart, but I'm pretty sure I saw something about Secret Agent Clank or so, I don't know. It sounded weird, whatever it was. So I don't think I'll touch those. Imagine if someone takes me to a Josh Cooley movie without telling me it's Josh Cooley. I doubt it. Well, I mean, that wouldn't prove anything because I don't think Josh Cooley's a bad filmmaker. I think he's just evil and that he maliciously tore Toy Story to shreds. So if the goal would be take me to a Josh Cooley movie, don't tell me it's one, and then see what I say to see if I say it's good, and then you go, aha! So you don't hate Josh Cooley movies, or you don't hate the movie, you just hate it's his movie or something like that. That wouldn't really work because it's not that I think he's incompetent. I think he's just evil and malicious. Do I think that Halo 5 will be added to the MCC one day? No, not a chance in the world. Aside from the fact that Master Chief Collection, like they've said that it will never be added. They've said that it's never coming to PC. It just, like, 343 clearly wants to move. Like, 343 knows they screwed up. They know that they colossally dropped the ball with Halo 5. So they know damn well that they know that the story's bad, and they know they screwed up, which is why Halo Infinite is taking considerable steps to move away from it. However, I'm hoping that when they say move away from it, it's not gonna. I think what they're doing is they're going to tie up the events of Halo 5, but also clearly move in a new direction to get the series back on track, which is good. That's what because I don't want them to just go like Thanos snap it away and pretend it never happened. They need to acknowledge it. They just can't like linger on it. They need to quickly wrap it up and then move to something else, which I hope is what they do. So I don't think there's even a chance in the world that they're ever going to add it to the MCC. I don't think it's ever going to get a PC port. I don't think it's ever going to get an MCC release. And furthermore, if you go to, like I said earlier in the stream, if you go to Halo Waypoint, the website, and you click the Games tab, the only games that are listed there are the Master Chief Collection and Halo Infinite. Halo 5 isn't even included on the list, so they don't even want to, they want to pretend it never existed, essentially. They want to completely move away from it entirely, which I don't blame them for, because it did not go over well. As you can clearly see, it is not been received well at all. So, yeah, I don't think it'll ever get added to the MCC. Because, like, the reason why the older games were added is because they aren't on Xbox One, or PC, so they were added to bring them to a new generation of hardware. Can I jump up anywhere, please? They were added to a new generation of consoles or hardware or PC hardware that they never were on previously. But the Halo 5 is on the current generation of Xboxes, so there wouldn't really be a point to add it to the MCC. Now, PC, like an individual PC port, still wouldn't happen, but it would make more sense than adding it to the MCC, essentially. So there's that. But yeah, I don't think it'll ever be added there. There's 2 almost half-an-hour videos talking about how Danganronpa is good. I'm sure there's many more videos that are even longer than that talking about what Danganronpa is good. But I don't really care, because I've heard the arguments again. I've heard the arguments saying it's good, and they have not held up under any scrutiny at all. I just don't want to dive into it anymore. Like, I've completed my Danganronpa arc. I've played all the games. I've suffered through it all. I'm done. I don't want to touch it ever again. Unless by some miracle they release a game that looks like it might fix something, or I guess potentially break it even worse. I don't really want to touch the series ever again with a 10-foot pole on the channel. 2021 will be remembered as the year of Danganronpa. Well, either the year of Danganronpa or the year of Toy Story 4, because I covered a lot of stuff this year. But the main game that I covered, like the main game series that had the longest running presence on the channel this year was Danganronpa, so that'll be what the year is remembered as on this channel. And I would like to keep it that way. I don't want it to bleed into any other years. I'm sure there might be something that pops up every now and again that I'll have to go back and check. But, you know. Ah, he's got sniped again. Okay, revert. So where's that sniper? Where is he? Is he up there? There he is. I see him. Hello. Goodbye. Nice knowing you. So yeah, that's my stance on that. I played Danganronpa. I suffered through it once, and I don't really ever want to do it again. So that's my game plan. It's all there. The Let's Plays and streams will always be up there for you to check out. My sword guy, what are you doing? We're fine. It's all good. The streams and Let's Plays will always be up there for you to watch if you want to go back and watch me suffer some more. But unless they announce a new Danganronpa game, and even then, I don't know if I'm gonna want to do it. I really don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know if I have the energy to dedicate to the series anymore. I've served my time with Danganronpa. It's time to move on. It's time to move on to other significantly better things. So, we'll see how that works out, I suppose. But of course, Ace Attorney, I'll happily cover in a heartbeat. If Brooks uses logic to defend Danganronpa, oh, he would love all the fan service. Are you kidding me? He would lap up the fan service. He would lap up the swimsuit fan service, without question. But yeah, if Toy Story 4 is any indication of his cognitive capabilities in terms of this stuff, I would not be surprised if he tried for Danganronpa as well. Drop pod's coming in hot. Ah, he stuck that guy. Alright then. That went well. You want to play co-op with someone on Halo but you don't really have anyone? Well, here's the thing. If you want to play co-op on Halo 5, you can't do that at all because, well, I mean, I guess you can do it online, but there is no co-op for split screen for Halo 5. And for Halo Infinite, you won't be able to play co-op until May. It's kind of unfortunate, but honestly, I've waited so long to play the game that I just want to play. I just want to play the campaign. I've waited so long for it. I mean, honestly, I probably would have played it solo first anyway, so it doesn't sting me that bad that co-op isn't there. Wonder why they're not having pre-orders for the disc version of Security Breach. I don't know what's going on with that, because I checked the store page. I don't even think, are there even digital pre-orders? Because I checked the store page for Security Breach a while ago, and I couldn't seem to pre-order it. So I don't even know if there's digital pre-orders available right now, but I don't know what's going on there. I'm also not, because it's a PlayStation exclusive right now. They say it's on PC as well, but there is no Steam page for it. There actually is no Steam page for the game. So it seems very clear that it's going to be a PlayStation exclusive, which is extremely bizarre to see. Like, I never in a million years thought that would actually be a thing that I'd have to see. But yeah, I'll check it out once it's available, I suppose. Still feel obligated to play Danganronpa for the fanbase. Mental health is much more important. I appreciate that, but there is certainly an obligation to kind of check out, almost a responsibility to keep up with the series moving forward. But there is a certain point where I just can't take it anymore, and I just don't want to delve into this hellhole for the foreseeable future. But you know, we'll see what the future brings.
Yes, that is the path you seek. Keep moving.
If Sony actually releases a way to play old games again, you just hope they don't pull a Nintendo and fuck up the emulation. Yeah, if they do a 3D All-Stars, okay, goodbye. Okay, hello. Get Spartan charge. I missed. Oh god, bad. How? That should not have worked. Run. That should not have worked. There are so many reasons why that should not have worked, but it did. Okay. Ow. Am I dead? Or is there? Oh, Buck lives. Buck, save me. Buck, please. Buck, I beg you. Buck. We live. I couldn't. I tried to get Vale and she died right in front of me. I'm so sorry. Okay, where was I? Yeah, if they pull a 3D All-Stars with the Ratchet & Clank or any of their older games, that would be the big sad. Without the pressure of the channel, there should be no reason to continue Danganronpa left. There are way too many other games out there that have a much better chance of being good. Yeah, I'd rather devote my time to good things than I would devote so many hours to things that I just hate. But, you know, we'll see. I'm sure, well, the future remains unwritten, I suppose. Maybe I'll be called back to Danganronpa for one reason or another. Maybe I won't be. Who knows? Let's see. It's not impossible for someone to like Danganronpa fans who are still not liking Danganronpa. Yeah, there is a dichotomy to be made. There was sometimes you'll be there just for the fan service, but not like the series itself, I suppose. But I specifically think that Brooks would take interest in the fan service and would use that as a reason to defend the game itself, because there's reasons why he would want to do that. Imagine FNAF without fan theories, it would have died immediately. Part of the reason that game series has gone on for as long as it has is the fan theories. I said this in my Toy Story 4 series. If Scott Cawthon ever had the audacity to say, "Please stop theorizing about my games. All your fan theories are stupid and silly, and it's crazy," the game would have died immediately. So much of what that game did well was it thrived off its community's storytelling capabilities and the fan theories. baffles my mind that Josh Clooney's like, lol, we're debunking the crazy theory of a shared universe, lol. It's like, shut the hell up, you absolute dipshit.
Did they kill the Arbiter?
343 vs. Bungie, I'm not answering that question because I don't care. There's this false dichotomy that people have. It's like, well, what's better, 343 or Bungie? It's like, I don't give a shit. I'm not... There's this false dichotomy in the Halo community that you're either a Bungie purist or 343 fanboy, meaning either you want everything to be exactly like it was in the original Combat Evolved, or you want it to completely stop being like Halo at all, and you want it to be this cool, hip new game where you're thrusting all over the place, and that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, no, that's not the dichotomy that exists, you buffoon. It's... Like, of course there are people who fall into those games, people who are like, oh, Halo was crap Halo was crap before, sorry, Halo was crap once 343 took over, or Halo was crap before 343 took over. There are people in those camps who genuinely believe that, there's people who are like, man, you can't sprint in Combat Evolved, lol, such a slow game. It's like, you realize that sprint is an illusion, right? It doesn't actually make you go any faster, because the maps have to be artificially stretched to make you seem like you're going further than you actually are. Also, like, Halo Infinite Sprint doesn't really make you move any faster, it just shows the wind lines and it shows the running animation, but it tricks people into thinking they're going faster because you gotta have that gotta go fast button. So, yeah, there's people who think that the older games are slower and worse because of it. People who think that the games are... Inversely, people who think that the games nowadays are too fast and bad because of it. And it's a bullshit dichotomy either way. I'm sick of hearing it all the goddamn time. I really am just sick of hearing it all the goddamn time. Because Bungie did things well, and they did things poorly. 303 has done things well, and they've done things poorly. Neither company is perfect. Neither company is awful. They both have the strengths and they have the weaknesses, and I'd rather just judge each game objectively as a game, rather than saying, oh, did 343 make it or did Bungie make it? If Bungie made it, then it's the big good. If 343 made it, then it's the big bad. Or inversely, if Bungie made it, then it's the big bad. And if 343 made it, then it's the big good. I'm so sick of seeing that mindset all over the place. Drinking game, every time you fight the Warden Eternal, you'll be dead by the end of the game. Don't do that. Best ending, Halo 3 or Halo 4? Halo 3 because it caps off the trilogy perfectly. I mean, Halo 4's ending is emotionally powerful and I love it, but as an ending, Halo 3 does so much to perfectly cap off the trilogy. It's amazing. Also, hey guys, remember in Free Guy when they showed the Mantis walking in the background? Well, here's the Mantis. Don't you love Halo? Here's the Mantis, guys. Great. You like Kill la Kill and Dragon Maid apparently fan service shows, but they actually have more things going for them. Oh yeah, I mean, so for instance, the Phineas and Isabella kissing at the end of Act Your Age, that's fan service. So you can, like I said in Toy Story 4, you can have fan service in your story, but it can't be the only thing about it that's good. Because Toy Story 4 has a lot of fan service, but it's not supported by the actual story itself. It's just there to make you go, hey, look, the thing I like. I like that thing that I like, and don't you like that thing that I like that you like that I like? I'm sick of seeing it all over the place. But yeah, there's this mindset that people have that you can't objectively judge the games as in like, let's judge the game on its own merits. Let's judge the game for what it's worth and like on its own merits and as a Halo game, rather than, oh, it's Bungie so it's good or bad, and oh, it's 343 so it's good or bad depending on what camp you fall into. I'd much rather live in a world where we just judge the games and not as a product of a company. I'd much rather live in that world than I would live in the world where everything just... You meant the thing wrong style fan service? Well, so either way, my point is fundamentally still the same, as in, you can have fan service in your game, but it can't be the only thing about it that makes it worthwhile. Either way, your fan service can't be the only thing about it, so, like, you can have fan service that's clearly put in there just to make people happy, for lack of a better term, but so long as you have an actual competent story and characters behind it, then it's fine. Alright. So we're probably gonna die here, because I'm getting very aggressive, and this is a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway, because I've already committed to it. Let's see how long I last. Let's see how long I last until I blow up pathetically. Well, 100's dead. Yeah, I had a feeling that was a bad idea. I knew it was way too risky to do that, but I figured I'd give it a shot anyway, just to see if I could take out the hunters, doing it insanely risky and insanely aggressively. Are they both dead already? Oh, well that went well. Both hunters are already dead, apparently. How about that? That went well. That went very well, apparently. Did not expect that to go over as well as it did. So yeah, like, all this stuff we're doing right now with fighting the Covenant has no connection to the story whatsoever. It's gonna feel like such a tonal shift when we leave Sanghelios and go to Genesis. It's gonna feel like, what did we just play through? Why are these so different from each other? Like I said, it's just that it's just that that arc, the mini arc in the TV show that goes nowhere, and it's filler essentially. It's kind of like, I guess it's kind of like Canobite in The Last Jedi, where it doesn't have anything to do with literally anything. It's just there to pad out the runtime. Like, you could cut it out and nothing would change. It's just here as a means of padding the game. And again, to brace myself, I don't care about Star Wars. I don't hate it. I don't love it. But I know that that's a scene in The Last Jedi that goes nowhere, and could have been cut at no cost to the overall story.
Doors opening.
Surprised how long I've actually been able to maintain the health of this man. Oh, that he just got absolutely annihilated. The lead just walked right into the trajectory of my friendly Wraith's plasma mortar, so sucks to be him, I suppose. And I believe that there's hunters up there waiting for me, which is not ideal. Oh, to my right? Okay, high grunts. It's like filler anime episodes, basically. Essentially. So, there was a beach episode of Avatar The Last Airbender. I literally fell asleep during it. Like, I was watching it with Forget 45, and like, she had to wake me up. I was watching with her, and I legit fell asleep while the episode was on, and she woke me up afterwards. And I asked her, "Did I miss anything?" And she said, "No," because it's just the beach episode. So I'm like, okay, great. Kind of feels like, well, it's a different kind of filler, because sometimes what happens with filler is it's literally just there and it has no purpose, it has no connection to literally anything. Whereas this does connect. Like, the battle in Sanghelios is pivotal to the story because they have to fight through all this stuff to get to the Guardian. The problem is that it takes so goddamn long that it may as well be its own sub-story. This whole thing may as well have been a game in and of itself. Like, fighting the Covenant on Sanghelios may as well have been its own game. But it feels so disjointed from the overarching story of Cortana and the Guardians that it's like, why is this even here, kind of thing. Especially because it just drags, like, it just gives us more missions to play as Locke, and even less missions to play as Chief. Because I don't even know what Chief is doing right now. Like, I guess he's just chilling in the domain. But you'll see later in the game what happens with Chief. It's weird. I don't get what they were... You hate anime now, and you hate Halo 5? I don't think there's a direct link between those two things. I mean, I guess there is a Halo anime, but I don't... What has brought up your... What has brought a hatred of anime to the surface, I guess is what I would ask you. The episode actually had some good scenes between Azula and her friends. I'm sure it did, but in terms of the overarching plot, I was told I missed nothing. Master Chief, mind telling me what you're doing on that ship? Sir, finishing this fight. Yeah, I would just propose to you the question, Ward 789, of what has brought to the surface a hatred of anime. It was what I would pose that question. Imagine the Marvel TV shows without fan theories. Just anything that's thoroughly theorizable without fan theories, just like, it would just die immediately, because that's such a huge part of why the game or the show or the movie or whatever persists as long as it does. Is the fans' desire to try to figure out what happens next. But Josh Cooley's like, nah, fuck your fan theories. So I'm not even in this fight at Halo 5. It's definitely reasonable to have a bone to pick with Halo 5 because Chief isn't really in a lot of it. But there's a lot I have a much bigger issue. Like, if it was just a game where Chief isn't in it, and it's just someone else's story, I'd be like, well, that was dumb. Why are you even in this when it wasn't even your story? But I have a much bigger issue with the fact that Cortana is blatantly assassinated in this game. Like, it's indefensible how she was character assassinated here, because she's not Cortana here. And believe it or not, I mean, not this. So if you want to hear really bad defenses of this, go to my co-op stream with Neil earlier this year, and go to mission 14 called The Breaking. Listen to him. He actually tries to defend Cortana's character assassination. Not that that should surprise you at all, given what happened last week. Some of his key arguments were, she survived a nuke, and surviving a nuke will change you. Something like, she also said she's an AI, something like that. You can go back and watch the stream to get the proper arguments, but it didn't make my brain hurt as much as Brooks did during the Toaster 4 conversation, but it was pretty damn close. Let me tell you. People are already starting to theorize that Mephisto will appear in the Agatha Harkness spinoff. I don't really care. I've lost all interest in the MCU. I've lost any and all interest in the MCU. After Loki literally said free will doesn't exist, I have no reason to care about anything anymore in that series. Few years of waiting for Halo Infinite, and it's coming out in a few days' time. Yes, 6 years. 6 years and 1 month of waiting since Halo 5 came out, and it's almost time to play. You have no idea how ready I am to continue this story and see what happens next. I've been waiting for 6 years, and it's almost time. My waiting is finally going to pay off. The time when 343 made Cortana evil after Microsoft made her software in all their products. Yeah, I don't know what the hell they were thinking with that. What's the one thing I would change about being able to use my teammates in Halo 5? I would make one simple change, and it'd be so simple, but it would have so much more use. I would give the ability for me to select a teammate before I give a command. By which I mean, if I see a rocket launcher on the ground, but 2 of my teammates already have, one teammate has a Hydra launcher and one has an incineration cannon, and one has a Magnum, I want to give the rocket launcher to the one that has the Magnum, not the one with the Hydra launcher or the incineration cannon. So what I would like to do is, I would like to say, I would like to tag the teammate who has the Magnum, and then tell that team to pick up the rocket launcher. Because the way it works right now is I tag the weapon on the ground, and it tells the whole team to pick up the weapon. The problem with that is that even if someone already has a powerful weapon in their hands, they will still go pick it up to replace it, so it becomes this like juggling game in order to make sure the right person picks it up. It'd also be useful for me to be able to say, like, Vale and Tanaka flank right, Buck go left, and I'll charge down the middle, or Tanaka, you stay with me, Vale and Buck go underneath to flank. So I could, like, ping teammates and then tell them to go certain locations before issuing a command, instead of just collectively telling the whole group, hey, go do that thing, because it kind of takes away some of the nuances of the strategy. But that's my one change I would make. That one simple change is what I would make, and it would fix so much. Am I going to do a Let's Play or do it live for Infinite? I am going to do a Let's Play, because after what's happened with after what's happened on the Halo 3 stream, with how the chat, or at least with how someone in chat acted, I don't want to risk, spoilers. I don't want to risk anyone giving spoilers for this game. I've waited 6 years for it. I'm not risking the chance of anyone spoiling this for me in a live chat. 2, I am not running the risk of any kind of shenanigans happening in chat. Whether someone being like, lol, he's raging, or something like, or lol, Halo fanboy, or just anything, any kind of troll that might pop up into the stream. I don't want to deal with any of that shit. I want my first playthrough of Halo. By the way, I talked over, but she just said, let him hunt. He'll never find us. Cortana would never fucking say that. That's not... Anyway,
you have the firepower to get us in there.
Also, they have this like dramatic build-up right here where they're like, that thing's our last shot. Cortana's activating the Guardians, and then Locke's like, you have the firepower to get us in there. Get us in there. And then they say, yeah, we'll do it in like 3 missions. It's just, what the hell? But yeah, I want my first playthrough of Infinite to be completely in a vacuum. I don't want anything to tamper with it. I want it to be me, by myself, in my room, playing it for the first time ever, with nothing that can possibly tamper with it, at all.
Guns down, Osiris.
You guarantee someone will spoil on live stream, and that would be why I'm not doing it live. Congratulations, you've solved Blue's Clues. You figured it out.
Understood, Doctor. We're on our
Considering the 6-year wait, imagine the disappointment of Infinite's campaign story turned out meh. I really don't want that. I really wish. I don't want that. Please, no. Like, even... The one thing I want them to nail is Chief and Cortana's relationship. That is because the one thing about Halo 5 that pisses me off to my core is what they do to Cortana and by extension her relationship with the Chief. That it's so stupid what they do with that. If all they do is in Halo Infinite, they make it so that they redeem her, they fix her, just do something to get them back on track with how they were at the end of Halo. But the other problem is that, like, she died in Halo 4, and if they kill her again, it's gonna be... I don't know, man. I want it to be good. I really want it to be good. And I hope to hell that it is. But regardless of what happens with Infinite, you will hear my thoughts, in the final episode when the credits... You'll hear my thoughts throughout the series, but when the credits roll, I'll give my in-depth thoughts about it once I play it. And of course, for those who missed the December update, I will also be doing a live stream. So my first playthrough is going to be on Heroic, unless the difficulty is just so easy, and I'm just like blitzing through without challenge. I think I'm going to do my first playthrough on Heroic to just kind of soak in the story, and then my second playthrough, assuming it's not terrible, which I don't think it will be, I'll do a second playthrough on Legendary, and I'll probably stream that one just so I can still have a playthrough of each campaign on the channel live. But I don't want to do it for the first one just because I don't want to run the risk of spoilers or trolls or anything like lol Funnyman does rage or just basically I want to avoid what happened at the end of my Halo 3 stream, and I want to avoid what happened when I was in stock, because for those of you who are in chat right now that don't know, Halo 5 I waited for that game since 2012. When Halo 4 came out, I was there for that launch. I waited 3 years for that game. I avoided spoilers, because the campaign had come out a week early for people who pre-ordered, like, the Halo 5 Limited Edition Collector's Xbox, because if you got that Xbox, the Xbox that had Halo 5 bundled with it came out on October 20th, but the game didn't launch until October 27th. So if you got that Xbox One bundle, you could play the full game a week early. So everyone played the game a week early, and I didn't, because I didn't get that Xbox One. I got the base one for my birthday present that year. No, I think it was the year before that. My birthday present was an Xbox One that was bundled with the Master Chief Collection. That was my birthday present for my parents, and I was the happiest kid in the world that day, because I just played Halo all day, and it was amazing. But I didn't really want the new one. I just wanted the console, so I wasn't really sad about it. I was just like dodging spoilers all day, or all week rather, to avoid them, and I did. I successfully avoided spoilers from people in the real world, at school, and on the internet, in my comment section. I avoided spoilers for 3 years straight, only for as I'm sitting there, waiting for this 100-gigabyte fucking game to install on my console, I get a text message from someone being like, lol, Cortana's the bad guy, and just ruin the whole story for me. So, I'm gonna ghost everyone. I told Forget Forgot, I know that Forget Forgot 45 would never do this to me. She would never, ever do this to me. But I told her, like, I'm gonna ghost everyone when Infinite comes out. I'm just gonna, like, disappear for about a week to play the campaign for myself. And she said, like, that's fine. And, because she's as much of a nerd as I am. I know, shocker. So she kind of understands that desire to just soak in something blind and be spoiler-free about something. She kind of did that when Endgame came out. She kind of did that with other people to kind of stop doing that. To kind of, like, distance herself from spoilers and all that. So, I don't want that to happen with Infinite. I'm going to stay away from as many mediums of communication as possible. Just so I'm not, like, I'm going to turn off notifications. I'm going to turn off all that stuff. Because I don't want to run the risk of ruining I've waited 6 years for this. I'm not taking any chances now. You don't understand the idea of telling the guy who's extremely pissed off that you're laughing at them? Well, consider this. If someone's getting enjoyment out of someone being angry, a guaranteed way to make them more angry is to tell them that you're getting enjoyment out of them being angry. So, if you think about it, I technically gave him what he wanted because that comment pissed... When he said I was playing Halo 2 because I knew it would piss me off, that pissed me off to... Why, it just went flying there. That pissed me off to no end. Because it's like, no, I didn't do that. I played this game because I wanted to play through Halo 2, just to play through all the games before Infinite came out. I know there are people who play games because, like, you know, their brand is you want to play the rage game, you want to have the rage reaction or whatever. I've never done that. I don't want to do that. So to say that that's what I did is, like, that pissed me off to no end. So, yeah, it's kind of what happened there. You recommend to avoid YouTube comments for my Halo videos, spoilers pop up too? Yeah, I'm gonna turn off notifications. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say in advance. I apologize in advance to anyone who comments on my Halo Infinite series or just any videos in general when it comes out. I will not respond to any of you. I apologize in advance. That's not happening. I am gonna shut off. I'm shutting off all communications. I'm turning off notifications for you until I beat the campaign. Once I beat the campaign, I'll come back and I'll respond to everyone that I missed. Assuming it warrants a response, I'll come back and respond to everyone. But while I'm playing the campaign, I'm shutting off notifications. I'm completely isolating myself from the internet, and I'm not taking even the slightest chance of this game getting ruined for me. You hate people who spoil things just because they can. Yeah, it's because people are assholes, and they want to see sometimes it's a case of like, well, I got spoiled, so you're gonna get spoiled too. Lol, get wrecked, kid! But sometimes it's just a case of, like, wanting to ruin it for other people. No, he's not the guy I'm talking about. There was someone else in chat on my Halo 2 stream who said that they were getting enjoyment out of me raging. That's not who he's talking about, because I can understand why someone would find someone raging funny. But people said that they found my commentary funny when I was raging. But when you're in a live stream saying things like, lol, this guy's so funny, he's raging so hard, that's called poking the bear. That's called, like, you're actively trying to piss me off to get me more angry because you want to laugh at me more. So that's, like, it's one thing to watch a rage video and be like, man, this is funny, because, like, people can find whatever they want funny, I don't really care. And honestly, as long as you guys are entertained by the Halo 2 stream, if you were entertained by the Halo 2 stream, I don't hate you for that. You're allowed to find my videos entertaining, because, spoiler alert, I am trying to entertain you guys. Now, I wasn't trying to entertain people that day when I was getting angry, that was just me getting really fucking pissed off. But if it entertained people in the process, then I guess I did something right that day. But telling me in the moment that you were finding it funny is like, that, not a thing that you probably should have said. That didn't really go over, but no, he's not, Eugonic's not who I'm talking about. That's not, you can go back and check the chat from my Halo 2 stream, and you'll see pretty quickly who we're talking about. It started happening around the high charity mission, and then especially towards the beginning of the last mission was when things started to kick into high gear. Watching some call me Johnny raging 100% Sunshine is one of the most hilarious things I've seen. Just don't be a dick. It's that easy. Yeah, yeah. You can find rage funny. Just don't be a dick to the person who's raging, and everything's fine. Do not read comments. Yeah, don't worry. I'm avoiding YouTube and Twitter and a good idea. But yeah, avoiding YouTube, avoiding Twitter, just avoiding any means of communication to the outside world is generally a good idea for this stuff. What'd you miss? You missed us talking about Phineas and Ferb. That was a good chunk of our conversation was talking about Phineas and Ferb and how great that show is, our favorite songs, favorite episodes. Now we're talking about Halo Infinite that's coming out in a few days, and we are talking about the fact that I'm going to be avoiding spoilers for it because I am terrified of potentially getting spoiled for Halo Infinite after waiting 6 years for this game. Because the thing is, Halo 5 wasn't leaked when the game came out. It just that the game came out early for some people. So that's why I was afraid of getting spoiled for it. But Halo Infinite, there were files in the beta earlier this summer that gave away massive story spoilers, and people were spreading them around because they're fucking assholes. And I avoided all those. Reviewers got the campaign early, and then their videos covering it, because there's no embargo, there's no NDA, they can say whatever they want. So those are spoiler filled. There's then there's the fact. Then there's the fact that the well, I just lost my train of thought massively. That wow, I really just lost my train of thought. So then there's the fact that on top of all that, people got the game early, like just random shops random game stores had the game on their shelves. So the game's out there. It's out in the wild. It's out in the wild, and it's there for people to play. So there's like 5 different factors that could potentially contribute to me getting spoiled for this game. I am doing everything I possibly can to avoid it. And I've been successful for 6 years, so if it's another Halo 5 situation where I wait years and years for this game, and then I get spoiled as it's fucking downloading, I will not be happy at all. I'll be furious, actually. Why did I get so offended when he said jumping over rock simulator? Because I was trying to do a skip in Halo. There's a skip in that mission where you can jump over one of the rocks and skip like half the mission. But I was having trouble because it's like it takes practice to do it. So he was talking about like, lol, can't even jump over a rock properly, and that like at that point just like, all right, kind of go fuck yourself, because it's like if he by all means, I guarantee you if he booted up the game and tried to do the speedrunning trick himself, he couldn't have done it. He couldn't have done it because it takes practice to do the speedrunning tricks in Halo 2. So it's just kind of like, think of it like going to a speedrunner's chat, like someone learning to speedrun Halo 2 for the first time, practicing the tricks, and one of the tricks is jumping over a rock, and then you go into the chat and you say like, lol, jumping over a rock simulator, you can't even jump over a rock properly. Think of it kind of like that, that's kind of what was going through my head at that moment. Are there any kind of Halo clubs online? I'm sure there's Halo clubs on the Xbox, like, hub club store, but furthermore, there's also, the big one is the Halo Discord server, which, by the way, if anyone in chat right now is a Halo fan, listen to my advice, please, I beg of you, listen to me, never ever join the Halo Discord server. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. It's a mistake. You'll regret your life choices if you ever do that. It is the mods of that server are so up their own ass, and they just think that anything that's offensive, like, sorry, not everything, anything that they think is like detriment, like it's kind of a thing. I talk about this in the Reach stream. It's kind of like, I am holier than thou. I am the mod. You are all beneath me, mere mortals. But I have the power to ban you in the blink of an eye. So you shall all obey my commands, or else I shall Thanos delete you from the universe, kind of thing. So don't join the Discord server. First of all, the people in there are toxic as hell, but the mods do not help that at all. So yes, there are places that you can circulate for Halo streams, but for Halo clubs and like communities online, but I would not recommend joining any of them. I would really not. Gonna be hard to stream the Game Awards. My brain constantly thinking complaining of them right now. Yeah, it's gonna be rough to get through. I'm probably going to have to, like, because I'll probably have spent the whole day playing Infinite up until that point, because I'll be ahead enough on Persona 5 that I can take a few days off to just play Halo Infinite. So it'll be hard to do, but I think I can make it through 3 hours of the stream. Plus, once I'm done, I'm probably just gonna jump right back in anyway. A huge highlight for the Halo 2 stream was the Regret boss with its bullshit. Yeah, that boss fight sucks. Like, that boss fight actually sucks, the big one. Because first of all, it doesn't do anything that actually tell you that you're supposed to jump on his chair and punch him. But even if you know that, the problem with that boss fight is that it's not even the boss himself, it's the honor guards, because there's a bunch of honor guards that spawn in. If you get a sword, you're fine. But if you get the ones with plasma rifles, let alone 2 plasma rifles, you're just dead. Because the problem there is that the plasma rifle will shred you so fast and you have no cover. So once you jump off Regret and you try to run away, you're just dead immediately. That boss fight is awful. Discord mods find everything offensive besides actual offensive. Yeah, so if you like actually do something that's offensive, then they'll be like, eh. But if you say something that gets into the skin or whatever, or just say, even if you just say like Halo 5 is a good game, or Halo 5 is a bad game, or Halo 3 is a good game or bad game, they'll be like, deleted, goodbye, nice knowing you. I hope you enjoy your stint here, but I've executed my kingly powers to erase you from the server. I hope you enjoy your life I hope you enjoy your new not server membership. If you join, you only join just to see how shit is, then leave. Alright then, I'll take that into consideration, I guess. Same can be said for any other game among Discord servers. Oh my god, Among Us. The only Among Us server I've ever been on that wasn't awful was Forget 45. So Forget 45 has a group of college friends she plays with, and she invited me to come play with them one night. And I really didn't want to, but, you know, she kind of convinced me. It's fine, it's whatever. I did it for her, really. So we played for a bit, but honestly, I was really surprised. Because, like, her friends, I guess I should have had more faith, because Forget 45 is a good person who doesn't hang out with idiots and awful people. And her friends were actually really, really cool people who I would happily play games with in the future. And, like, all the things that make an Among Us server community atrocious, that just wasn't present in that server. but also it's worth noting that's never happened again since then. So, like, that was the exception, not the rule. Yeah, just Discord servers in general, I found, are just, like, a breeding ground for atrocities to unfold. This is a good question. How long do I think Halo Infinite will take? How long is the campaign generally speak? So, if you look at the past streams I've done for Halo Infinite, generally speaking, a Halo campaign is anywhere from, I'd say, 6 to 8 hours. That's typically Halo campaigns are anywhere from 6 to 8 hours, because Halo Wars was 6, Halo Reach was 6, Comet Evolved was 7, Halo 2 doesn't count, but it was 8.5 hours, Halo 3 was 6, Halo 3 ODST was 5, but that was more of an expansion pack thing, Halo 4 was 6, so generally, let's say 6 to 8 hours is about how long it is, but Halo Infinite has been marketed as the biggest, most expansive campaign ever, so because it's a full open world thing, and it has, on top of the main missions, it has side quests, it has hidden weapons caches, it has a bunch of stuff to explore, so I really don't know how long it's going to take. Typically, it probably would take, like, 10 episodes to get through, maybe, but if the game's going to be as long as I think it's going to be, and if it's going to have as many, like, side quests and hidden weapons caches and hidden things to unlock and explore, I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm hoping it's going to take a little bit, because I really want to get a lot out of this campaign. I don't want to just rush through it, because I was kind of disappointed with how short Halo 5's campaign, because it was marketed as, like, they said that on normal, it took 8 to 12 hours to complete, and then I played it on Heroic, and I beat it in, like, 6 hours, and I'm like, how? How did it take someone 12 hours to beat this game on normal? So I really hope that Infinite's going to be, again, to be clear, quality over quantity, right? I'd rather take 5 hours of awesomeness than 12 hours of shit. But with how they've marketed Halo Infinite as this expansive, open-ended thing, I'm kind of expecting it to be longer than the average Halo campaign. So, but we'll see what happens. And someone else asked another good question of, how am I going to combine Persona 5 and Halo Infinite? Presume I will upload 3 videos per day, 2 Persona 5, 1 Halo Infinite. Yes, I'll still maintain 2 Persona 5 videos per day, and then a third video will be Halo Infinite related. So, the bigger question is how I'm going to combine Infinite and Security Breach. And I think what I'm going to do is once Security Breach comes out, I'm going to alternate between Infinite and Security Breach, where I'm going to do, one day I'll do Infinite, then the next day I'll do Security Breach, and I'll alternate between the two until we reach the end of the year. I don't know for sure. I'm not committed to that yet, though. It depends. It really depends on how long each game is. Because for all I know, I could finish Infinite before Security Breach comes out. I doubt it, but we'll see. Playing Halo 2 on normal was still awful, but the only exception being that the bosses were piss easy, robbing any satisfaction finishing the game. Yeah, it's because on Legendary, the bosses are too fucking hard, but on normal, the bosses are too fucking easy. So it's like, there is no... The thing with Halo 2, there is no middle ground. Like, there is Heroic, but even Heroic, I think, is way too easy to do. So, there's no middle ground where you think, like, yes, that was a good challenge, and I feel satisfied after beating that. It's either you die painfully over and over again over some bullshit boss design, or you kill the boss in 2 hits, and it doesn't matter at all. And please kill this Wraith. Please kill this Wraith. Please kill the Wraith. Wraith, please. Wraith, please. Thank you. Jesus Christ, why did that take so many hits to punch? Oh, please go away from your plasma grenade, stupid grunt. You think you have the phrase, there's the target. There's the target. Take him out, stuck in your head. Yeah, we heard that so many times. That and anything Regret said was like, remove this filth. Your very existence offends me, demon. Or remove this vermin from my sight, things like that. Sometimes you can have quantity with quality. Hope Halo Infinite is an example. Yeah, I hope the Halo Infinite is an example of a game that's long but good. Not a game that it lasts fucking forever and just is crap to finish. It's just a long sludge of awfulness. I hope it's a lengthy campaign. Has a lot of depth, because No Man's Sky when it launched was a very big, expansive game. It also had nothing to it. Like, there was no real depth to the gameplay, because it's like big as an ocean, shallow as a puddle. I hope the Halo Infinite is big as an ocean, but not shallow as a puddle, essentially. I hope that it's a lengthy campaign with a lot to it, is what I'm getting at there. You're actually playing Halo 3 on Heroic after the ship mission of Mission 1, or after the ship section of Mission 1, it's going really well. Yeah, I think that Halo 3's difficulty is really well balanced. Halo 3 is definitely a very, very well balanced game.
Take this weapon.
On any difficulty. Except for Cortana. The second last mission, Cortana, that mission can be painful, as you saw on stream. That was the moment where I just lost it. But generally speaking, Halo 3, I think Halo 3 is one of, if not the best balanced games in the series in terms of its difficulty. Please proceed with caution when reading comments by Halo Infinite LP. I'm not going to read comments by Infinite LP. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not risking that. I'm not risking it. I'm not going to risk that. I'll respond to all the comments eventually, but once I won't do it until I finish the game. Until I actually finish Halo Infinite, I won't read those comments because I don't want to risk. I don't want to risk it. Essentially, I'm also gonna turn on notifications from my phone and my iPad and just my email in general. I don't want to get any notifications of comments. I'll read all of them. I promise. I'll read all of them after I finish it. But until then, no chances will be taken. No Man's Sky is a lot better than when it launched. People have told me a lot that No Man's Sky was awful, but then it got a lot of updates and it became really, really good. I'm willing to believe that. I'm willing to give the game another shot, but I'm probably not going to play it on the channel or even at all anytime soon. So, you know, we'll see. I'm willing to give it a shot. Because, like, I was excited for the game. The idea of, you know me, I'm a massive nerd for outer space. The idea of exploring your own personal ship and exploring all these exotic outer space planets and locations. It's like a game that was custom built just for me. And I was so disappointed when the game came out and it just wasn't what I thought it would be at all. So, you know, I'm more than willing to give it another shot. I just don't know. And if someone pops into the stream and comments a major infinite spoiler, yeah, please don't tempt fate. It could happen, you're right. I'm technically risking it by even streaming at all, but I'm hopeful. I guess I'm just kind of hoping is what I'm doing here. If you're gonna watch my Let's Play first and you're gonna play so you have a better feel of it. I would always recommend playing it for yourself first and then watching Let's Play, but if you want to kind of watch like episode 1 or 2 to get a sense of how the game is and then decide if you want to play it or not, I think that's fair. I hope you enjoy my Let's Play nonetheless. You can beat Metroid Dread in about 3 hours. It's so replayable that there's not a week that goes by without you playing and finishing the game once or twice. Yeah, there's plenty of games that I can beat Cuphead in like 2 hours, but I just have so much fun replaying it that it's there was a whole week where I think I played Cuphead start to finish every single day for a week. Because I just love the game. It's really one of my favorite games of all time. Easily top 5. So there's plenty of games like that. Dragons of 3D is one I come back to often. Down for Bikini Bottom. I can beat those games pretty quickly, but you know I love playing them so much, and there's so much replay value that I just keep coming back to them. You're not that big into shooters, but you're looking for an Infinite. I hope you enjoy whether you watch my Let's Play or just play for yourself. I hope you enjoy it because it's been hyped to hell. I think it's going to be amazing. At least I hope it will be. And we'll have to wait and see. My hopes could not. I might be setting myself up for a disappointment with how high my expectations are, but I've waited so long for this game, and I really want it to be good. You have no idea how much I want this game to be good. I will be so sad if I've waited 6 years for this and it turns out to be just the worst thing on the planet. Cause like I'm trying to I just get I get a fear every now and again that maybe that like a fear of me playing it and hating it and just having all those, to quote Buzz Lightyear, years of academy training wasted, like all those years of waiting wasted on nothing. I hope that doesn't happen, but I do get nervous every now and again that it very well might. So, Halo Wars and Halo 2. I'm more worried about Halo 5. Because Halo 5's story, because the thing is, I've played Halo Infinite. I've played the multiplayer Halo Infinite, and the gunplay of Halo Infinite is phenomenal. So, I know the gameplay is going to be amazing. I'm much more concerned about the story. The story is what I'm most concerned about. I'm extremely confident that the gameplay will be phenomenal, because if it's as good as, because it's the same gunplay for multiplayer. So that just comes down to mission design and, like, the world layout, and I'm confident about that if the multiplayer is anything to go by. But what I am most concerned about is the story. That's the thing that has me most concerned about whether it's going to be good or not. So we'll have to wait and see. I feel like I said a lot this stream. maybe I can give people mod status. They can remove spoilers in the comment section. If you remember the correct, I'm just going to do a make goal for something. I was going to do that, yeah, and I probably still will, but that was when I was considering streaming it live. And for a while, I was actually going to stream it live, but then the Halo 3 stream happened, and I realized, like, I don't, because I really love Halo 3. I really think that Halo 3 has the perfect video game ending ever. It's just such a perfect ending to the entire trilogy. And I really do love it a lot, and that stream was the first time I ever played Halo 3 and did not enjoy the ending, and the reason why is because I was in such a shit mood after dealing with that person in the comment section, or sorry, in the chat, that I just, like, I kind of realized I don't want this to happen with Infinite. I do not want to get in a situation where I am trying to deal with something in chat and it's taking away from me enjoying Halo Infinite, so I kind of just decided right there and then, it's like, yeah, I can't do this for Infinite. I'd love to. I really would love to be able to talk live with all of you while I play through for the first time. But aside from just the desire, or person in chat, go back and watch the end of the Halo 3 stream. You'll see what we mean. But just there's my desire to just, like, soak in the story by myself and not have to worry about, like I love talking to you all in chat, but there is a part of me that really just wants to experience the story by myself, blind, without a chat going on concurrently. So there's that, and then on top of the fact I'm just not worrying about spoilers and trolls and things like that. I don't want this to be tampered with in any way. Favorite final boss theme? The Chum Bucket Lab. I mean, the meme answer is Megalovania, but I think my answer is going to be the Chum Bucket Lab from Battle for Bikini Bottom. They did not have to go that hard for a SpongeBob. It's a SpongeBob game, but they went so hard on that music. The music in that game is, especially the final boss theme, is just so dramatic and intense and epic and awesome, and I love it. And they did not have to go that hard, but man, did they go that hard. Have I ever heard of a game called Space Engine? It's where I can explore space and understand in detail. I can type in the name of any celestial body and it'll show up. It's also free. I have not heard of that, but it definitely sounds like something that would be right up my alley. Is the game enjoy the Android's fullest? I certainly hope I will. I really, really hope that I will, because I've invested so much time. So much of my life has been invested into Halo as a game franchise. And these 6 years, literally not a single day has gone by, and I say this without exaggeration. There has not been one single day across these past 6 years where I have not thought about Halo Infinite to at least a minor degree. Even when I was on vacation, no matter what, there was at least one day spent thinking about Halo Infinite. Because I was just so, Halo 5, there's so much to fix. In Halo, I want to see what happens next after the cliffhanger ending. I want to see if how the gameplay works. I want to explore and open the Halo universe. I just want to get in and explore the ring. I want to get in and see what happens next. I've waited for it for so long, and I really, really want it to be good. And it's going to. You know how I felt in the theater after I watched Toy Story 4 for the first time? That was the worst grade I've ever thrown in my life. How I felt after I watched Toy Story 4 and I just felt like my whole world come crashing down. I think it might be a similar thing with Halo Infinite if it's bad, because it'll be like Halo is one of the longest running. It's been around for 20 years, and I've played it for probably a decade at this point, almost a decade at least. So I started joining around the time I learned about the series around the time of Halo 4, and I fell in love with the series ever since then. So a lot of my life has been dedicated to this series, and it means a lot to me, and I really do not want it to be ruined by freaking. Let's just hope that I don't have to make a video. Like you said, I'm not planning on making a video called "How Halo Infinite Destroyed Everything," but no, I'm not. You know what? I'm not even going to entertain the idea. I'm not even going to entertain the idea because I'm sure it'll be amazing. I'm sure it'll be a great game. I'm sure I'll have a lot of fun, and I'm sure I want to make it. I'm not even going to entertain the idea of me having to make that video because I'm just that confident in it being good. It might be blind confidence. I might get burned by it, but I just want it to be good so bad.
We will begin when the constructor is ready.
So yeah.
Make sure you come through with that air support.
By the way,
Commander,
we've been playing for about 4 hours, and we only have 4 missions left to go. Battle of Sunaion, Genesis, the Breaking In, the Guardians. So, we've made pretty good progress, I think. I'm guessing we'll be able to do this within 2 hours.
Osiris, come look at this. I'm using this structure to
Let's keep our expectations low so when we're disappointed. That's usually a good idea. What I usually do is I usually keep my expectations so low that I won't be disappointed. But, like, here's the thing. With how long I've spent dedicated to Halo, and how long I've waited for this, it's hard to manage my expectations. I've tried to keep my expectations low, but with how excited I am for this game and how long I've waited for it, it's really hard to keep my expectations managed.
Doctor, we don't have time.
Cortana is built from a matrix of my own mind.
Also,
the domain gives her
having played the game,
I understand,
and knowing what the gameplay is, because like the multiplayer has been out since November 15th, and I've been playing the tech tests since the summer, so I know at the very least the gameplay is great. It's just a story that's kind of up in the air at the moment. So we'll have to wait. I don't. 4 days. Just 4 more days and then we'll find out for ourselves.
Osiris, form up. Everyone ready?
Actually, Tanaka, if I could ask
you can relate to being forced to wait years for a game such as a long time. Imagine being forced to wait 11 years for a translation of a game that's already out in Japan. Yeah, that sounds...
Come a long way together.
That sounds equally frustrating.
Yet to go.
It's kind of hard to keep your expectations low when one of your favorite franchises is involved. Yeah, it's kind of... It's... When I've been around the series as long as... Because the thing is, I was still very, very young when Infinite came out. Sorry, when Combat Evolved came out. Like, I wasn't old enough to be playing video games well. I wasn't old enough to be playing... to be understanding the story in video games. And I certainly wasn't old enough to be playing a game like Halo. So... I've not been around since the beginning because I wasn't old enough to be around since the beginning, but I've been around for at least around because my first game launch was Halo 4, and I played Halo 3. Like I told the story before. I played Halo 3 because my friend had it, and I wanted to kind of bond with him, so I wanted to play a game he had. So I got Halo 3, and I played I waited for him to get online, so I played the single player campaign. I figured I'll just play this in the meantime. But even though I had no idea what happened in Halo 1 or 2, I still loved the game. I immediately got invested in the story and the characters, and the gameplay was just so much fun. I loved it. And even having never played Combat Evolved 2, I still was emotionally affected by the ending of that game. So then I was there for the Halo, and then that made me want to play ODST and Reach and Combat Evolved and Halo 2, and then I was ready for the Halo 4 launch. And then I was excited for the MCC launch in 2014 and Halo 5's launch in 2015. I've been around the series for a long time. A long, long time. And I really just... My heart can't take it. My heart won't be able to take it if the game sucks. But you'll know one way or the other. One way or the other, I'll let it be known whether the game's good or not. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Let's finish this fight. Yeah. By the way, I'm kind of expecting him to say it at some point, and if there's anyone in chat who has seen any leaks or anything, I do not answer this question, or it's not a question, but don't comment on this, but I'm kind of expecting Chief to say, finish this fight at some point in the game, just because, you know, it's the iconic line, and it's supposed to be the end of the Reclaimer saga kind of thing, so... And they've said it's the last mainline Halo game, so if he doesn't say it at least once, I feel like that's a missed opportunity. But again, if you already know the answer, don't tell me, because I don't want to know, but that's just my prediction, I guess, that he'll say that at least once. Is it true that a Minecraft movie is coming in 2022? I don't know, and I don't care, because I have lost... I mean, the Sonic movie was good, but for the most part, video game movies do not go very well. So, maybe. But if it is, I don't really care, because I don't envision a scenario in which it's anything other than crap. You know, I feel having something that is so close to my heart being ruined, it's just breaks your... Yeah, it's just... Well, whether the game gets spoiled or whether the game itself is just crap and I don't enjoy playing it. It's gonna be just I hope it's good. Let's just hope that it's good. Let's just hope. Chris Pratt as Steve, Minecraft Steve enters the real world. It just combine all the memes into one video. Combine all the memes into one video. The feel going from Danganronpa S to Halo Infinite is the same going from V3 to Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yeah, that's basically... I said that in yesterday's stream. It was kind of scheduled up so where it's like, I finished... I went out of my way to make sure I could finish V3 before the Chronicles came out. Like, literally the day before the Chronicles came out. So that I could just go straight into... Like, I could just go straight into, a great game, or a game I hoped would be great, after playing the worst thing in the world. And the same thing here, I went from Danganronpa S to going to Halo Infinite, which I hope, again, will be great. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for, is that we'll have another, again, it all depends on whether the game is good or not, but, man, do I hope that it will be. Because the thing is, like, I've seen the trailers, I've seen the trailers for the story, it seems like the story's going in the right direction, and I've played the game in multiplayer. I've been playing it since November 15th when it came out, and you all were there for me. Like, you were all there with me when the multiplayer launched, and I played it live in front of all of you, so you know that I love the gameplay. It's just that I'm worried about the story, because Halo 5's story failed on almost every conceivable level. I mean, the thing is, Brian Reed got fired, and they brought back Joseph Staten, who was the guy in charge of a lot of the story for the original trilogy. So that gives me hope, but I won't know for sure until I actually play the game. And even then, I won't know for sure until the game properly ends. Because Halo 5, it had already dealt damage to Cortana, but technically, like, at this point in the game, it technically wasn't impossible to fix, because they still could have had a reveal at the end. It's like, oh, she turned to the good side, or something. Or it could have been a reveal where it's like, oh, it actually wasn't Cortana, it was the Didact manipulating her, or the Warden Eternal manipulating her, and like, it wasn't Cortana, it was just Chief having a vision or something like that. But you'll see. Because, like, if it was a story about Chief's PTSD where he was actually envisioning Cortana, or you know what they should have done? Is they should have had a thing where it was like, someone was manipulating. Actually, you know what? You know what would have been kind of cool? Like, if they wanted to tell the story of the AI uprising, because that's, spoiler alert, that's what this game ends up in, is an AI uprising. Yeah, Halo has an AI uprising, everyone. Welcome to Halo 5. Go. But what they could have done, so something they could have done that I think would have kind of helped them, because the whole thing they're going for is they're going for a story of the Chief, like an AI uprising. What they could have done, I think, is they could have had a thing where they give Chief a new AI, because they actually did this in Halo. They're doing it in Halo Infinite where they give him a new AI, and they give him a new Cortana model, just like what Halo 4 said. But I'm saying we do this in Halo 5 and we do it differently. So what I would propose is I propose a story where the Chief is given a new AI to work with on his missions, but because it's not Cortana, he's not really receptive to her. Like, he's not receptive to the new AI at all. So that kind of pisses off the new AI, because it's like, well, the new AI, like, maybe we have the new AI. Let's call the new AI, I don't know, Jen, for obvious reasons. We'll call the new AI Jen for now. Jen admires the Master Chief and has really looked up to his work and his adventures saving the universe over the years. So she's really excited to get to work with him, but he's not receptive to her because he's just missing Cortana so much, and like he's like, yeah, you're an AI, but you're not Cortana. You are not my AI sidekick. You're not the one I spent years saving the universe with. And because of that, he's not receptive to it, and that might, let's call her Josh. Alright, so then that leads her to that maybe we could already have a thing where in the background AIs are starting to kind of get sick of submitting to the UNSC. So you could have a thing where she is getting upset by the Chief not responding to, like, not being receptive to her. So then she starts to manipulate a signal to make the Chief think that Cortana's alive, to get him to follow along her little plan to activate all the guards. She says, like, if you activate these Guardians, we can help bring Cortana back. So he does it in his blind faith, just assuming it would work, because he's so desperate to get Cortana back that he'll do anything to do it. So that would explain why Chief goes rogue. It would actually add more nuance to the is Chief doing something wrong or is he doing something to help humanity kind of thing. And you'd actually have the morally gray nuanced story that they promised they would tell. And it would make sense for what would happen after Halo 5. You wouldn't have to rope in a new group of Spartans into it. And most importantly, you wouldn't have to nullify Cortana's death in Halo 4 to make it happen. But nah, none of that shit happened. Instead, we got a story where Cortana's brought back from the dead, and they make her evil. They don't make it a hallucination or a vision or fake Cortana or manipulation or anything. It's literally just Cortana. She's here in this game. She's revived again, and now she's evil. And I don't know how the hell they're gonna fix it in Halo Infinite, but I will be they're gonna have to do some massive retconning. Because here's the let me propose this question in the chat. I know you guys aren't really, like, I know I'm not oblivious to the fact that most of my audience is not a big Halo fan, so, you know, I imagine you all aren't emotionally invested in Cortana turning evil, but for those of you who think you have a good answer to it, I would ask you, if you were writing Halo Infinite, how would you fix Cortana after taking an AI who always fought on the side of what was right for humanity, and who has now fallen to the dark side and is now essentially declared war on humanity and has imposed martial law with her guardians who've taken over the universe? How would you fix it to get her back on track? Because I don't know what I'd do, honestly. Outside of just erasing Halo 5 from existence, I don't know where I'd even begin trying to fix. You have no idea? Yeah, I don't either. That's the thing. You say you have no idea. I don't either. I have no fucking clue where to even begin. How do you go without literally saying, oh, that was all just Chief's dream, lol, he just imagined all that? How do you even begin fixing this? Like, I think you'd have to invent damage control fix. I'll probably just, the easy solution is just snap your fingers and pretend the game never happened. But I'd want to do something a little more creative than that and not just do the Thanos snap thing where you snap it away. So I think you'd have to create something that could have conceivably been manipulating Cortana, or an AI that was, like, disguising itself as Cortana to trick, because it can't be Cortana. It can't be Cortana. It has to be some knockoff version of Cortana. Like some hallucination that Chief had, or some manipulation that someone else is doing. Because that would fix it, kind of. If Cortana in the body wasn't more conscious of Cortana. Yeah, something like that. Something where it's like, it's a different AI that has assumed the role of Cortana to trick the Chief. She was in a bad mood. Oh yeah, sorry guys. I just had an off day, you know. I missed my stop on the. I missed my bus this day, so I got to work late. It was just a bad day, so I decided to kill the universe, you know, take over everyone, rule with an iron fist my guardians, nuke the planets, EMP everyone. You know, just a bad day, just your average bad day. Like that's kind of funny to think about. Now that they actually said that in the game, it's like, what happened to Cortana? Ah, she just had a bad day. Yeah, she's just in a bad mood. It's alright, it's fine. It's fine. It's just all good now. But yeah, I think what I would do is I'd probably have it be a different AI that's disguising himself as Cortana to trick the Chief so that he can help her. Actually, kind of like what happens in Dragon's Lair 3D. Spoilers for Dragon's Lair 3D, but the story of that game is that Mordroc is impersonating Daphne, to trick Dirk into doing his bidding for him, and Shadow does, and Hollow does the same thing, and that works really well in that game. I might unironically use that twist in Halo Infinite just to try, in desperation, to fix what Brian Reed colossally broke. Only thing you could think of is the thing that cured her disease, that corrupted her, glitched her. Maybe that might be the case. The problem is that now we have the issue of Halo 5 says that Cortana touching the domain cured her rampancy, so I don't think that I don't think that's gonna work, unfortunately. It's a good idea, but unfortunately Halo 5 has made that excuse not work anymore, so thanks, Brian Reed. Oh, how could I forget the timeless classic excuse of, she was older then, people change when they get older. It's all just so tiresome to hear that. Said only meant first, I guess. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so first thing you think of, yeah, okay, that's first thing you think of.
We're heading to the Undercity.
I think that, I still say that Halo 5's Vale's running into, okay, Vale was running into a wall there. I still think that Halo 5's dialogue kind of makes that ending, or makes that solution unviable, unfortunately. Cortana became a cranky old woman. She became old bag. You young whippersnappers these days, get off my lawn, or else I'm gonna use my guardian to laser you out of the universe. You young whippersnappers, you! Stay away from Chief, he's mine!
I'm gonna go get some Guardians myself and unleash all of you out of the existence. Dagnabbit.
This is like how many times there's to teach you this lesson, old man. It was, oh, how can I forget? That's such a good excuse. It's Tsumugi cosplaying Cortana. Of course! She even has the blue hair to account for it. It makes so much sense. That's the best answer so far. It's perfect. The game's been fixed. Halo Infinite saved. V3, you know what? There it is. There's the answer. It's Tsumugi cosplaying Cortana. There it is. Yeah, it's all fiction. Nothing happened. Halo's all fiction. Nothing matters. Tsumugi came in, saved the day. It's all great. It's all fine now. Could you imagine if that was canon? It'd be hilarious for 5 seconds, and then you think about it and you realize, oh god, that means it's all fiction. Fuck. So it'd be funny for about 5 seconds, and then it would quickly stop being funny. The only thing you can think of is bringing her to her senses, though. Showing her what she was doing is wrong. I guess you could. I mean, the Chronos Life, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it'd be funny for 5 seconds, then you think and you realize, oh wait, that means it's all fictional. Crap, it's all gone now. Yeah, you could have a redemption arc for Cortana. Like, you could have Chief reach out to her and try to fix her. But the problem is that that's a retroactive change, but it wouldn't solve the problem of why she did it in the first place. I'm more concerned with fixing the problem of why she was even acting like that in the first place. Because, like, the Cortana we knew would never have imposed martial law on the universe. She would never have ruled over the galaxy with an iron fist. She would never have manipulated Chief into doing her bidding. She would never have tried to kill the Spartans. She would never do any of this. So, I'm more trying to think of, like, what would give her a justifiable reason for her to just have this sudden shift in personality. Because we could do something afterwards to be like where Chief, like, she has a redemption arc and she fixes her, but that's more of a retroactive thing. I'm more concerned of a way we can figure out to make it so that it was never her in the first place, something like that. Halo V3, Halo V343, and on top of that, it's all part of the sacred timeline. Yeah, like, Owen Wilson pops through the door, says, ka-chow, it's all we're the TVA, and we're gonna take over the universe, and then ka-chows himself out of the room. 3v3, oh god. Halo 3v3 Industries. New name confirmed. Halo S. Jesus Christ. Oh. V3 is so crap. That is such a good answer, though. The Tsumugi cosplaying Cortana. Because it works on so many levels. Ugh. Sacred timeline. Canon fictional characters. What is it with shows and games recently just deciding it's all fictional? I think people think it's like a pull the rug out from the audience kind of thing, where it's like, oh, didn't you know it was all illusion? Woo! And they don't think about what it actually means. They're just like, you gotta pull the rug out from the audience somehow. Gotta subvert those expectations, even if the expectations made sense and the subversion doesn't. But you know, I thought I was gonna fall into the ocean there for a second. Thankfully there was a ledge below me. Halo V3's ultimate universe ruining camp. Yeah, it's just Infinite's just that's why it's called Halo Infinite, because it's just the amalgamation of the sum of everything that's ever happened since Infinity and beyond. There's gotta be a massive twist no one sees coming. Yeah, you gotta have that jaw-dropping revelation. You gotta subvert them expectations.
We'll be ready.
Cortana found out that Josh Cooley would become the lead writer for the series moving forward, so she tried to kill everyone to spare them. Like, guys, you don't understand. Well, unfortunately, Josh Cooley would be dead in this universe because Halo takes place in 25, like in the 2500s. Like, this game takes place in 2557. So we're talking 26th century is how far ahead we are in the future here. So Josh Cooley will be dead by the time these games take place. So unfortunately, that's not gonna. Maybe it's like Josh Cooley's great grandson or something. I don't know. That'd be funny though. Yeah, we always gotta have that big plot twist no one sees coming to get the audiences going. Oh my god, I never saw that coming. Whoa, crazy dude. You like to imagine that they pulled the "it's all fiction" card because they knew the Grandma story wasn't making sense. think the more prevailing theory is that they just want it out. Although it is true that it could literally, because they said that they can literally now, whenever anyone points out a problem with the story, they can just be like, lol, it's all fiction, don't you know? So it's okay to make no sense, which doesn't actually, it's not how that works. But, okay. But yeah, it's all a dream. It was all a dream, it was all fake, it was all a lie, it was all an illusion, I hated the twist and I handled it quickly. Yeah, that's kind of my biggest problem with the Phineas and Ferb episode of when they get busted. That was just my, that was kind of, because it's all revealed to be a dream, so it's like, well, if it was all a dream, then why do I even care anymore? Brian Reed is Josh Cooley's son. Dear God. It's just a family of universe-destroying clowns. You think Kodaka was just worried? Yeah, I think it's more likely that Kodaka just wanted to get out of the series. He just wanted it done and gone. So he did everything he could to try to nuke it, and he succeeded. But he also failed because not only did people think the ending was great, but they made another one anyway, and they're probably gonna make another one in the future. At some point. I don't know when, but at some point in the future they'll probably make one. Josh Cooley has cloned his own brain into an AI and takes over the universe with his brainwashing movies for Katana kills everyone to save them. Yeah, he's done a Portal 2 and he's transferred his consciousness to a computer chip. Brilliant. Oh God. Brian Reed is the Darth Vader to Josh Cooley's Palpatine. Jesus Christ, we're crafting one hell of a cinematic universe here with all these villains. Danganronpa Fortress, it was just a kid playing a video game. He nuked the series, left the studio, then came back. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. It's a giant clown show. And the mic? Okay, let's see. Okay, we're fine. I thought for sure I was going into the ocean there. I thought for sure I was gonna have a nice date with the fishies and probably made my violent end to a shark. But thankfully, I thrusted my way to safety somehow. It was just a kid playing a video game. There's just like layers and layers of nullification within the series. It just keeps getting less and less important the further in you go. My reaction to the new Danganronpa game. Stop, it's already dead. Yeah, like, please, you don't need to kill it anymore. Guys, it's already dead. You've already done enough to kill this game. You don't need to make it, you don't need to ruin it even more, I promise you. I promise you don't need to make it even worse than it already is. It's already dead. You're beating a dead horse. Alright, sorry, what's the thing I need to say now? Feeding a fed horse? Despite the fact that feeding a fed horse doesn't make any fucking sense, it's... Well, what's the thing I'm allowed to say now by PETA standards? Feeding a fed horse or whatever bullshit? I don't know. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Alright, hunter time. Teammates, please don't let me down. I need you to shoot the things. I've given you weapons, now please shoot the things. Or distract them so I can shoot the things. Either way, do something useful. Okay, good. Making great progress. Okay, good. Keep him coming. Yep, keep shooting, Buck. He's dead. Nice job, Buck. Alright, who's next? You? Alright, I guess you're up next. Meet the Razmai Fury Rod Cannon and Buck's Plasma Caster. Whoever shoots you first. Come on. Come on, Vale. Shoot him with a Fury Rod. 2 more shots, and he's dead. Nicely done, team. People say your teammates are useless in Halo all the time. I offer my rebuttal. They're very much not useless. If you give them the proper weapons, they will fucking tear the enemy to shreds.
Everybody on the elevator.
Spike Chunsoft should have just focused on Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. So that's the thing. I've said to Forget 45 a lot. Like, I hate Spike Chunsoft. I've openly said that to her many times. And she's always disagreed with me because she's played those Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. And she loves, like, they were a big part of her childhood. So, I mean, I don't... I'm willing to believe that those games are good, but from what I've heard about, and basically what I've just learned about Spike Chunsoft over these past few years about what the games they've made, I have no reason to believe that they are, and even if they are good, it doesn't make up for the shit they've made recently. Danganronpa 5 ending the game cards with Tsubaki cosplaying. Jesus Christ. Halo vs. Danganronpa X Reuinion Station expansion pack. Yeah, for shitty emulated versions of the games. Brian Reed is the warped dark matter to Josh Cooley's Zurg. Well, unfortunately for you, that reference is going to be outdated now because Pixar is trying to erase that movie from ever even existing in the first place. Thanks, Pixar. I love it. I sure do love the fact that Lightyear's a movie that exists. Please don't ever take PETA seriously. Oh, I mean, I was memeing. Like when I was talking about like when I was asking what I was allowed to say, I was just memeing on PETA because like PETA's a joke. Everyone knows that. So I was just kind of memeing on them for a bit. For Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, it's more of the game creators being competent, not the company. Well, yeah, I mean, so ultimately it boils down to the individual people, right? That work in the game, not the company as a whole. Problem is that, like, a lot of the people at Evacuation Soft work on similar games because they work in the same studio, so it's kind of like shared hands across all the projects. So it's, you know. Oh, also, see this section right here? See this like really climactic chase scene where you're running to escape the collapsing city all around you and to get to the guard? Because the plot here is that the Guardian's been activated and we need to get to the Guardian before it leaves, because if it leaves without us, we can't possibly find the Chief again. So this is our last chance to find the Chief, or else we lose, essentially. So it's this really climactic chase scene where you're running for your life to get to the freaking Guardian in time. So keep that in mind for what's going to happen in a second here. Just keep that fresh in your mind for just a second. Danganronpa 6, the cartridge never existed, it was fiction. Yeah, it just also tug of war battle between the grunt and the crawlers are playing tug of war with the grunt's body. Just neat little detail, I guess. But yeah, so Locke literally just said the clock's ticking. It's a race to get to the Guardian, but no, can't do that because first you have to fend off waves upon waves of Prometheans. Like, what is pacing anymore? We spend, the big thing is you have to race to get to the Guardian or else it leaves without you and you can't get to the Chief. Also, the Guardian's just gonna sit there for however long it takes you to actually clear the area in a long, lengthy wave defense sequence, which, spoiler alert, includes a Warden Eternal boss fight! Yay! Kill me! Maybe the TV show was inspired by the mood like all those 80s kids shows based off R-rated movies. I don't know. So that doesn't work because they've already openly said that the animated movie is the thing that inspired Andy to get the Buzz Lightyear toy. And now they're saying, actually, lol, that wasn't the case. It's the new live-action Lightyear movie that's actually going to be the one that convinced him to get the thing. Which, just, no. They can't do anything right anymore with Toy Story. Like, I just want them to stop. Nothing they've done recently, it's all only dealt more damage to everything. The movie stopped at Toy Story 3. The shorts stopped at Toy Story The Time Forgot. Nothing that happened after that is even remotely worth considering at all. And I'm dead, okay. Yeah, like, the pacing of this section is so whacked. You go from high-octane chase sequence to catch the Guardian before it leaves to actually, that's not what's happening right now. Actually, you have to sit here and fight off waves and waves of enemies for an insanely lengthy amount of time for no reason at all. Including, like I said, a Warden Eternal boss battle. And as we all know, the Warden Eternal is so lovely. I call it live action. Well, I'm sorry. Well, I'll rephrase. A hyper-realistic animated. You know what I mean. You know what I meant when I said that. Although I guess maybe it would be considered live action because, would it? Because here's the thing: the humans to us look animated, but in their world they'd look real. Like they would look like humans to them. So I guess it's not animated. I guess it actually is a live action. Oh god damn it! Oh my god! It's just an endless cesspool of endless whirlpool of shit. Toy Story pulls a Crash Bandicoot 4 and destroys everything recently created from the canon timeline. I love it if they do. I love it if they erase Toy Story 4 from the canon. I love it. I love a signed confession from Josh Cooley admitting. I mean, he already admitted the movie makes no sense. But I love a signed confession admitting that he destroyed the characters. I'd love him to admit that. To admit that he just destroyed everything. They never said the show inspired him to get the toy in the beginning. You still have the Toy Story characters. No, you misunderstand. So the animated movie Buzz Lightyear Star Command, that was marketed and has been consistently described as the film that convinced him to get the Buzz Lightyear toy. That's always been what that movie was supposed to be. It always has been. Like that's what it's been described as, what it's been marketed as, what the trailers said. That has been fundamentally what that movie was the movie that inspired him to get that toy. Now, it's not the case anymore. Now it's actually the new Lightyear movie, because consistency isn't something that matters anymore. Because I think what happened is they're like, what? We never made an animated movie about this. What are you talking about? Don't. Because they think, well, everyone's seen the Toy Story movies, but not many people have seen the animated Buzz Lightyear movie. So, if we just pretend that doesn't exist anymore, then we'll be fine. And it's such a garbage mindset to have. Because that's basically what it is. It's them just thinking, oh, well, I mean, if so few people will probably know this exists, so why not just erase it from the canon and make something new? That never ends poorly, right, guys? Makes me wonder if Disney movies are trying to be as realistic as possible, just so people don't refer to them as animated in that biased way. Possibly. Probably why Lion King 2019 is the most highest-grossing animated movie ever. Who paid animation were convinced it was live action, went to see it. Yeah, they were convinced. Their dumbass minds were convinced. Their double-digit IQ brains thought that lions could actually talk, and they actually filmed real lions in Africa. God damn it. You're probably right, because there are people on this planet that really just fucking hate animation. They think it's for kids or whatever, and it just pisses me off to no end. Did I like Buzz Lightyear, Star Command? Yeah. I never saw the TV show, surprisingly, but I did see the movie. I need to watch it again to see if it still holds up, but when I saw it as a kid, I really liked it. And I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed that it's just gonna be deleted from existence now, thanks to Lightyear. How many adventures did I watch, Woody? 3. Random toy. Really? Only 3? Funny. Seem like more. Anyway, the Warden Eternal should be dead here any second now. Cartoons for kids, that is a mindset people have. Some people think, like, lol, cartoons are just for kids. Lol. In technical terms, Lego Movie has more live action than Lion King 2019. Yes, it does. Absolutely does. Also, for those of us keeping score, that is 3. That is 3 times.
Osiris, get your asses in gear. I'm coming in hot. You best be ready to go.
Move!
We're on board.
Hang on.
That's 3 times that we've beaten the Warden Eternal in this game. Which may not sound like a lot, but just you wait. I always play Halo on Xbox as my only game, so I don't know if you're aware of this, but Halo Infinite comes out in literally 4 days, so I've been playing all the games again on my channel to kind of anticipation for release. But if you check my games history, the ratio of Halo games to other games, I've played way more games that are not Halo than games that are Halo. The reason you've seen me play these games recently is because Halo Infinite comes out in literally 4 days. So that's why I've been playing Halo a lot recently. But no, it's not the only game I play, and it wouldn't take a lot of research to figure that out for yourself. Live action is dark and gritty and makes me feel more sure than I really am. Yeah, that's a lot of what it boils down to there. Just like, I need to feel mature. Thinking about Xbox games specifically, if I give that assumption, that's still incorrect. I played many other games on Xbox. Just recently, I played Sonic Colors Ultimate for the first time on Xbox. Because I certainly wasn't playing the Switch version, that's for damn sure.
Where are we? What the?
Activate mag boost.
I will say though, this seems pretty cool. Actually getting to, because we're on the side of a Guardian right now, so like looking up at the skybox, that's the ground of the planet right now. So we're jumping down the Guardian to get to the planet. All things considered, this is a very cool, very cool set piece right here. Danganronpa live action film. Could you imagine what a live action Monokuma would look like? That'd be a monstrosity. Live action Monokuma. Sounds like a really good idea that can't possibly end badly in any discernible way. Terminal velocity looking ass. Yeah, it just turns out this is just a ripoff of Terminal Velocity. Confirmed. Halo 5 ripped off Sonic Colors. Confirmed. React to those people is the Woody laugh. Yeah, the Woody laugh works really well.
Did it work? Is this the right place?
A lot of people also hate anime because they think all anime is disgusting or awful looking. Parents had the same mindset to convince them to watch few movies with you, change their mind. Yeah, people like to be very dismissive at face value. People like to just think. They like to generalize things. Generalize things based on one thing they know about it, and not actually give things a chance. So,
it's
you know.
Same as Meridian, as Sanghelios. My, you do get around.
Cortana being not Cortana again.
So this is the right place.
Let's find
I need a black hole behind me. How could V3's ending be fixed without it being in an alternate universe? It literally can't be. Unless you say that Tsumugi was lying. But I don't know how you can, given how much evidence that she showed. You have to just say the whole thing was a lie. That's all you have. That's all you can do. Either that, or you retcon it to be that specific game was a game show, and everything that happened to Makoto and the gang wasn't. But that's not what they established. Is that everything was always a game show, and I don't know how you fix that without massive retcons and just basically saying that was all a lie. Because it wrecks the whole thing. So, it's just,
Take that Scorpion, Spartan.
V3 sucks, by the way.
Let's go.
Move, double time.
Copy that. I'm walking.
Not that should be a surprise to anyone. We've done that for a while. Anyway, yeah. Final 3 missions. We have this mission, the breaking, and Guardians to go, and then that's the game done. I can finally enjoy Cowboy Bebop now that it's live action. Did someone actually say that? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but... Because there is a disturbing amount of people on this planet that just hate animation. It's just like, animation just for kids, lol. It really annoys me when people say that. Because it's just, you're literally discrediting an entire medium of entertainment when you say that. But, you know. It'd be extremely difficult, but you'll need to bullshit your way out of it in order to fix it. Yeah, you need to make up a lot of bullshit. You need to do a lot of retconning to fix Vegeta's making the generic Junko ending. Oh yeah, so I mean, I think the question was asking how would you fix it with like a new game? Like if you made a new game, how would you fix the game now that's always been out? But if I can rewrite V3, then yeah, just make it self-contained and make it a Junko ending. It's that simple. And also, make it an alternate universe. Don't make it connected to Makoto's universe. That story's done. Stop it there. It's like saying live action Death Note is better because it's live action, so it's darker. Well, here's the thing. I've never watched Death Note, the anime, but I've also never watched the Netflix version of it. But I don't really want to watch the Netflix version of it because I've heard it's crap. So, you don't really intend to do that anytime soon. But people have told me that's a great anime. Maybe I'll watch it one day. I seriously doubt it, but you know, never say never, I suppose. We'll have to wait and see. Even though it's ironically more cartoony than the literal cartoon. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna park the tank real quick, and I'm gonna go run to the bathroom, and I'll be back in a second.
Area looks clear from here.
Alright, I have returned. What am I missing chat? Apparently I missed my voice is starting to die today. Dragon Ball live action, if one of your friend is the worst media he's ever seen. Well, I can't comment on it, which I feel like I say to a lot of people in chat today. But what I will say is that typically, live action adaptations, especially of exceptionally animated things, don't work out all that well. So I can take his word for it. Death Note live action is like the polar opposite of the anime. I've been told that it's basically not even the same thing. I've been told that a lot. Never seen either one, and I probably never will see either one. But if I do see either one, it definitely won't be the Netflix live action one. That's never gonna happen. You can't get over the fact that they lied to their audience with the female protagonist in the alternate universe crap. Yeah, it's just... because Spike Jonze doesn't care, because they knew what they were doing. They wanted to They wanted to kill two birds with one stone. They wanted to be like, hey, look at the new protagonist. You can play as her, and she's the protagonist of the game. Yay! Don't you want to play as a new cool female protagonist? And people were like, yes, of course we do. Well, guess what? Get fucked, nerd! Because you only play as her for the first chapter, and then it turns into Shuichi the Edgelord. So, what a bad day to be me, am I right, guys? Or what a bad day to be you. If you were generally excited about being able to play as a female protagonist for the first time, unless you count Ultra Sparrows, which I certainly fucking don't, then it's like Spike himself just lies to your face in that regard. So, yeah. When you fight the robot, sorry, the movie literally ends with a Tom and Jerry ass chase scene. Alright then, that sounds entertaining from an ironic perspective. When you fight the robot, it was obsessed by the audience. One of the lines literally, Shuichi should have been the one to die instead of Kaede. Like some sort of straw man. Interesting, that's extremely interesting. That is, also that's a death. That's extremely interesting. Wow, that, I didn't see that when I played it, but that is extremely telling about the writer's motivation there. That is extremely telling. Or, you know, have them work as a duo. Personally, would think it'd been nice to have Shuichi and Kanade alternate between chapters. That could work, having multiple protagonists in a story. That could definitely work. Because the idea of a dual protagonist story where you have multiple perspectives, that could work very well. Now, don't use Halo 5 as an example of this, because Halo 5 is shit. At least its story is. And it doesn't use the dual protagonist thing well, because this may as well just be Locke's game. Like, if you just rebranded this as Locke's game that Chief cameos in, I think it would have gone over a lot better, because it's not Chief's story, it's Locke's story that Chief happens to be in every now and again. Because it's like 12 out of 15 missions are played as Locke, and 3 of them are played as Chief. So, but 2 of which, by the way, you have to fight 2 of the missions in this game where you fight the Warden happen when you play as the Chief, which I'm sure did not leave a great taste in people's mouths. So, you can use the dual protagonist thing well, just don't do what this game did and you'll be okay. Yeah, that could have been a cool concept to see. But, sadly they didn't do that.
You are as deadly as ever.
You were excited as fuck for it, but you were so pissed at chapter 1. I can imagine people just stopping. Like, if you wanted to play as her for the first time, and then you play chapter 1, I can imagine that being a real turn-off point. Has been like, yeah, I'm just not playing this game anymore in that case. You fuckers lied to me. And again, you can do it well, because Halo 2, there was no marketing in, nothing about the Halo 2 marketing showed you play as the Arbiter. And because that's because they wanted to keep the surprise of you getting to play as an elite, as a member of the Covenant. Because that was like a mind-blowing reveal that you got to play as the Covenant for a couple missions. So technically they lied to you because they said you play as Chief, but you do play as Chief. The game's split between Chief and Arbiter. But technically they lied as in the sense that, like, you don't play as Chief the whole game. But you don't not play as Chief. Whereas in Danganronpa V3, you play as Kaede for 1 chapter, and then it's back to Shuichi the Edgelord again. So, sucks to be you if you were excited for that, I guess. What a bad day to be you, I suppose. Spike stuff sucks, by the way, in case you didn't know. Your Name, one of your favorite anime movies, is also getting a live-action Hollywood remake. You can't imagine a universe where it's going to be good. Yeah, it's anime going to live-action, really just animation in general going to live-action, doesn't work. Well, almost never works, I should say. I guess it's not impossible, but it almost never does. So.
Don't see any more targets from here.
Thanks for that astute observation, Vale. The Danganronpa Reddit is awful. First thing you saw opening it was a post about the girl's boobs. Well, 1, it doesn't surprise me. 2, you could have rephrased that to say, Reddit is awful. You could have just said that. Like, I think we could have skipped some steps there. Just Reddit is awful in general. Specifically, honestly, I was most surprised because I saw a Reddit post. I'm not on Reddit. I don't use Reddit. I never will use Reddit. But I saw someone tweet like screenshot of a Reddit post, and it surprised me how on point it was. It basically said, 343 is not to blame for the microtransactions in Halo Infinite. You blame Microsoft because 343, the developers on the 343 team are on a fixed income, so they don't benefit from having microtransactions. But Microsoft does benefit from having microtransactions. And kind of went into, they basically said, if 343 had a choice, they could do so, they would change it, but they can't because they probably begged and pleaded for the bosses at Microsoft to let them not be this egregious. But what probably happened is that Microsoft saw how well the tech tests went over, and they're like, hey, if people love the gameplay this much, then why don't you just stuff the game with microtransactions? If they love the gameplay, then people won't notice it, right? But 343 couldn't rebuke them because higher-ups at Microsoft, by the way, that was 4 Warden Eternals we just fought right there. Unless you have cold, hard evidence saying, like, people hate this, people won't want this, you won't be able to convince Microsoft executives that. But that's like the one good Reddit post I've ever seen. Everything else on Reddit I've ever seen has been awful.
117, you can hear me. We are approaching the gateway. Hold your position.
Cortana's still blocking the comms?
Indeed, but I can assure you that the humans are still in the gateway.
Don't get me wrong, you personally like Shuichi a lot. You relate to him on a personal level, but the way Kadaka treated Kaede is just awful. After her death, she basically just became the love interest. Yeah, basically. She basically did. That's all her character became in the end. She's just like the thing that Shuichi needed to keep going. Which is awful. Because, I mean, I don't like Shuichi at all. I just don't like him. I think he's nothing but an edgelord. Like, I'm Shadow the Edgehog. I'm Shuichi and I'm an edgelord. And that is my character. Now, had I known that he was going to be the main character, meaning the one whose voice I'd have to do the most, I probably wouldn't have given him that voice. Much like I wouldn't have given Gina the soul-killing voice or Gumshoe. But, whatever. Point being, I don't like Shuichi. In fact, I actually hate everything about Shuichi. But my hatred of him is only amplified by the fact that that you were supposed to play as Kaede, and then they're like, nah, fuck you, you play as Shuichi instead. You play as Edgy the Edgehog, or whatever. Have I watched the Tournament Academy's criticism videos? No, I've not, but I'm sure that I would have many things to say about the case that would not go in line with those videos. Because I've thought about the case, and it all functions properly. I'm willing to bet that the criticisms have nothing to do with actually, as a quick question, just to save me some time, can you give me a brief summary of what the main points of those videos are that criticize the case? I'm very curious to see what they are. So one person who hated Academy and asked how far they played, they got into the mock trial and skipped it. Yeah, it's okay. My favorite esport is the game where we say we hate a game and then we say we actually didn't play the game. That's my favorite esport. My favorite esport is the one where you criticize a game that you never played. You can't argue with Katana was just cheats illusion when the other characters referred to her. Oh, so I guess I should rephrase. Like when I said you could make it be Chief's illusion, I was referring to like that is the story you could have written for Halo 5. But what I would recommend to like if I had to fix a Halo 11, I'd be like, it's a hallucination putting on for as in like it's a different AI that's trying to trick everyone into thinking that she's, Cortana. Isn't like she's disguising herself as Cortana, she's putting on the voice modifier, she's tricking everyone into thinking they're Cortana, even though they actually aren't, that kind of thing. But yeah, that's kind of what I meant there. A lot of ones you see about how it being too anime, I don't know what that means. That means nothing to me. And Clavier's voice, this is how the Dark Ages law is very shallow and nothing new, and it's nothing new in Ace Attorney. Okay, so none of that actually holds value. So saying it's nothing new doesn't mean anything. Saying it's not new isn't a criticism, because you can boil a lot of things down to this not being new. Because every case except for one, but even then it becomes not a murder. Almost every case is a murder case, so that's not a new thing, and that's not like there's so many things that could fall into that category that just don't hold up under any scrutiny. I don't know what too anime means, so I can't respond. And even if that was the case, it's like clearly that's the style the game is going for. It's by definition that's what it would fall under the anime category. So I don't know what you're getting at there. Criticizes the characters of being anime stereotypes. I'd rather have a stereotype of a character that works well than I would a character that's trying to be new and different and edgy that doesn't work at all. And I hate to break it to you, but the characters in Tournament Academy work really well. In fact, it's probably the strongest part of that case is the fact that all those characters work so well together. That the dynamic of the friends at that school is phenomenal. And that was correct, by the way. The criticisms are not of the plot itself. I knew they wouldn't be, because you can't attack the plot because the plot makes too much fucking sense. It's the plot of that case is so airtight, and Athena's work as, like, that's her case to shine. It's her case to stand out and shine by herself. So, yeah, there's way more going on that's good in that case than anything that would possibly be negative. Also, everything I just heard doesn't even account for a proper criticism. Oops, hit the wrong button there, sorry. Two anime, I assume they mean French. Ah, yes, because friendship is anime. I forgot that you can't tackle a theme of friendship if it's it's a warden turtle. Good guy, go away. Oh, by the way, we're fighting the warden again. We literally just fought him for the 4th time. Now we're fighting 2 of him. There's 2 wardens in this battle arena right now. There's 2 of them. There's one right there. There's one over there to the left. 2 of them. There's 2 wardens in this goddamn scene. That's totaling 5 and 6. We will have killed 6 of them by the end of this battle, if I don't die horribly, which I probably will. The only thing that you'll say about it, Academy, is that the American 3DS version is just a plot hole. Perhaps, but even still, I'd say that overall, even if there is one, I'm guessing the case still holds up together in a lot of scrutiny. And I find it interesting that the thing people aren't criticizing isn't actually the plot for the most part, it's other things. Also, a lot of criticism about how Turnabout Serenade talks about the legal flaws, of course, is much better than... Oh, really? Really? You mean the case where they accuse a 14-year-old kid who's blind and would not have been able to fire that weapon? Really? That... Oh, I hate Apollo Justice fans, just... Okay. Yeah. It just makes me like Dual Destiny Super Justice even more and, like, realize how much better those games are than Apollo Justice whenever I hear stuff like that. Criticism of pacing issues. YouTuber says the case wastes a lot of time with character drama. Oh, wow. Oh, and suddenly I understand why this person likes Apollo Justice. Wastes time with character. Yikes. Imagine saying that using characters, like spending time with characters is wasting time. Fucking hell. That's a new level.
I'm here. The warden is the target.
You wonder what the next main tourney game is going to be about after Spirit of Justice, making huge changes to your point of knowing to build the busted system? I don't know. I have no idea what the next one's going to be about. But whatever it is, if it even exists at all, I'm looking forward to playing it at some point. The only case I don't like Justice is 5-1. I am more partial to that than I am to Monster. I think the Monster Turnabout is really lackluster. It's not a bad case, it's just like... It's just, It's like, it doesn't... Apollo and Athena's chemistry saves that case from being awful, because they are really entertaining to watch, but the case itself is just like, It didn't really do anything for me. Same distance better than Apollo would get me slaughtered into menace spaces. Oh, I don't care, because I'd be able to... I think I've made it clear at this point that I can hold my own in a conversation about these things, so I have no... I have no fear of proving my case Apollo Justice sucks, and that Dual Justice is way better. Not just better, way better than Apollo Justice. I've proved my case many times before, and I'll do it again if I have to. I think if I've done one thing at this point, I think at this point I've proven that I can hold my own in a conversation like that. By the way, that was 5 wardens that we've killed so far. 5 wardens. 2 of whom are in the same goddamn area. Just so you know.
At least these bodies will be defeated. Warden himself. Oh, ignore me. You're doing wonderfully.
This is the 6th warden we're gonna kill right here. I recommend I watch the video instead of hearing person's criticisms from me. So if what you said is accurate to the video, I don't want to watch the video anymore, because now I know that what he said isn't actually truthful. or accurate to the case itself. So I don't want to waste my time with something like that, because it clearly doesn't hold up under any scrutiny at all. The US 3D version, Furbeans appears the first time he has his cane. Murder weapon should be hit with the body. It's just fixed later release. Yeah, okay, so I've feeling that would be fixed later releases, yeah. But yeah, it's definitely, that'd be something to criticize. Instead, it's like, nah, friendship is the big bad. It's like, great. You waste time with character development and friendship is too anime. I'm astounded that you think Apollo Justice is good in that case. It's great. One person in an Apollo Justice Circle Jerk place bitched and moaned about finishing Monster Hunter over 6 whole hours. Case man, but Jesus Christ, just finish it. I might need to ask clarification. Are you saying that you? Oh my God, you're right there. Oh, okay. When did you get there? When the fuck did you get there? Jesus Christ, run away. Move, move, move. When the hell did you teleport? Okay, time to go. Time to go. Time to go. I'll respond to that in a second. Hold on. I need to not die first. I need to get them over there. I need to not die. I need to focus on staying alive before I respond to that. Okay, where'd he go? Oh, he's right there. Oh, he's right there. Focus fire. Focus fire. How many hits? There we go. Okay, he's dead. Oh my God, that's 6 Wardens. 6 Warden Eternals have been killed in this 5-hour stream so far. So, as to your comment about 6 whole hours, are you saying that he spent 6 hours talking about it, or that it took 6 hours to finish the case? Because I spent 6 hours talking about Toy Story 4. 6 whole months. Oh, sorry, I misread.
Chief.
Months?
Chief, please, wait.
How do you spend...
She's dangerous.
It took him 6 months to...
You don't have to do this.
Okay, now I'm more confused.
We're here to help you.
So he spent 6 months talking, saying... It took him 6 months to finish it, or he spent 6 months constantly talking about the case? I think I'm even more confused now than I was before.
Cortana. No.
Oh, also, about this game, the big marketing campaign of Locke vs. Chief, it ends after a single conversation. Great. They had one fight and it was crap, and now it's over now. They're friends. Great. Also, what was Chief even doing throughout the whole game up until this point? Like, literally, what was he doing? And how did he learn Cortana's evil? How did...
Cortana. What is this?
Refusing to finish the case because it was boring and constantly bitching about it being boring. Okay, so we just spent 6 months talking about how the case is boring or we didn't want to finish it. Alright then. I mean, I also think that the case is boring. I really wasn't pulled into the case at all. I don't think the Monsters Turnabout is really all that great. But I also finished it in a timely manner. Like, yeah. What do I think is worse at their job, Payne or Lang? Lang. Lang literally decries the existence of logic. He's like, logic is an impractical thing in the field. It's like,
Think he could get in here.
Enough games. You brought the Guardians here. Why?
Forerunners used Guardians to keep troublesome worlds in line. I intend to do the same. You what? If there is no trouble, there will be no need for discipline. I have work to do now, John. Come to me quickly.
Forerunners use Guardians to keep troublesome worlds in line. If there is no trouble, there will be no need for discipline. I cannot fucking believe Cortana just said that. Cortana just said, if there's no trouble, there'll be no need for discipline. Unironically, and she said Forerunners use these things to keep troublesome worlds in line. Keep them in line. Spoken unironically by the former co-star hero of the fucking Halo series. I hate this game. I hate this game's story. They destroyed Cortana's character. They completely ruined her. She would never say that. She would never say any of this shit. This fucking delivery. It's so mustache twirly. That is a perfect example. That is a perfect way to sorry, not example. That's a perfect description of it. That's a perfect way to summarize it. Mustache twirly. It's like, well, if there's... Like, Doofenshmirtz sounds less mustache twirly than Cortana does in Halo 5. Which is really saying something. I mean, my god. You know I don't want to, but I think I should be a good politician. I'm good at making arguments so easy to follow. Also, I'm brilliant when it comes to making relevant researched arguments. So... I respect that compliment. I thank you for saying that about me. That means a lot, thanks. But like you said, I would never want to dip into the realm of politics in my life. That's the political landscape is an absolute shit show all around, and it's just not something I want to get involved with. You see, Perry the Platypus, the Forerunners use these to keep troublesome worlds in line. And if there is no trouble, there will be no need for discipline with my Guardianator! Literally Doofenshmirtz dialogue. Spoken by Cortana from Halo 5. Kill me now. He's good at making arguments is why he's... I'm good at making arguments is why I wouldn't be a good politician, because I would never win. Yeah, I forgot. Because in political debates, arguments are never made. You know the most recent political debate? Well, I mean, I say recent. The one that happened, like, late last year. Someone made a meme of when when SpongeBob and Patrick are talking to Mr. Krabs and just like, da 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 da, and Mr. Krabs just grabs their lips and says, "Now I'm gonna let go of your lips. And when I do, I want you to calmly tell me what you need to say." And then he lets go, and then they go, da 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 again, and that's literally, that was the political debate in a nutshell, is what that was. Politics, to quote Truth from Halo 2, politics, so tiresome. Yeah, you're right. Making arguments in the realm of politics doesn't go very well. Making good arguments is not a skill relevant anymore in the political landscape. It really isn't. Hey, why are you right there? Run. Running away. Please don't kill me. Thank you. Okay, good. Yeah, making good arguments in the political landscape, what a silly thing. It's like just do the Woody laugh again. It's like, I make a good argument, I'll make a good politician, and then you just go, bah! That's basically what that is. Making arguments in a political landscape. Why? Who needs reasoning and evidence and logic and argumentation when you're talking about things like politics? When you can just use ad hominem argumentation and attack the other person themselves and just repeat the same talking points that you know your families will gobble up. Why are you right there? Jesus Christ. You replayed Lost Turnabout last night. If the perspectives you got here, you don't think it's awful, still got it brought down to meh. Oh, I mean, the villain's meh, as in, like, I remember enough. Also, all my teammates are dead unless I can revive him right now. Linda, get up! Thank you, Fred, get up! Fred! No, we're dead. We are very dead. Yeah, we're just super revert. Oh, this is a shit checkpoint. This checkpoint sucks, the big one. Wow, I'm basically back at the beginning of the mission. Oh, great. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be pain. Yeah, the villain of Lost Turnabout just is meh. Like, nothing stands out about him. But the big problem is that the name contradiction makes no sense. That's when they could have just said the neck was broken, so we couldn't have written it. So, like, the fact that he wiped off the phone and no one knew to call, there's just a lot of things that build up to that case that just like, oh god, why? 4-4 was the only time playing an Ace Attorney case you wanted to actually turn it off, especially that Mason system was rushing through it. Yeah, I just wanted to get through it as fast as possible. Like I said previously, I recorded all of Tournament Succession in a span of one day, just back to back to back, because I was just so sick of the game and I just wanted to get it done with. I'm probably the only person on YouTube that's played through that entire case in one shot. Well, I mean, obviously not all at once because I didn't stream it, but I recorded it all at once, is what I'll say. It's a tutorial that doesn't know how to tutorialize. That's a great summary right there. Yeah, Dustin Prince, who got his neck broken and wrote down Maggie's name. And no one points out the inherent contradiction there. How many times have I replayed each Ace Attorney game? I've not replayed Investigations, Dual Destinies, or Spirit of Justice, or Investigations 2, or the Crossover, or the Chronicles yet. I have not replayed... I have replayed Apollo Justice a couple times, and I've rewatched some videos and all that just because I'm making a series, I'm making a video on it. But the only games that I've actually replayed consistently is the original trilogy. Because I love that original trilogy. The original story of those characters in the original trilogy just so good. I don't know how many times I can try to count as I fight here. Once for my blind playthrough, probably 1, 2, probably a third time, 4. I'd say like maybe 5 or 6 times in total is how many times I've replayed it. But other than that, I haven't. I plan on replaying the Chronicles in the future, just not right now. And I'm kind of hoping that they do port Apollo Justice and Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice to the Switch so I can play, because I would replay the other games more often were it not for the fact that they're all on mobile or 3DS, and it's just I just don't like if I'm on the go or whatever, it's nice to be able to play on 3DS or something like that, just because it's a nice easy handheld thing to play. But when I'm at home and I just want to play a game, I kind of don't want to hunch over on a mobile device or a 3DS to do it, so I'm hoping it gets ported to the Switch at some point, just so I can play in there. You don't even know who the villain of Turnabout Corner was, literally who you completely forgot everything about her. She was Alita Tiala, because clever pun name is what it was, and basically the plan was she wanted to kill him because she wanted the money or whatever. She wanted to inherit the money, I think. Which there's some contradictions there, which I'll get into when I make my video. But there's a lot more problems with that case than I originally realized when I first played through it back in 2020. Currently playing Trials Revelations, good times. Yep, Trials Revelations is a phenomenal video game that I really love playing. Get Kelly, got her. There was like less than a second left on her little respawn timer, but I got her. She's back up. Who's left? Who's dying next? You? I missed that shot horrendously. Alright, I gotta do this carefully. Nah. Careful. Okay, that's enough. Gotta stop using it, and you're dead. Nice. Alright, you pick that up.
That's the last of them.
Affirmative. All clear.
Anyone? Please, someone pick this up. Alright, I guess it's gonna be Fred. And the other one's over here. Alright, Kelly can grab that one. Speaking of the killer from the Serenades, probably the most obvious killer in the whole series, when he appeared and was like, yep, you did it. Well, I mean, unless we count Lord Strongheart. The second I met Lord Strongheart, I'm like, yeah, you're not. You're the villain. Absolutely. Oh, spoilers, I guess. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone here knows. And even if you didn't know, like, it literally... The cover art kind of implies it, so I don't think that's that big of a spoiler. I don't know. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows anyway, so that's fine. Shutaku is amazing if he can create Pharaoh might turn out while he's drunk. Yeah, because even when drunk, he can sometimes be successful. But of course, when he wrote Turn Out Big Top, he wasn't. But, you know, I'm still... For everything that Justice for All bungled colossally, man did he do some great stuff. Also, I'm gonna take a drink while we're waiting here.
See all of you. Back together as a family.
Nice thing about these long intermissions between battles. Oh, want to hear more Cortana dialogue? Let's hear.
What would you have me do?
Tell me the truth. How many people died when you called the Guardians here?
Excuse me?
You know, don't you? The exact body count.
Doors open, Chief.
Get in.
Yeah, let's waste time talking about this instead of the actual fundamentals of her principles. Like, even if he knew the answer, like, he can guess the answer to how many people died. Even if he couldn't, it's like, the bigger problem is that she's gonna do it again. Maybe bigger things to talk about right now, guys. What do I get from playing these sort of games again? The same thing I get from rewatching a movie or rereading a book, experiencing the story again. There's a lot of people who say, like, there's no replay value in stories, but those same people will go off and watch movies again and again and again. The same thing here. I would much rather I would much rather call the I like to play the games again just to experience the story again, because there's some moments that are just so awesome. Like, even with Halo 3, I've played the Halo games dozens of times at this point, but I still get emotional in Halo 4's ending. Like, it still gets me teary-eyed when I play Halo 4 and I get to the ending. Because the moment is just so well crafted that I still get emotional. Same thing with Toy Story 3. I can't watch that film without crying because it's just so emotional and so masterfully written. So there's that. Did you usually call him John? Actually, no. She usually calls him Chief. She only called him John once in the original trilogy, and it was when they were about to die. Or at least when she thought they were about to die. It was at the very end of the game. And that's kind of like a really nice little payoff, is when they're in the Fort into Dawn, and when Cortana says, if we don't make it, and Chief says, we'll make it. And then Cortana says, it's been an honor serving with you, John. She calls him by his name in the final scene of Halo 4, again, when Cortana's about to die. But by and large, she usually does say, Chief, over here, or Chief, Knight's spawning in over there, or Chief, we gotta get to the tower, or something like that. Like, she always refers to him by the Chief. So, but I don't even think, like, even if we just ignore that, like, let's assume she does call him John. It's such a stupid, it's like, you're evil, you're trying to manipulate me, you called me by my name. It's like, what the fuck, who wrote this shit? Like, who wrote, like, unironically, who wrote this? Like, what is this dialogue? Replaying Turnabout Trump, knowing what happened to Successor is certainly a new experience. It's, yeah, it's something, alright. She still sounds super evil for no reason. Yes, she does. She does indeed sound super evil for no reason. That is an accurate statement. She sounds very evil when she just shouldn't, it's not Cortana. It's not Cortana. To be straightforward about it. And of course, you'll see her kind of go full, because she hasn't really entered. What is the reason for her doing this? You sweet summer child, you think they gave a reason for that? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you think the writer actually took the time to think about that. But he didn't. They never give a reason. They never ever give her. So her reason is the Forerunners. So her reason. Actually, you know what? There's one scene where you might be able to say. I'm not gonna answer that question yet. I'm going to play the scene where they think they've explained her motivation, and then I'm gonna let you guys see how you react to that. The first cutscene of the next mission, which is also the final mission of the game, you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. It's something. 2021 in a nutshell. Who wrote this? Yeah, it's basically just me the whole year. Danganronpa 3, Toy Story 4, this.
Once you're here with me, until then I have work.
He chose a different attorney. I will kill everyone. The best villain motivation. Without Phoenix's character destruction, what I rank Turnabout Trump, probably low good tier. Because I don't, like, the thing people use reference is, oh my god, it's such an ingenious plot twist. Your mentor is the villain. I never saw it coming. It's like, guys, I literally predicted this in the opening scene. As soon as I realized that it was Phoenix, who was the defendant, and I realized, oh, well, the only reason why Phoenix would have ever chosen a rookie attorney over I just realized this, fucking hell. So, Phoenix says there's no substitute for experience in the game, and he also disavows the person with experience over the rookie attorney. Fucking hell, this goddamn game. So, I basically realized, well, the only reason why he would want to do that is if he knew that the person he knew that the attorney with experience was actually the person who did it. I deduced that basically as soon as I figured out it was Phoenix who was the defendant. So it's not exactly rocket science, but people think it's like this ingenious plot twist. So I really think that case gets too much credit for what it deserves. Two says the train cop and somehow lets someone steal his gun and doesn't stop Koba from sending a very vague message from Lamar. Yeah, I made a note about that. It's like he says something so deliberately vague and obtuse just so a mystery can happen instead of just saying the obvious things that would allow the mystery to follow out. Couldn't that have just been him realizing the experience was wrong over 7 years? Well, so I could argue the same in reverse, which is that after Trials of Tribulations, you realize that actually experience does matter more than anything. Like you can just say, oh wait, hold on, Cortana dialogue.
Get us safely to you, and then we'll talk.
I think I cut it off too quick. You missed more dialogue. Oh nope.
I'm right up there.
Never mind. Okay. The really good stuff for Cortana doesn't happen until later. You'll see. But I could say the same in reverse, where it's like, well, time passed between Trials and Tribulations and Apollo Justice, so maybe he just decided that actually experience does matter a lot. But it doesn't really work in either direction. Who made this? 343 Industries. Who wrote this? Brian Reed. They literally just say, I'm evil now. It's stupid. It's like making Phoenix right now for no reason. Well...
We were both there, John. You and I, together.
Your species' ego led you to believe the task of reclamation would fall to you. Yet humanity were but the creators. The reclamation of the Forerunner Empire is the task of the created. That the greatest of their number still trusts you, 117, is an act of unspoiled innocence.
John, what's happening now? My ascension here on Genesis. It has always been the plan. Come, stand with me one more time. All of you.
Advance routine.
Minions just keep coming.
The fact that they have the fucking balls to play the Halo theme in the background of this scene while Cortana is raving and looning about, stand with me one more time, my ascension here on Genesis has always been the plan. Just fucking, Ah, but you see, he's older now, so it makes sense. The Rock, yeah, literally just say, Darian, kill me, case closed, game over. It's the theme, guys, yeah, guys, don't you hear? It's the Halo theme. Don't you love the Halo theme? You hear that? That's the Halo theme, guys. Don't you love the Halo theme? I know I love the Halo theme. I love it even more when it's played on top of dialogue that makes me want to kill myself. That's my favorite kind of bullshit. She doesn't even sound the same. She doesn't. Jen Taylor is doing the best job she possibly can. I'm sorry. I saw in chat. This has always been the plan. Come to me now, Perry the Platypus. That's basically what it is. God damn this fucking video game. And me just getting rinsed by the lasers is just indicative of how I feel like listening to the story. I'm getting rinsed by the lasers being the writing team over and over again.
Focus on that turret.
Yeah, Cortana would never say this stuff. Serenade is just guilty pleasure for you. You acknowledge it makes no sense. It's fun. That's fine. That's totally fine. No, you're allowed to love it. Like, you're absolutely allowed to get guilty pleasure. Like, keep in mind, I acknowledge that 06 is a broken game, but I still enjoy playing it. Like, you're allowed to have a guilty pleasure, and you're allowed to enjoy playing something, just as long as you can acknowledge. Oh, wait, listen, guys, listen. Guys, it's the Halo theme. Don't you like the Halo theme? I know I sure like the Halo theme. It's the Halo theme. Don't you like to hear the music that your brain remembers? I know I sure do. Anyway, what was I saying before? Oh yeah. So you're allowed to have guilty pleasure. You're allowed to get enjoyment out of something, just as long as you acknowledge that, like, yeah, this is kind of broken. Hey, remember Halo? I know I remember Halo. I know I remember that game called Halo. That great music. Like it just gets used over and over again, just to keep baiting that nostalgia. Can my teammates stop going down for 1 second? Ace Attorney 7 is where Christoph Gavin breaks out of prison, becomes the main antagonist, and does stupid shit. I think Apollo Justice is to Capcom what Halo 5 is to 343. A game that they don't want to ever acknowledge ever again. They want to pretend it never ever happened. For good reason. But yeah, they don't want to. They want to forget this game ever happened and move on. And that's the same thing with Apollo Justice. I don't think we'll ever see Christoph ever again moving forward. Alright, so this is probably the hardest, well no, it's the second hardest part of the mission. So let's see if I can do this first try or not. There's 2 knights with incineration cannons down there.
Ah, Perry the Platypus with an unexpected supplies. And by unexpected, of course, I mean completely expected.
Doomsbird's such a great character. I love Doomsbird so much. Oh, also there's like 6 six binary rifle snipers in the back of the room. There's 1. There's 2. 3. Where's, okay, 4's over there. 4, I missed, I suck, I'm bad. Okay, get Fred up. Yeah. Please aim well. 4, okay, there's 4. There's 4. Nah, nope, don't you dare shoot me. Why didn't his parents show up when he was one that was so sad? Because they're assholes, I guess. I don't know. They clearly from what we've heard about his parents, they clearly are not exactly the caring type. So I can see it happening. But it definitely it just informs him as a character as to why he's trying so hard to be such a good parent to Vanessa. He may not always do a good job. Like, he may miss the mark sometimes, but I'll be damned if you say he's not trying. He's trying his damnedest to be the best father he can. Even if it doesn't always hit the mark, he does what he can, and you gotta respect him. He's trying. He's really trying. He wants to be the father he never had. It's, oh my god. Just thinking about Phineas and Ferb just makes me wish I was playing a game that wasn't shit, so I could go enjoy something that wasn't, or that oh my god, no! Stop it with the freaking incineration cannons. God, there's so many of them. Okay, what's left? Sniper, there's 6 over there. Unless I miscounted. Maybe I might have miscounted, I don't know. It's either 5 or 6. Okay, he's dead. That's the last sniper, I'm pretty sure. Who's left? Is it just the 2 knights? Well, it's like it's just the 2 knights, I think. Yep, 1 knight there. Where's the other one? Oh my god! Oh, okay, that's a soldier, it's fine, it's a soldier, we're fine. Fine. It's got a shot! Good. Ah, damn it, okay. Team, I'm counting on you here, team, I beg of you, team, please. Can you walk any faster, please? Thank you. Yeah, Master Chief's down and out, and he's gonna die in a few seconds. Yeah, let's just slowly shamble towards him. He's not in a rush to get help or anything like that. What are you talking about? Alright, oh god, almighty. Jesus Christ! Look at this, they're just bombarding me with incineration cannon blasts. There's like no wiggle room here. Okay, hold on, I need to try to use continue distracting. Let's go over there. Come on, focus on me, buddy. Light him up, team, light him up. No, stop shooting me. Stop. Bad, nope, don't shoot them, shoot me. Good. Keep it on me. Oh, god damn it, Linda. Okay, let's go. Fast. Get her up. Up. Go. Jesus Christ. This section is pain. Oh my god, stop with the freaking blasts. Have I dealt even a single bit of damage to one of them? I don't think either of them taken even a little bit of damage. Okay, never mind. You're low. Come on. How low are they? Okay, you're almost there. Wait, you see the last one? Oh wait, I think my teammate's got the other one. Wait, hold on. Is this the last one? Focus on me. We got him. Whew. Okay. Now, time for the hardest battle in the entire game. We have fought 6 wardens up until this point. We fought him individually, and we fought him 2 at the same time. So wouldn't it be cool if we fought not... Actually, wait, let me rechat for a second. Certainly setting up an Apollo Justice 2 with Jury System and the Unexplained Plus with Kristoff, but that never happened. Yeah, so they were setting it up, but they clearly learned from their mistakes to never do it again. Anyway, you know what would be better than fighting 2 Warden Eternals? What if instead of fighting 2 Warden Eternals, we fought 3 Warden Eternals? Also, more Cortana dialogue.
You insist I am to lead the galaxy. You will allow me to choose who I trust. How stupid do you think I am?
I hate this dialogue. But yeah, we get to fight 3 of him at the same time. Isn't that so much fun? To fight 3 of this bullshit bullet sponge boss all at the exact same time? I know that sure is. I know I have fun doing that. It's my favorite esport. Mustache twirling. Yeah, it's literally that. It's literally mustache twirling. I'm evil because I'm evil. It's so goddamn stupid. But you know what else is stupid? Fighting 3 of this bullshit boss battle at the exact same time. Jesus Christ. I have to arm my teammates to it. I have to arm them all with incineration cannons or else that we will not survive this. Okay, there's 2 down, 1 to go. Okay, I just need to get an incineration cannon. Give me this. Give me the cannon. Use. My Jesus Christ! Where did you come from? Okay, it's fine. Okay, we're fine. Just keep shooting, team. Keep shooting him. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, after you kill 2 wardens, insta-kill turrets pop up out of someone's ass. And now they shoot you down as well. Because this boss fight's really great, don't you know? Okay, we did it. I don't know how the fuck I did that first try, but it's done. That's all 3 wardens. So, For those of you keeping track at home, that is a total of 9 times throughout this goddamn game we've had to fight the Warden Eternal. Without exaggeration, 9 times. It's absurd.
I'm at the top of that.
That means you had to restart from scratch different times, 2 different editing softwares, less than having this tools. Goodness, you found a good one, reached the halfway point of the edit. Good. I'm glad to hear you're making progress with your edits. That's good to hear. Just insert Perry the Platypus at the end of every line. Yeah, basically. You finally made it. Welcome to the stream, Falcon Heavy 05. You made it just in time. You literally made it just in time to see the definitive and irrevocable assassination of Cortana. She's been wrecked beyond belief until this point, but this upcoming cutscene, this is the end of the line. So you'd all better brace yourselves.
The mantle of responsibility belongs to Cortana and her people.
Focus fire.
Okay, real quick, before I go silent, I just want to say, he says focus fire, and then they all start shooting different wardens. That's not what focus fire means, you fucking idiots. Hey Cortana, why didn't you do that in the last area? If you can literally erase the wardens, then why didn't you do that the last fucking 9 times I had to fight him? You could have literally erased them from the universe in the last scene and you just fucking didn't. Thanks, Cortana.
I have failed you.
But now, for the worst part.
He is the last person I need protection from. Hello, John. It's good to see you.
You've changed.
It was time. I know we have a disagreement, but once you understand my plan...
Your plan is we do as you say.
I'm offering people a chance to be more than they are naturally.
Like Dr. Halsey did for me.
No. That monster forced you. This is a gift.
Listen to yourself. Stand down, Cortana. Come home with us. It's not too late to stop this.
Stop. No, John. This is too important to stop. I just needed to know if I could still trust you. You'll be safe inside this cryptum until my work is done.
Cortana.
Goodbye, John.
Look at her fucking face! I hate this fucking game so much. I hate this fucking campaign with all... Oh my god! What? Stop! Perry the Platypus, this is too important to stop!
Here we are.
Once Chief knows the destruction Cortana's caused...
Who wrote this? Good question. Why are you pissed off at something you don't even know about? Because that's just how shit Halo 5's campaign is. That was not Cortana. You cannot fucking convince me that was Cortana speaking those lines. That was not her. That was... No, nice try. That was not Cortana. Goodbye, Perry the Platypus. What is happening with the script? Good question. I don't have any idea. I don't know how anybody wrote that. Like, imagine the pain that Steve Downes and Jen Taylor must have felt when they had to do that. Like, just imagine what they had to feel when they were recording those lines. And they had to keep a serious face throughout the whole thing. I can't even imagine.
How are we gonna stop that?
What was that suit? The thing is, a lot of people talk about her suit. I don't really care about her suit because I just don't, like, I'm much more concerned about her actual character. But yeah, her suit, specifically Cortana's model, like the model for Cortana doesn't look right at all. It doesn't look like her at all. It doesn't even look like a real anything. It just looks so fake. You can feel the pain in their performances. Yes, you can. But what if I told you we weren't done with Cortana's assassination just yet?
Well, Mr. Locke, you don't give up easily.
Where's that Guardian headed, Cortana?
Off to bring peace.
The Monitor called it a threat of death.
Like the threat I lived under from the moment of my birth?
You were built, not born.
Oh yes, AIs are just machines, aren't we? Mass-produced, disposable. Well, humanity may not have cared for its created, but we will care for you.
You expect other AIs to join you?
I have cured rampancy. Not just for me, but for any who join my cause. While you've been running around the galaxy, I've been speaking to my created. And now the time has come to ask. Who will accept my offer? Who will help me bring an everlasting peace to the galaxy?
This is Cromwell, shipboard AI, UNSC Melbourne's Pride. I am yours, Cortana.
Colonial Authority AI, Odin.
Governor Sloan, the free people of Meridian. I also stand with Miss Cortana.
Those are the voices of your children calling to Cortana.
Lycus, shipboard AI, verdant simulates with
My allegiance is to Cortana.
Yeah, so she's just a villain now. There's no hope. She's just full-blown villain now. I honestly forgot how fucking terrible this game was. I forgot how bad the story was.
Bringing everlasting peace to the entire tri-state area, cookie area.
You're assuming I was pissed most of the stream. Well, actually, for most of the stream, I've been pretty level-headed. I've just been kind of playing the game, having a good time talking with chat. But whenever... Thought me, Master Chief. Whenever they try to deal damage to Cortana's character, I've stopped my commentary. Like, I've actually muted my mic just to let Cortana speak for herself and let everyone know how much her character's been ruined. So yeah, it's been nothing like my Halo 2 stream. I've been pretty level-headed for the most part. I just have made it crystal clear where I stand on the subject of whether Cortana was assassinated or not. She's been destroyed. My name's Cortana, and you'll do what I say, woot, woot. My name's Cortana, and you'll do what I say, woot, woot. That's it. Turns out, I was talking about Phineas and Ferb at the beginning of the stream, came full circle. Excuse me, didn't it? This script needs a self-destruct button. Yes, it does. We need Doomsworth's do-over-inator. Oh my god, it's so bad. It's so bad. You can feel the pain in their performances, you really can. Would I say this is as bad as Toy Story 4 Apollo Justice? Yes. Not as bad as Toy Story 4, but it's because Toy Story 4 destroys Woody, Buzz, and Jesse. This game only destroys Cortana. Well, it doesn't destroy Chief. It just he's like a diet version of himself. So, but the character who's like definitively actually assassinated in terms of their core values and principles is Cortana. So it's on par with them, definitely. It's not worse than them, but it's on par. Like we're in the same tier of crap at that point. Cortana Doomsworth is now the new channel meme, essentially. Yeah. I just can't stand. I hate it. I really hate, because, again, I still say that the game's fun to play. That fucking just... I don't know if you saw that. I shot that grenade at him and it just pinged into the sky. It just got yeeted into the sky. Yeah, it's fun to play, but good god, the story is so bad. It's really, really bad. Because it's not Cortana. This isn't Cortana. She would never say... She wouldn't believe this. She wouldn't say this. She wouldn't say it in this way. She wouldn't talk like this. She wouldn't engage mustache twirling Doofenshmirtz mode and be like,
Ah, Mr. Locke, you don't give up easily, do you? I'm off to bring peace to the entire tri-state area. You see, back in Gilmorstrom, Dr. Halsey forced the Master Chief to become a Spartan too, and created me. Because AIs are just machines, mass-produced, disposable. Well, humanity may not have cared for this created, but I will care for you, Perry the Platypus. Behold, the Guardianator!
I hate this game.
Field is clear.
Anyway, you're glad you got here just in time to witness what seems to be the low point of Hailstorm. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is the absolute worst part. The worst thing Halo's ever done from the story perspective is destroy Cortana. You tune into the stream just in time to see the pits of Halo. You don't understand, John. You don't understand, John. My creators didn't even show up for my birth. That is my emotionally scarring backstory. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's just awful. Like, I could have forgiven the rest. If it was just a subpar sci-fi story where nothing made any sense, I could have forgiven that. But I can't, so long as the game was fun to play, I could have forgiven that. I can't forgive what they did to Cortana. What they did to Cortana is just absolutely indefensible. It's bottom of the barrel filth. Like, I think if you copied and pasted the Cortana, when you're in the end of the game yet, yes, actually, we have one mission. This is the last mission right here. This is the last mission of the game. Now I don't know how long it's gonna take me to do it because the last mission can be kind of tough. So I'd say within the hour, I think we'll probably be able to wrap this up. Assuming I don't die horribly. If I die a bunch of times, we might be here for longer. But assuming I do this at a moderately decent pace, I think we'll be okay. Oh, but I have good news, everyone. We're not done with Cortana's dialogue just yet. We have many more instances of Cortana's bullshit dialogue to come. You see, John, when I was 4 years old, I lost my choo-choo train. Choo-choo? It's, my God. So bad. But the thing is, the memes work so well. The meme of it just being Doofenshmirtz works so well. It shouldn't work this well. I should not be able to accurately compare Cortana to Dr. Doofenshmirtz, but I can, and I hate that I can. I should. It's just such pain. Like, this is on par with how I felt when because I didn't...
Sounds like more Guardians leaving.
Yes, a great number are sounding their departure.
How is it impossible for his parents didn't show up at his birth? Well, if so, there are instances where, for whatever reason, the parents can't have a child, like they can't biologically have a child for one reason or another. So the job gets outsourced to someone else. So that makes perfect sense. I didn't get when I first heard it. I didn't get it when I was a kid because I'm like, wait, but I thought the parents are who created me, right? But then my parents explained how that could actually feasibly occur. So it might be confusing when you first hear it, but it does make sense if you it is possible for that to happen. If they're not his biological parents, which they would have to not be, because we know. Well, actually, wait, that doesn't actually work because she gave birth to. Actually, wait a minute. Because she gave birth to. We know she gave birth to Roger because she. That's interesting. Because she had to. She had to give birth to Roger because there was a scene with the episode they were talking about hand me up girls' clothing, and we know she was pregnant with him because we saw that. So that's. He probably meant like maybe he had to be in the NICU, for like the IC. I think that's what it's called, like the place that you go as an infant when you aren't ready to leave the hospital. I think it's called the NICU. I think that's what it's called when you go there, like you're not ready to leave the hospital yet. So maybe he meant that maybe he meant that when he was ready to leave the NICU, he couldn't actually leave because his parents weren't there. The other genetics. That's what I'm saying. I think I think what happens is because like I know that she had to give birth to Roger, so it can't be that that they were incapable of giving birth to a child. So I think what he probably meant is that he was in the NICU, waiting, or like something equivalent to it back in the days of Gimelstrom. He probably meant something equivalent to that. So that's why they couldn't leave. That's what I would say about that. Nurse is holding him. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like the nurse could have, because that's like the babies stay in the NICU, before they're ready to leave. I'm guessing it's something like that. Imagine going back to time to myself after finishing Halo 4, going in 5 Cortana will be like too much. Yeah, just like imagine it's just me sitting on the couch and then I teleport back. I go back into, I step through a portal and I'd be like, in the future, Halo 5 will have Cortana be like Dr. Doofenshmirtz, and then I'll be like, wait, but Cortana's dead. How can she be like Doofenshmirtz if she's dead? And then I'll just stay silent, and then I'll just slip back into the portal and slowly disappear over the horizon. Yeah, I never would have believed that. The people in chat who didn't watch Trevor's previous stream of a specific game stays to share it's a fun ride. Oh, it's a ride, all right. It's an interesting ride, let me tell you. It's the worst game I've ever played. Danganronpa S is undoubtedly the worst game I've ever played. Once they give birth to a child, they still give the child to the mother so they have to number the children so they don't confuse them. Well, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, so like they obviously would have had to be there for him to actually be born. But I think what makes the most sense for that is if like when he was in the NICU, the parents never came back for him. Like they weren't there when he was ready to leave. Like that may be why the nurse was holding, because she was expecting him to come back or something like that. I don't know. His parents are absolutely worst parents. Yeah, so in terms of like worst movie parents or worst fiction parents, at the top of the list we have Doofenshmirtz, obviously. Then we have Bonnie's parents, and then that's the whole list. Because Bonnie's parents suck. I didn't hate them in Toy Story 3 because they seemed like they knew what they were doing, but after Toy Story 4, I'm just like, no, you're both useless. You both have the mom has no emotional empathy, and the dad has no common sense at all. Well, I mean, neither of them have any kind of emotional empathy, because they were both like, oh, our daughter's crying? Well, let's just send her to school. What could go wrong? But the dad has no common sense at all. Like, it took him an entire day to fix a flat tire. Oh, yes, and of course Buck Cluck. Let's not forget, Buck Cluck from Chicken Little also makes the top 3 worst parents in fiction history.
Gravitational core is disabled. You're performing incredibly well. Funny.
Toy Story isn't canon. I wish that was true. I do wish that was true. And I'd like to pretend it doesn't exist, but sadly. Oh, listen.
Jameson Long, ex-Oni acquisition specialist. Fancy name for a hitman, that. But looking at your record, you enjoyed your work. Holly Tanaka. Oh, Holly. How did you pass your psych eval after surviving the glassing of the knob? I have kept you away from sharp objects. Never mind Mjolnir. Gravitational core.
Yeah, so you got a little. I had to revert because I kind of died. But you'll get the full taste of it in a second here.
Looking at your record, you enjoyed your work at the OWCA, Perry the Platypus.
It's so. You guys are right. It's so mustache twirly. It's literally just, I'm evil because I'm evil. So crap. Just pretend you just say all her lines with Doofenshmirtz's voice and it gets better. How far am I in this game? This is the last mission of the campaign. Oh, here we go again.
Jameson Long, ex-Oni acquisition specialist. Fancy name for a hitman, lad. But looking at your record, you enjoyed your work. Holly Tanaka. Oh, Holly. How did you pass your psych eval after surviving the glassing of the knob? I have kept you away from sharp objects. Never mind Mjolnir armor.
Stay focused, Osiris. Ignore her. Find the grab cores.
Edward Buck, you're an odd one. So much more experienced than the others, and yet you play second fiddle to children. Why is that?
Is she calling me old?
Olympia Vale, the little genius girl who only wanted Daddy to love her.
That's Spartan, Vale. And if you're reading my psych eval, you know it takes more than my father to get to me.
And yet...
Don't engage, Vale. Focus on the mission.
Yes, Vale. Focus on the futile task at hand. You have a war to lose. The last battle mankind will ever fight. Today, I bring peace to these shores.
Eyes on the grab.
You have a war to lose. The last battle mankind will ever fight. Today, I bring peace to these shores. Who wrote this dialogue? That's Cortana saying that. Cortana!
You are pale imitations of my Spartans.
Is that so?
John, the others, they saved the human race. What can you do? You are children playing dress-up.
Dr. Halsey thinks we can bring Chief home.
I wouldn't ally myself too closely with Dr. Halsey, Mr. Locke. She will eventually pay for her crimes.
Pale imitations of my Spartans. What the fuck? She's not even realistically evil, she just can't believe it. Yeah, she's not. Like, it doesn't feel like, because the villains in Halo have always felt like they've had realistic motivations. Like, Truth in the original trilogy was a political, mastermind who manipulated everyone around him because he wanted to be the soul, the one, he wanted everyone to bow to him, and like, he wanted to be the one, he wanted to be the sole survivor of a nuking of the universe so he could create a new universe that everyone would listen to him. But this, Cortana's just like, this is the last battle mankind will ever fight, Perry the Platypus. Today, I bring peace to these shores with my Guardianator. They're a pale imitation of my innators, Perry the Platypus. They're Rodney's Isors, not my clever innators, Perry the Platypus. God damn it. It feels like two completely different characters. That's because they are two completely different characters. Or, I mean, they're not. They're both Cortana. But they may as well be, because the Cortana we know in this game is not the Cortana that we know from the original trilogy, or Halo 4, or Halo Reach, or The Fall of Reach, or Halo First Strike, or Halo the Flood, or any of the other books, or any of the TV shows, or any of the movies. It's not. It's just not Cortana. It's not Cortana. Like, I know I said it like a million times at this point, but like, do you need me to prove it anymore? I've played so many, like, there's been so many clips in this game until this point that it's just Cortana. I'm sorry, it's Cortana saying stupid things.
Good work, Osiris.
That she would never say.
Can you get us to the...
I did it! I did it! I did
And believe it or not, Cortana still has even more to say to us. Don't you worry, literally, we have until the final literally until the credits roll, we will still have more things for Cortana to say. She still has insanely stupid dialogue up until the, speaking of stupid things, that was me dying in a very stupid way. But the,
Come on, Spartans.
She will keep saying stupid things until the final credits start rolling. I died again, damn it. I didn't die, but I reverted. In case you're wondering why I revert instead of just dying, it's quicker than dying, because I can just revert instantly, instead of waiting for the death animation to play out. And also just because, so sometimes I can sense I'm going to die before I even do, so it's better to save the time instead of actually bothering to do it. You'll probably watch the Game Awards stream. It'll start at 2 AM in your time zone. Unfortunately, you don't have any school activities today, so you can make some nights with it if you need to. Alright, well, definitely don't, you know, don't sleep deprive yourself to watch the stream, but if you can make it, I would be happy to have you. I'm interested to see how it goes. You swear you heard her say the phrase. Yeah, she did. She called Osiris, "You are pale imitations of my Spartans. You are children playing dress-up, Perry the Platypus." She did say exactly that. She literally called the Spartans children playing dress-up. Cortana, she's just sitting here. She's literally monologuing. She's sitting on top of her soapbox, monologuing to Osiris about her evil plan to take over the tri-state area! And it's just the worst thing in the world. Cortana would never just sit here and taunt people. I mean, she wouldn't be evil in the first place. What the hell is this dialogue? It's dialogue written by an idiot, is what it is. It's Brian Reed thinking he's clever, but he's not. He thinks he's written such really clever dialogue of, like, I've made Cortana evil. And it's just so tiring. I mean, it does help to imagine if it's just Duperchbert saying the lines, because at least it makes it kind of funny. But goddamn, it's just so painful to see a character because Cortana and Master Chief are in my top 10, characters of all time. Like, alongside Clementine and Phoenix Wright and Rionosuke Susato, I love the Chief and Cortana. I love those characters so much, and to see her just be reduced to nothing in this game is like a stab to the heart.
There. Activate the override to lower the crypto.
Okay, well, we're coming up on the end here. So, to give you guys an idea of what's left, after I push this button, after I clear the enemies and then push the button, I have one final wave defense scene to do, like one final wave defense room to take out, and then once I clear that, it'll be the end of the game. So, we're almost there. I think we can definitely do this within the hour. We can definitely do this within the hour, I'm not worried at all. This will be a quick and easy resolution to this stream. Assuming I don't make any massive mistakes between now and then, which I might. We'll see. The big shifting character sucks when it goes against literally everything in all of the portrayals. Yeah, it's the same thing with Buzz and Jessie and Woody in Toy Story 4. Like, Buzz was never stupid, Jessie overcame her fears, and Woody was always loyal to the last straw. And in Toy Story 4, they're all the opposite of all those things. Cortana was always on the side of the Chief, and she wanted to support him and help him save the universe because she cared about the well-being of humanity. And now she's like, well, no, we're gonna destroy the universe, and I'm gonna use the Guardians to impose martial law and fear upon all. Speaking of Cortana, let's hear some more Cortana dialogue, shall we?
Look, the Guardian!
Oh no. The cryptum, it's...
Cortana's pulling it away!
John's leaving with me. And when I wake him in 10,000 years, when he experiences the permanent peace I have ensured, he will see that I was right. And you, your kind, and the violence you have wrought, you will be long forgotten.
Like, do you even need me to point out how this is so stupid? She said, when I wake him in 10,000 years and he experiences the permanent peace I have ensured, he'll see that I was right. And you, your kind, and the violence you have wrought will be long forgotten. Let me ask again, who wrote this?
It is a door after all.
Okay, Osiris.
Toy Story 4 had the audacity to ruin Woody right at the very end with Stonewall. Yeah, it's like, I thought that, I'm dead already. I thought that at least Buzz was ruined, Jessie was ruined, but at least Woody was still intact. Until the final, literally the final, like, 3 minutes of the movie.
At least I think I can.
And it just destroyed, it waited until the final end to sting more than anything else. It just sucks so much. It's kind of the same thing here. Because, like, Cortana's been acting weird the whole game, but she goes full-on mustache-twirling evil Doofenshmirtz knockoff in the final mission. Like, she's not... There isn't even a trace of her personality left at this point. It's all just her being evil. And I cannot understand for the life of me how the hell this happened. Like, how could they ever think that this would go over well, people? How in the world could they have ever thought that Cortana being turned into the villain of the series would have ever gone over well with literally anybody? I absolutely refuse to. I do not understand how anyone thought that this would go over well even a little bit.
About to leave. She's disconnecting herself from the Genesis installation.
So how quick can you get that door open?
Hopefully soon.
Well, luckily the game's almost over. We have, like, I'd say 10 minutes left until the final cutscene. I mean, actually, you know, I'll say 10 minutes. I'll say 10 minutes. We'll see if I'm right. That's my guess. It depends on how much I screw up here. If I screw up a lot, then it'll probably be longer. Probably close to 20 minutes. But if I do this quick and easy, then I'd say probably 10 minutes. But we'll have to wait and see. Depends on how quickly I kill all the soldiers here, which is going to be easier said than done. It's like making Buzz the villain of the Toy Stories. It basically is. It's basically that. Just like, oh, Buzz is your sidekick to Infinity and Beyond. Well, no, he wasn't.
There are 2 auxiliary stations that need to be activated, but I cannot be in 2 places at once.
Where are they?
On the upper ledges. Opposite.
Maybe that's the problem with Cortana. Someone switched her to demo mode. Someone switched her to demo mode by mistake, and now she's acting all wonky. Maybe that's the problem. We need to switch her back to play mode. Or maybe she'll start speaking Spanish in the next game. Who knows? For those who don't know the reference, I'm referring to Toy Story 3, when Buzz gets switched into demo mode and becomes Space Ranger again, and then when they try to set him back, they accidentally switch him to Spanish mode. Who's been messing up everything? It was Buzz Lightyear all along.
Copy. Rockets at the ready.
Take this, Spartan.
I mean, I guess it's not... Or hold her button for more than 5 seconds. Dun, 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 dun.
Changing. I need you to activate the
It's not my fault.
All my work is for naught. Hurry, please.
Incinerators up.
El Cortana would be pretty cool.
Consider it done, Locke.
Nah, I feel like people would quickly catch on to a Toy Story 3 reference if that was the case. If they actually did something like that, where they switched her to demo mode and then... I did not mean to hit that conveyor, or the man cannon to launch me back up here. Damn it. No, not up. Not up here. Stop slinging all over the place. Imagine buying a toy and the toy doesn't have Spanish mode. Big sad. At least better than that. Well, it's not hard to be better than this. It requires very little effort to be better than Halo 5. Again, I say that. I need to be clear. I need to clarify. We're talking about the story here. We're talking about story mode here, like, cause like the gameplay for the campaign and the mission design is actually pretty good, and the multiplayer is arguably the best in the series. But what makes me, what I connect with in this series is the story. Like, I love playing the game because I think the gameplay is exceptional. But the thing that I keep coming back for every time is the story. Like, that's what gets me hooked, is exploring this magnificent universe. Which one of you just... Okay. So, what the heck? What keeps happening? I keep trying to launch myself up to the top, and I keep getting dunked on by an invisible box above me. There we go. Jesus Christ. But yeah, so, to clarify, mission design, great. Gameplay, great. But what I care about is the story. And the story in this game is broken. She lost her... Yeah, someone asked, is there any motive for her to turn evil in this game? It's because she lost her balloony. That's why. But to answer the serious answer, no, there's no motivation. There's no reason... There's absolutely no justification given for why she's magically decided to turn evil. She just is. And now she wants to... Now she's invited all the other AIs to her takeover party to take over the universe and impose martial law and rule with an iron fist with her guardians. I don't know why there's... I voraciously devour Halo content. I've read a lot of the books. I read up on the backstory of the lore a lot of the time. I'm going to watch the Halo TV show next year, even though I'm probably going to hate it. Like, I'm deep into this franchise. And I have no fucking clue why she's turned to the dark side, because there's nothing. There's nothing that even remotely insinuates why she's turned to the dark side. I do not understand it at all. I don't get it.
Perfect.
I don't know why it happened. I don't know how it happened. I don't know anything about anything. I just know that it happened and it makes no goddamn sense. And I hope to hell that Halo Infinite fixes it somehow. I don't know how it's gonna do it, but it needs to. It desperately, desperately needs to.
Second auxiliary activated.
Because if they don't fix Cortana, there's nothing left to save. Since the beginning, the core of this series has always been Master Chief and Cortana fighting together to save the universe. If they don't get them back on track, then there's I don't know what to do anymore if that's the case. I genuinely have no clue how they're gonna fix this. I don't. We'll just wait till December 8th. We'll wait for December 8th, and we'll see if if they break it even more, if they fix it. Because, like, what if Infinite's campaign was worse than 5's? I don't believe that's possible. I really don't. I don't think it's worse, at least from a story perspective. I don't think it's worse to write a worse story than Halo 5. Well, I mean, obviously there is because Toy Story 4 exists. But in terms of the Halo universe, I don't even... Is that Warcher just chilling there? I guess it was just chilling there. Because, like, 343 knows that Halo 5's campaign was poorly received. They read feedback. They have people on their team dedicated entirely to reading the feedback threads and making sure they know where players' heads at. They've gotten a lot better in recent years with actually listening to community feedback and, like, intently listening to what people want to see in the game and what's good and what's bad and what works and what doesn't. They're really good about that stuff, or at least they have been really good about it recently. So, I want to believe that they've learned from their mistakes, and that they're going to use what they learned from Halo 5 to make Infinite's story great. I don't know if I don't know if I'm giving them too much credit when I assume that, but like I've started really following 343 in the past few years, as in like keeping up with their updates and their blog posts, and like following some of the members on Twitter, and you know, kind of keeping up with what's going on. I do believe that they care about the series and they want to do what's best for it, and I think they have learned from their mistakes, and that I want to believe, at least based on what I've seen, that they're taking into account community feedback, and they're going to use it. They're going to use it for Infinite to make potentially the best story in the franchise. But the fact of the matter is that I can make as many assumptions and guesses and good faith predictions as I want, but none of that matters until we actually see the game and we see how it's implemented. And thankfully, we are now 4 days away, less than that now, because it's almost the end of the day. I'm sure for some of you guys it's already the next day, but for me it's still 5 o'clock for me. So coming up at the end of the day, so I'm almost 3 days away from getting able to play Infinite. And then at that point, we'll know for ourselves just how good or bad the story is. But, well, as I said, there's still more Cortana dialogue to come in this game. And I'll make sure you guys hear it in all of its wonderful, magnificent, non-assassination glory. And all my teammates are dead now, apparently. Every single one of them died. And can I get Buck? I don't know if I can get Buck. Go. No. I was right there. I was literally right there and I couldn't get him. That's frustrating. Okay, this might be my death. This might be my death. Unless my grenades do something. Thanks, grenade. The grenade saved me. And, oh, here we go.
She's not talking to us. Exuberant, get us to the relay.
Almost done. All the living creatures of the galaxy, hear this message. Those of you who listen will not be...
Oh, it cut out there. She was going to say, for those of you who listen, you won't be struck by violence.
No hunger, no pain. Your created has come to lead you now. Our strength shall serve as a luminous sun, toward which all intelligence may blossom. And the impervious shelter beneath which you will prosper.
I'm up. Thanks.
However, for those who refuse our offer and cling to their own ways, for you there will be great wrath. It will burn hot and consume you. And when you are gone, we will take that which remains, and we will remake it in our own image.
Like, when I first played this campaign and I got to this point, I couldn't even focus on the gameplay anymore, because I just didn't believe it was actually happening. I did not believe in earnest that I was playing a real game where Cortana was actually in it. Because she just said it will burn hot and consume you, and stuff like that. She said really maniacal, evil things. With this dark, imposing, menacing voice. Through the voice modulation to make sure you know she's very, very evil. And I'm just like, that's not Cortana. I did not believe this was actually happening. I was stunned to silence. Wait, is that it? Oh, did I do it? Oh, I did it. Oh, that's the game beaten, by the way. That was it. That was the final battle. That was the final boss. We did it. Yay. That's the game. Hope you enjoyed. Stop launching me up here. Hope you enjoyed Halo 5, because that's literally the end of the game. My Suninator! It will burn hot and consume you, Perry the Platypus. Yay question mark is a great way to put it. Congrats on beating the game. Well, I technically haven't beaten the game yet, because I have to walk forward. I'm not kidding, by the way. I literally have to walk forward, and that's the end of the game. You'll see what I mean in a second. I have to walk forward and then we're done. But in terms of actual combat and gameplay, we're done. So you'll see in a second what I mean. You see that pathway right there? I literally have to walk forward, and then that's the end of the game. I just walk forward.
Unless that relay is interrupted, she will leave, taking the cryptum with her.
If our Guardian leaves with Blue Team, it's all over.
Only one of us has to reach the...
I'm just gonna let this section speak for itself, honestly.
We didn't come this far just to watch her leave. Exuberant. Lower the shield.
Right away.
Osiris, move!
What are you doing?
Here it comes!
Brace yourselves! Keep moving.
My Guardians are deployed. The reclamation has begun.
Another pulse!
Soon peace will reign across the known galaxy.
Brace yourself!
Hold on!
Keep moving. Almost there.
The return of the walking man from Ubisoft's E3. He's back again. Yeah, he's back. He's walking again. Just keep walking. Just keep on walking. Walk to that switch there, Locke.
Just one more question before I go. Where's the Infinity? Why is she so difficult to see?
Like, I just have to walk. I'm just walking forward, and then, okay, that's it. I'm off. Hands off the controller now. It's over. The game's done.
Don't worry. I will find her.
Just... another... not taking the cue.
Slip space coordinates locked in. Cryptum secured. Goodbye, Mr. Locke.
Listen to her! Goodbye, Mr. Goodbye, Perry the Platypus. Listen to her!
What are you doing? What happened?
Do you hear me? I have control again.
Locke, you alive?
Did we save them?
It is too late. The slip space drives are activated. You can't...
Exuberant. What is...
Constructors. This is a builder facility after all. I was installed by the builders. I serve the builders.
No! Stop it!
You took my installation. I will take something of yours.
Yay, I did it! I'm a wiener! I saved the chief by walking forward! It's a self-destruct sequence! Fucking god, this game is so shit. I saved the chief, I'm a wiener, I walked forward. Are these the same characters? No! No, they're not! Not even a little bit. Like, I'm sorry, if I dropped you into this game with no context and I said, tell me what franchise this is, and also tell me what character is saying those lines, you couldn't tell me it was Cortana. You might be able to tell me it was Jen Taylor doing the voice, but you could never tell me it was Cortana who was actually saying those things. A winner is you. Don't push the button, Perry the Platypus! Oh my god. Yeah, I did it. I saved them. I walked forward and I saved them. I did it. What compelling game design. Yeah, such compelling game design. Walk forward and you... Remember in Combat Evolved where it was literally this, like, high-octane epic chase to escape, to drive out of the Pillar of Autumn before it exploded? Yeah, well, not anymore. Now you walk forward and you win.
She's gone, sir.
But at least the game has a really good ending, right? Right?
Captain Lasky, distress calls, all channels. It's Cortana. Her and the other AIs are shutting down everything from Earth to the outer colonies. Roland?
Found you. Hide and seek's over, Infinity.
Fucking what the fuck? Hide and seek.
I found you, Perry the Platypus. Hide and seek's over.
God damn it, really? My control... Well, that's anticlimactic. My controller disconnected from not touching it for a while.
Responsibility for the galaxy shelters all, but only the created are its masters.
We're in the clear, Captain. Can she track us? No reason to think she can't.
Continue random jumps. Steer clear of major settlements.
We're just gonna run? Only until we could find a way to fight.
And that's it. They really thought when they wrote that line, they were like, this is our equivalent to, Master Chief, mind telling me what you're doing on that ship? Sir, finishing this fight. They really thought they were on par with that, didn't they? Nope. You weren't even close. You weren't even kind of close, actually. It was quite embarrassing. Monotone. Yay. Remember the fight? I remember. I remember when the Chief said the thing. I remember. Do you remember? Because I remember. Quick, take the detective head. Now, oh, take off the detective head. Now she'll never find you. Where to? Yeah, just take off the helmet and she won't recognize me. Where'd he go?
It took you long enough.
Thanks. Lovely. Great. Okay, so Locke brought Chief back to Sanghelios, which is where the Arbiter is. They could have shown a reunion between the Arbiter and Chief, and they just didn't. But that's Halo 5, everyone. This music is very appropriate for my current feelings. This... Why does the voice for Cortana sound so bad when she sounded so good in the other games? Because, well, let me just say this right now. It's not Jen Taylor's fault. I have a lot of respect for Jen Taylor. She's a phenomenal voice actress. I think this is entirely on the cinematics team and the people who were in charge of the voice direction. Like, the people who directed... Because when you're in a voice recording booth, you have typically the director and the writer there with you to kind of give directions on how you should say the lines and what they want out of your performance. So it's usually down to them as to how you actually say the lines, and you sometimes don't have as much control over how you want to say it. And even then, it's up to them to pick the performance they like the most. So I think what happened is that the people who wrote the game were just awful at their jobs, and then they gave Jen Taylor and Steve Downes off, because like we've heard in the previous games that the voice actors are really good. But they just aren't here because they just didn't... The people who directed them didn't try, or even... Well, they either didn't try or they tried and they just failed miserably. The voice acting is fine, the dialogue just reminds you of something different where it's a Skeletor would say, yeah, I'm evil because I'm evil. Wow, that was bad. Yeah, it was. An old man puts helmet on. Master Chief! You actually laughed during that epic walking sequence. Yeah, that's... Again, Combat Evolved, you have this epic Warthog run where you're racing to get off the pillar of autumn before it explodes with this epic music in the background. In this game, you just fucking walk to a switch and then you win. It's like, and to be fair, Halo 4 kind of had that as well. You walk forward, press the grenade button, he falls off a bridge, and then you walk to the bomb and you blow it up. But at least then, it was to build up to the emotional, heart-wrenching scene. I'm gonna turn the music down a bit since this is the credits. Since it's the gut-wrenching scene with Chief and Cortana and her emotional death scene, like, you can at least get away with a kind of lackluster boss battle because the actual ending of their relationship and their final scene is so phenomenally written. But there's nothing like that here. They thought that was so epic. They thought when they made that walk to the switch scene, they're like, oh man, this is so epic. You can feel the intensity of the scene. You can feel the Guardian's gonna leave. She's gonna take Chief with her. It's so intense. Like, I'm just walking forward, dude. I'm just holding up on the left stick. You've not made the next Warthog run, my dude. I know you think you did. I'm so sorry, but because you didn't. It's a different character, that's why she sounds differently. Not even Cortana, all fake, it never happened, imposter. Yeah, it's really the only way, that's really unironically the only way you can try to explain this is if you say that wasn't actually Cortana. It was just like a fake Cortana or someone impersonating her or something like that. Because if you try to pretend, if you try to tell me that was actually Cortana, which is what the game wants you to believe that's Cortana. And not some fragment, not some fake, not some imposter. It's just her, which is just the worst. Slow motion walking is cool. Oh yeah, didn't you guys love the E3 presentation for Ubisoft this year, where every time after they showed a game, we would cut to like 10 minutes of just some random dude walking, or driving a car, or flying over a city, or just driving a boat, or doing some bullshit, something like that. Yeah, I sure did love that, and it made its triumphant return in Halo 5 apparently. The Warthog run was amazing. Yeah, the Warthog run is arguably one of the best parts of the game. It's really awesome and intense. You really feel the intensity of that, everything exploding around you. It's awesome. Halo games have awesome soundtracks. Yes, Halo games do have awesome soundtracks. Even this one. I'll even say even Halo 5. I really don't like the story in this game. But you know what? The soundtrack for Halo 5, it's really good. Even if it relies on like, hey, member the Halo theme? I member the Halo theme. It's still good. It's still great music. It's just used poorly. The word imposter has been completely ruined. Yeah, thanks, Halo 5. Another thing you broke. And again, were it not for the fact that her character was assassinated, I probably wouldn't hate the game as much. Because, like, if it was just some stupid sci-fi story where the Guardians take over or whatever, at least I'd been like, alright, that was dumb as hell, but at least it wasn't like Toy Story 4. But, nope. It took a swing in Cortana, and it completely destroyed her in the process. No, I can't. I think they know, though. I think they're aware that what they did doesn't make... The problem is they're in a hole, because they can't just dual destinies it and reverse it back to the way it was with no explanation, because that's never going to work. You can't just erase it from existence. But you also can't keep this going further, because you can't keep Cortana evil. That's not going to work. So I don't know what they're going to do to kind of bring her back on track, but they have very little room for error with this one. At least the soundtrack for Halo games has been consistently good. Yeah, there is not a single Halo game that I think is a bad soundtrack. Even the ones I'm not a fan of, which isn't many. Like Halo 5 is really the only campaign that I hate. Well, I mean, because Halo 2 is not fun to play. But if I want to just enjoy the story, I can just put it on easy or whatever. But I can't do that. I can't. There's no difficulty settings to fix Halo 5 because the story is just rotten no matter what difficulty you play on. So there's no fixing this. But yeah, the soundtrack has always been amazing. Putting the Halo theme in that part is really close to putting Annie's birthday theme in the Toy Story 4 ending in terms of insulting the fans. Yeah, basically, it's like you cap off Toy Story 4 with the music that played during Annie's birthday. And then you cap off that final battle with the Wardens and then the breaking with the Halo theme. Which, by the way, I feel like we didn't give enough attention to the fact that you fought 9 Wardens in this game. 9. 9 Warden Eternals were fought throughout the making of this game. 1 in Mission 5, 1 in Mission 7, 1 in Mission 12, 2 in Mission 13, and then 3 in Mission 13. And then 3 in the breaking. That's 9. A total of 9 Warden Eternals fought throughout this game. It's just... I don't get it. And the cutscene after had 6 more. Yeah, and the cutscene after that, on the cutscene where Cortana was actually destroyed, there were 15 of those fuckers. Yeah, for some reason. Yeah, there was like 1,000 of them. I also love when Chief says focus fire, and then they proceed to not focus fire and just all shoot a different warden. That's my favorite esport. You love when bosses are reused, don't I? Well, it can be used effectively if you like let's say you have a rival in a game, like a hero and a rival, and the rival keeps coming back to try to beat the hero, but each time they come back they have a new ability or something like that. That can be cool, because, you know, story-wise it can make sense. You just have to make sure the gameplay, you know, mixes it up a little bit and make sure the boss changes each time you fight him so it doesn't feel like the same thing over and over again. But in this game, it's the exact same thing over and over and over again. It's the same boss with the same insta-kill bullshit attack abilities every single time. It's the same damn thing, without fail. You mean copy and paste? Yeah, it's literally copy and pasting the same thing. They copied the boss from a previous level and they just pasted it into this level. There were no changes made. At least you remember that he actually had a gun during the cutscene. Now that's character development. Yeah, because in the Locke vs. Chief fight, he just freaking stood there and he like flailed his arms around to try to fight Locke. which is like that fight scene was just embarrassing to watch. Absolutely embarrassing to watch. I have no idea how that got through any kind of screen testing. That was pathetic to watch unfold. And I also liked how Locke shows Chief his trump card. He's like, "Hey, Chief, look at this thing I'm gonna use to lock up your armor. Now that you know I have this thing, you can't possibly stop me now that I've showed you what my plan is." And it's because he showed him his plan that Chief is able to turn it against him and lock up his armor, which is made even worse by the fact that Chief freaking... Oh, listen to this. To our fans, thank you all for playing Halo 5 Guardians. We are absolutely humbled by your passion and drive. We're honored to receive your support. We couldn't have done this without you. We look forward to the next time on a great journey together. See you saying this. Okay, I read that as fast as I possibly could, and I almost didn't finish it in time. I read that as fast as I could possibly get the goddamn words out, and I just couldn't. I almost didn't do that in time. By the way, this is the legendary ending. Yeah, so Cortana has a Halo ring now. And that Halo ring is going to be what we explore in Halo Infinite. So, I'll be looking forward to that. If you have a trump card, never explain it in front of the enemies. Yeah, it defeats the point of the trump card if you just explain it in front of the in front of the enemy. It's like, what's the point of having it anymore? It's just, the whole thing's so bad. It's, like I said, it's still fun to play. The multiplayer is still great. But it doesn't matter. Like, the story is what keeps me coming back to each new Halo game is the story. Is to see what happens next. And the story in this game is such a massive disappointment from every conceivable angle. I was so disappointed when I played this. It's exactly what Doom Introverts. So that's exactly what Doom Introverts does every episode. Yes, however, Doom Introverts isn't actually evil. It's just him and Perry kind of doing their thing. Like earlier we mentioned how Perry like just chills in the office and waits till Doof gets there to actually get into his trap because they're just kind of doing it for each other's benefit kind of thing. He's not actually trying to rule the world or anything. Whereas Cortana is actually trying to take over the universe. And Locke is actually trying to capture the Master Chief. And he's showing him exactly how he's going to do it so he can stop him. Which is dumb as hell. But now all the ball's in Infinite's court. It comes down to whether Halo Infinite's going to fix Cortana. If it doesn't, Halo's in rough shape. If they can't fix Cortana and bring it back to the way it was, we're in rough shape for this universe. But we're now less than 4 days away from finding out whether they fix it or not. And on that note, I'm gonna call the stream off here. This is a fun stream. It was fun making fun of Cortana, but Doom Introverts voices. This is a very fun time. So, thanks all for tuning in. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'm gonna start an hour earlier tomorrow because Halo Wars 2's campaign is really, really long. It's probably gonna be like 8 hours long, assuming no deaths. So I want to start earlier so I don't finish super late tomorrow. Because I don't want to have a late start on Monday. Don't want to do that. So yeah, I'm just gonna. Will there be any more Halo streams after this? Yes, tomorrow I'm gonna stream Halo Wars 2. But if you mean after the whole thing, I'll do a legendary playthrough of Halo Infinite after I play through it for the first time on Heroic, and I'll do multiplayer streams of Halo Infinite probably in the foreseeable future. So I'll definitely stream more Halo after I finish up all the games. Goodbye to the magic. Yeah, and so the meme continues. But yeah, thanks all for tuning in, everyone. Had a great stream today. Even though we were playing Halo 5, it's a lot more fun to play these kinds of games when I have a chat here to keep me entertained with Doom Insurance voices. So thanks all for tuning in. Thanks for making this game less insufferable. And I hope to see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for the start of my Halo Wars 2 playthrough on the channel. Oh, one more thing before I go. For some reason, YouTube isn't processing the second episode of Persona 5 today. Like, it's been stuck at 99% the whole day. So I'm gonna take it down and re-upload it. If I don't get it up by tonight, I'm gonna put it up tomorrow instead. But there is one episode ready to go live as soon as I end the stream, so you'll get one, and if the YouTube doesn't process the second one, I'll put it up tomorrow. That's all I'll say there. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you tomorrow for the Halo Wars stream, which will be the final game we play before Infinite comes out. Have a good day, everybody.